Hey, Mr. Vernon, are you there?
I'm here. Wait a minute. We ready?
I'm live.
I'm live.
I'm live.
Hey, Lavenda.
Hello, Vernon Watson, WBQP. Vernon Watson, how are you?
I fine. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. And while we do this intro, I'm going to go and share to all my pages. Share this
Okay.
live.
All right. Well, tell everybody what. Wait before you do all of that. Let everybody know why we're here. We're here for Truth for Youth Telethon, and as one would know that if they've been listening to the radio, TV, or anybody over the last month or so, that we're on a quest to raise money for the Truth to use to pay off the building, the mortgage on the building, so that we can start uh, getting the what it was intended to be is a culture center, the Belmont and Deville Culture Center. So one of our goals tonight at this telethon, they want everybody to share with you, share on your pages, okay? excuse me, excuse me, Lavin. I hope this Omicron ain't trying to get me.
You hope what?
I said, I'm hoping Omicron is not trying to get me.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord, please
yeah,
don't even speak that.
yeah.
Well, you've been coughing since I've
Go
known you,
ahead. I'm
so.
trying to say again. Okay. But anyway, my audio is a little low, and I'm trying to, let me see if I can try to perk it up a little bit, uh, if you will. Lavender,
Yes.
uh, what are we gonna do on your side tonight here?
On my side, well,
Yeah.
we are going to try to help Truth for Youth raise some money to save their building, which serves at risk youth. And I guess
Right.
for those who don't know about Truth for Youth, we can share a little bit about this nonprofit organization, this
Okay.
ministry founded by Reverend John Powell, what, for over almost 30 years.
Right. Exactly.
They were
Almost for 30 years, he has been serving this community, Lavender, helping the community raise their children. As I said on the radio this morning, you know what the old saying, the old adage about it takes a village to raise a child.
right. He was
And
at Village.
yeah, he has taken that mantra literally. For the last 30 years, to my knowledge, he has been trying to help Pensacola raise their children. He have lockdowns. Every occasion of the year, he does something for the children, whether it's Halloween, whether it's Thanksgiving, whether it's Christmas, whether it's Valentine's Day, or whether it's Easter. He has something going on
He does.
all of the time. He even bought a bus one time so he can shuttle those kids back and forth to Selma, Alabama. You know where the Selma, Alabama Montgomery March on that day. He was responsible for doing that just so the children have some exposure. And other day, Lavender, he did something that I thought was really unique. He got a bunch of children, right, that never been outside of Pensacola, and I guess if you can call these city children, I guess they're city children. I was born and raised in Burnt Corn, Alabama. I was on a farm, so I got a chance to see hogs and cows and pigs and so forth. Is there some children have never seen real livestock, never seen a hog, a cow, or a horse? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And and so therefore he was able to take those kids on the farm, and so they can experience that. He also at one point for those that never having a boat ride. He chartered a boat, put a bunch of kids on it, and gave them a boat ride. I mean, he have done so much for the children, and now it's time to pay back. Okay, now it's time to pay back, and that's what he's doing now. This center is again for the children. You know, at his age and my age, okay, we never reap the benefits of it. Because he ain't doing it for himself. He's doing it
Right.
for the children. He's doing it for the community. Literally doing it for the community. And therefore, uh, and we want the community to help him do whatever he needs to do to get to achieve his goal, his dream. And that dream is to get a Belmont and developed cultural center. And
Hmm.
I think he can. I think he's able to do it. And we're on a quest, if you will. We're on a quest to raise that money, and we will raise that money to pay the mortgage off and do exactly that, Lavender. Okay,
Yeah.
that's our purpose tonight. That's our aim tonight. We want folks to donate money, pledge money to for that cause. Now, Lavender, I know you. I want to let you talk about what you got going on your end. And the turn that we auction off a very beautiful painting, an $8,000 painting, Lavender. That
Well, yeah, it is an $8,000 painting. It's the original of the image that was created for the fundraiser, but it belongs to Truth for Youth. So whether they
Mhm,
decide to auction it or, whatever they decide to do, but we have images, prints and jaclés of that same image that will
mhm,
be used to put on shirts, aprons, just different merchandise. So if you all
mhm,
have seen the image, if I can pull it up, this image here, you've probably seen it over and over, hopefully somewhere in your news feed. That was created by artist Deborah Shedrick of Shedrick Studio. It's called Build a United Community. I believe that's the name of it. And it's not necessarily for any particular area, it's for all communities. So anyone can purchase a print or a jaclé of this image that was created for Truth for Youth specifically. And that's what we'll talk about also. She'll be joining us at some hour tonight, the artist Deborah Shudder, to explain why she helps nonprofits raise money.
okay.
Uh, it's difficult for nonprofits to raise money anyway. And then
Mhm,
with the pandemic, it just made it that much more difficult. Um, People may want to give from the heart, but there's nothing in their pockets, and vice versa. So just having this fundraiser just gives people opportunity to give anything, 5,
right.
10, 15. It's all appreciated.
Yeah. Whatever you can come up with. Uh, That's what we want. Like you said,
Mhm.
a dime, a dollar, two, $10, $20, $30, $40, $100, $1,000, whatever you want to give, we would certainly appreciate it with your donation. Now, he had Reverend Powell had a campaign on aside from this that he wanted 30. I don't know how many people to give $30 each. And if we had enough people giving $30 each, and then we could get this thing done. And many people have donated $30. Many people say, "Well, I can donate more than $30," and they did
Right,
do that. But if you can donate anything, if you can't afford $30, anything less than $30 will also be great. If you can
right,
if you can do that. And so
right.
that's what we're going to do tonight. We want you to go to Truth for Youth website. It's called truthforyouth.org, truthforyouth.org, and you can donate whatever you can however you can. On that site, I believe that there's a PayPal. You can do it by PayPal. You can do it by GoFundMe. You can do it by Cash App. Um, you can go on the website. That's what it is right there. Cash App. You can get cash. You can go buy Truth for Youth and donate it. If you want to, go by his office, give him a call. He will pick it up and whole 9 yards.
And you can also go to GoFundMe.com. That money goes directly to Truth for Youth,
Mhm,
GoFundMe.com. And the reason for the GoFundMe, it's not separate from the Truth for Youth fundraiser, but that's where the artist, Deborah Shedrick, her art, a portion of the proceeds go to GoFundMe. And if you go to, I'm sorry, Truth for Youth, and if you donate through the GoFundMe page, which goes to Truth for Youth, you get a little token of appreciation from the artist, and she'll be on later to share that. So there are several ways, as Vernon said, the GoFundMe.com, and you look for Truth for Youth. You can mail a check. Cash App is listed there, or truthforyouth.org, of course.
Lavender, on the art itself, how is that being done? Are you auctioning off the art? Are you selling prints of the art? How are we doing that?
I'm going to let the artist share that. She's doing it several different ways. She
Okay.
just has several different avenues. She's just doing whatever she can to help generate income with not only that image, but her art. And if we didn't have the pandemic and this sudden rise in COVID, she may consider doing an art gala at the end where we can have an auction, something to wrap up the whole fundraiser. But she's good at making money with the art. But the funny thing about it is that she usually has control of the fundraiser. So this one is a little bit different. She usually controls everything and just takes the organization's mailing list, and she sends out mail and emails and posts and everything to try to generate some money for the fundraiser. So that's what we're hoping to do
Mm-hmm.
with the Truth for Youth. And as a matter of fact, you probably can't see it, but I have on a T-shirt with that image. I don't want to fall with that image on it, and
Okay.
she'll share a little bit more about how you can get a copy, get a T-shirt, and everyone who gives a donation will get some type of token of appreciation if you
Okay.
donate through GoFundMe. But she'll share all the goods for that. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So
what time was she?
she'll be joining us, and also the vice president of Truth for Youth will join us. They're going to chime in whenever they have time. I mean, we got 6 hours, so whenever they can chime in, they will. We have Dr. Winborn, who's
Mm-hmm.
just going to give her just a character profile of Truth for Youth and what the community um, could do to back up
Mm-hmm.
this man who's given so much to the community for so many years. And
Right.
I watched on your TV channel, WBQP, was it WBQP where I saw it, where you showed me the video of Reverend Powell from back in 1997, where he
Yeah.
had, what, 4,000 children? I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, my goodness. So he's been at it for a long time. And it
Yeah.
takes a special person to want to deal with children. Everybody, not just children, but underprivileged, at risk youth.
Mm-hmm.
His heart for that is, you just have a special calling. Everybody does not have the calling to be with children. Everybody. And I want to read something off of his, this is directly off of his website. Truth for Youth was founded in January of 1993 to create a wholesome environment for low income, underprivileged, and at risk youth in Pensacola, Florida, and surrounding communities. Truth for Youth would like to ask the community to commit and contribute to their campaign to help pay the balance. What used to be the Old Smith Bakery. Are you familiar with the Old Smith Bakery,
Oh yeah.
Vernon?
Smith's Bakery. Yeah. Yeah. I'm familiar with it.
Tell us
You
about
you
it.
wasn't you wasn't born here, were you?
No,
I
I
mean, you
was
wasn't.
not.
You just you an implant. Navy brought you here.
Right, right.
Well, you got to understand. Back in the day, most folks in Pensacola know this. Back in the day, uh, Lavender, um, down on Belmont and the Villa, that is the center point of black life and black commerce back in the day. Okay, we
Hmm.
had all kinds of stuff down there. We had even WBOP radio was there. Okay,
I remember. Yeah, I don't
Jesse Jesse.
remember, but I've heard of it.
Okay, uh, Gussie's record shop was there. Is old Five Sisters now where both of those buildings were. Then Smith Bakery was right across the street there. Then you had the clubs there, right? You had Age 506 Club, the Bunny Club, Savoy, and all those clubs down there, okay? Then you had Blues Hamburgers, and you had the
The blue
dwarf
dot.
chicken, the dwarf chicken stand. It was a chicken stand, and now it's a full-fledged restaurant. But it was a chicken stand then. But they used to make bread and use because it was right there. And so when you come out of the clubs with that oil in you, you start smelling that bread, it make you hungry. So Khrushchev running the chicken stand, so at Dwarf's Chicken, so he will sell you the chicken sandwich as you go home or whatever, or while you're at the club. It was just the good old days there, and so the Smith Bakery, the old Smith Bakery, is the building where Reverend Powell is located right now. 10 or 12 years ago, the building was just vacant. Nothing was done to the building. So he had the right idea. Well, maybe I can purchase this building and achieve my dream of having a home for my kids, okay? For the Truth for You kids and so forth. And that's what he did. He entered into a deal to buy that property, and he's been paying on that property for 10 or 12 years now, okay? And
Wow.
and so in hopes of trying to get it paid off and we can develop it into a community center. Now he could tell you a lot better than I can tell you his dream. I know we're gonna have him on at some point here, and he can talk about it, and he can tell you the real history of it. It's sustained, and over the years, with the hurricanes and all the bad, we've sustained some damages now, and so we got to get, the roof is damaged. That's why we want to get the mortgage paid off so that we can start going further with the making fruition the cultural center. We're gonna start with the roof, and then we're gonna renovate the whole thing. And one of the things that since you're not a Pensacodian, I want to just remind Pensacodians what we have to, our venue back in the day. If anybody remember it, we used to have to go down to the downtown. They had the what's the name of that building down there? The Bayview Park, not Bayview Park. They said Bayview Park now, but they had the right down at the end of the water there.
I remembered that. It was
You remember that?
like a civic center or something, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
almost like a civic
Yeah.
center. But if I was
That's
so
when the
old,
Lexington was here.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's where
Lexington.
all the events was held down there, and then the city decided to tear it down, and then they left us. But this can substitute for that. Right now, we have to go different places now. Marie Young and uh, all these different venues out there that are owned by the city or the county. This is an opportunity for us to have something on our own, okay? Something that we can be proud of. Now, you know that they also have designated that Belmont and the Bel Air area as one of the original blues trail. I don't know how that
Right.
happened. So that means, and plus Belmont and the Villa is our Wall Street, if you will, okay? Our Black Wall Street. And so the history is so rich there. And so we we ought to want to own a piece of that real estate. But then let me take it back now, okay? If you look down there and look around the Belmont and the Villa area, we are going to be gentrified out of that area if we don't take some action to at least get a piece of the rock, so to speak, okay? Because they done bought, and I said they, not us. I don't know who they are, but I know it ain't us. Them bought all the property that we used to own down there, okay? Now they putting up well, we had shotgun houses down there were worth $1,000. Now they putting up shotgun houses worth $400,000. That's a fact. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and so and all around there. Okay, and so it is in, so that property is going to be very valuable, and folks ought to invest into that. Okay, if you don't want to donate money, make you an investment. Okay, invest in the property. All right, because the property for what he owe on it, the property way worth more than that, and
Way
it's
more.
way more, and it going up and up and up in value because of where it is. And I also want you to note that it's not all just about that particular building. It's a whole square block, Lavenda, a
Yeah.
whole square block. Okay,
Yeah.
what can we can own out, and we used to call it the blocks down there, Dave, but the square of the block. That will literally be the block, and that is a great opportunity for us for our
The
community
community.
to own that block.
Yeah, why
I
wouldn't you
mean,
want to own it?
yeah, because
Why wouldn't you?
if we don't do it, they will have it, and they want it right now. That's why we want to go ahead and get it out of the way, because they will eventually try to get it if we don't get it. So we're gonna have to save ourselves from ourselves. Okay.
It's funny you mentioned shotgun because living in Montgomery, I'll come back and forth and visit Pensacola for business or pleasure. And I
Hmm.
noticed some construction. And I told my sister, I said, man, that looks just like a shotgun house. They were building it, and that's exactly what it looked like. So
Yeah.
they are building those. And
Yes.
you said they were worth how much?
$400,000 and up.
Wow.
Shotgun
Wow.
houses down there.
Well, I
You
saw
got to
it for
excuse me while
myself.
I'm eating a little bit, because we're gonna be here to 10 p.m. tonight, and I hadn't had anything to eat today, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat my gumbo as we talk here. Okay. Mmm. But
No shame. No shame. Go
I
ahead.
have no
You go
shame in my
ahead.
game.
Go
We're doing this
ahead.
live.
Oh, Lordy B. Okay, so the shotgun houses, the whole historical district. So I did a live and walked around the building, and it is a lot of property.
Hmm.
A lot of property. I was just, being creative entrepreneur, just thinking about ways I could use that building, that property. So I can see his fight to want to maintain that property. And the other businesses that were down there, I miss the
Hmm.
Gathering Awareness bookstore, Black owned bookstore,
Hmm.
gone. So it's a lot of history, even from the time that I was there, moving forward. But even before I was there, it's just rich, deep history. So, you know what? Unless a community understands the value of it, all they hear is save the building. But even
Right.
besides the history, the at risk youth, I feel like they benefit more than anyone. Save the
Yeah.
children.
I want you to
Save.
text. I want you to text Robin Richard. Okay.
I was just thinking
And
about her.
she can tell you all the history. She's a historian in her own right, and
Mm.
she can tell you all of the history stuff about that. Okay, so why don't you text her so we can get her on there? I mean, she can eat up 4.5 hours of our time just by herself.
Well, you know what, Terry Robinson, he the vice president. Yeah, he could do that also. I don't have Robin's number. If anybody is watching, and you have Robin's number, I
I
don't have
do.
Robin's number.
I do.
Well, you can text her. There you go. Kill two
Well,
birds at
no. Well,
one stone.
she had to. The reason that she had to come on your platform, so you have to tell her how to get on your platform. See, I don't know, but I can text it to
Okay.
you. I'll text you a number. So we have to chew gum and eat and walk while we're on this
Yes.
show. Now,
Yes.
okay, now,
Yes.
okay, now, let's tell them how they can donate again. While I'm looking up Robin's number.
Okay, there are several ways that you can donate. You can go through the truthforyou.org, gofundme.com. You can mail a check. I don't know if you all can see this, but the Cash App is there. And you can also, to make it easier, if you can't see it, you can go to truthforyouth.org and all of the ways to donate. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and checks. All of that is there. Different ways that you can donate, or you can go to GoFundMe with artist Deborah Shedrick, and everyone who donates will receive a token of appreciation from her. And Vernon, we have our first guest to chime in,
Hmm.
Mr. Terry Robinson, the Vice President of Truth for Youth. I'm going to get
Okay.
him on in just a minute. I see him situating himself. So, yeah, I met Mr. Robinson via phone. We haven't met in person. And he was just sharing some information with me about Reverend Powell. You know, I've only known Reverend Powell for maybe
How many
probably
years?
less than 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, probably 3 or 4 years that I met him. But those who have known him longer know a little bit more about his character and just the heart that he has for not only children, but to help families. So, Terry, you can give me the thumbs up when you're ready to come on.
He's the vice president of Truth
Vice
for You.
President.
Okay.
Vice President.
Okay. All righty.
Now, Terry can talk too, so Terry can take up a whole probably 2 out of the 6 hours all by himself. Okay.
I'm still looking for Robin's number here in my phone. When you change phone, my phone died on me, and I had to get another phone, and nothing act right since then. Uh,
Well, one of our guests, Dr. Winborn, I'm sure she has contact with the Richards. I can.
yeah, I do. I got the numbers. I just have to find it.
Okay. Okay, Terry, you ready?
There we go, Terry. Yeah, I see him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, off mute.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're ready for me.
Okay. I'm going to let you introduce yourself properly, but for those who are watching, this is Terry Robinson, who is Vice President of Truth for Youth. And how long have you been Vice President, Terry?
I've probably been vice president for around about 6 years, but I've been with the organization for 26 years.
Okay, so you've been with the organization 26 years. And tell us
Forgive
how
me, it's because it's kind of hard to hear.
Okay, tell us how that started. You said you've been with the organization for 26 years?
Well, I was working for an organization, Children's Home Society, when about 26 years ago, when I encountered one of his lock-ins, and from then on in, I fell in love with what he was trying to do. Fell in love with the fact that he was a man trying to make a difference in the community. I kind of like attached to some of his values, and from then on in, it's just been exciting. It's good to find somebody that inspires you. He just doesn't work with the children; he works with the family as well. You know, he do a lot in the community. He works with the elderly people. He works with, he buys meals. He just try to deal with the overall family, which kind of got me involved with him. Kind of got me motivated and inspired. I mean, the organization itself stands for something. You know, it shows that we have a place in society. We as excuse me when I'm trying to get my words together. We're trying to inspire and lift up our children that they can be more than they are. It's been a roller coaster ride, but I believe in it. I believe we can make a difference. I believe we can do more than what we're doing. We want to pull in the community to at least come in and see what we're doing. Come in and participate. You may have a problem with you may have a problem with the method, but look at the results. You know, he can be a little bit of a person that stands by his morals that people don't understand, but you can applaud the effort.
When you say it's been a roller coaster ride, most people they see the events, but they don't know what goes on behind the scene. They don't know the effort that goes into preparing for these events.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then it's always a struggle behind it. That's what people don't understand. And you are absolutely right. They all see the results of it, but they don't understand what was involved to get into that result. Okay. Now he
Or the
had to
cost,
the cost. All right. He had
the
to
lack
raise
of
money.
volunteers,
Hmm. He had to
all of
raise
that.
money. Have to raise money,
Yeah.
get people to help with it, and the whole 9 yards. But Rem Powell is a man that was able to get that done. You know
90%
my
of our
hats off
stuff
to him.
is really based on donations. We have to go out and solicit donations. We have to do things, rent out equipment. I mean, we have to do a lot of backpedaling in order to make all these things happen. And the lack of participation, lack of volunteers, that's always a problem. Most people that volunteers try to volunteer with an agenda. Most people that, hey, what can I get? What is it going to be for me? Or can you do this for me? Or can you sell? You know, those are the kind of things that we try to avoid. I mean, let me give you an example. Somebody wants to give you some money. Someone donates you some money, but they want to have a say in it. And that's almost like, no, this is our purpose. This is what we're here for. And if you're going to give us that money and have some stipulations to it, why don't you keep your money? And that's the problem we have with a lot of big time donators. They want to have a say in how we conduct our business.
They
If you're
want to
going to donate,
dictate.
donate to the cause. Don't donate for
Yeah.
a purpose. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's the biggest problem. And yes, it is a struggle. There's long nights. There's 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 refinancing your house. There's borrowing money. There's a lot of stuff behind it, but people don't see that. They see the end results. I tell everybody, if you want to know Truth for You, Google Truth for You. Look what we do. Look how long we've been here. We got some staying power. We're not no fly by night, no 15-minute organization that come in and just trying to rip you off. We give 110% back to the community. We don't keep nothing for ourselves, and that is a fact. That's what kept me motivated. That's what kept me coming back. That's what keeps me every year working with Reverend Powell. We do more than just Christmas giveaways. We do back to school. We do
Report card
prom. We
rallies.
do some of everything.
Yeah. I
Easter,
like the
Halloween. I'm
report
sorry, go ahead.
card, the report card rallies. I like
Yes,
that because
that's
it's
that's
not
the
all
Christmas
about,
that's the Christmas giveaway is the report card rally.
yeah, it's not all about fun for the children. It teaches the importance of academics. It teaches the importance of character. So they see these events, but they don't realize what's the purpose of the events. It's not about just having fun for the children, but they're teaching him to be respectable adults in the community. And that's why the community benefits from Truth for Youth. The entire community benefits because they're grooming these children.
Uh, Lavender, you're absolutely right. They teach character. It just one of the things I learned about raising children and how people raise children um, different than other folks. And you asked me one day, like somebody asked me one time about I had my son in karate, and they didn't understand the concept of karate. Well, you want your son to grow up to just to beat up with somebody to be a bully? No, they don't. They don't teach that. They teach you character in there. They teach you to be a man.
Discipline.
Yeah, discipline and all that. That's what I liked about. That's what I liked about the military. The military
Yeah.
teaches discipline, and what Reverend John Powell is doing is trying to create discipline in these children at an early age, so they don't have to get it, be taught it when they get in the military or so forth. So it's just one of those things that people. I hope they eventually grasp what his concept. But I think most people do grasp what the concept is. And now is the time to try to give back to the community. I think, Lavender.
Yeah. Terry, you
And
having problems hearing us? Are you having problems hearing us, Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a
that's it.
question and you answer. Your children were involved in Truth for Youth. Tell us about that.
I think Lavender, he's getting set up. Terry, once you get set up, put a set of earphones on, and that would help you a lot to hear. Okay, if you got a set of earbuds, you can
Let
put
me
them on
text him
and
because he can't hear. I'm gonna text him.
You're coming back in now. You sounded like a computer, but you're coming back in now.
Hey Terry,
Yes, sir.
are you on your phone? Or are you on your phone?
I'm
Or
on
you
my
on a
phone.
tab?
Unfortunately, I'm having password issues on my computer.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so I'm on my phone. Um, if I can say something, if I can interject a little bit, my heart goes out to Reverend Powell. I mean, he do sacrifice a lot of his time. You're away from your family. I mean, you're doing so much. I just, you know, I just want everybody to understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to make a difference in Pensacola for our children, period. Period. That's our main objective, is to make positive young adults into positive men and women, you know, and we need the support of the community, not just local community, people abroad, people in other cities, to acknowledge what we need. And if we become that mogul that we can help out other states and other companies and other communities, that's what we want to do. We want to pull everybody together. We're all trying to do the same thing and serve the same purpose. We just need some help. We need a boost. We need support. That's our main objective. We can prove to you what we're doing with your dollars. We have proof, the proof of our children, the proof of our sacrifice. And if we can just get that push, it would be so appreciative. You know, there's really not much to say other than this. You know, go and look at what we do. Search out, do your homework. You know, you got a lot of organizations in Pensacola that does the same thing we do. Caring for Christmas, 100 Black Men. You got a lot of organizations that's out doing things, but we just need to pull our resources together. And since we're all doing the same thing, let's help one another out. You know, and I can't express that enough. Other than, we need y'all support. We need to support Truth for Youth. Say the building, get those programs up and running. I appreciate all the time. I appreciate all the effort that y'all are doing in order to help us achieve this goal. And please don't stop praying for us or supporting us.
Right.
Terry, can you hear me?
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think it's so difficult to rally the community together for such a good cause? You said there are other organizations that are doing the same thing. Why do you think? Why does Terry Robinson think we can't come together, especially to help the at-risk, low-income youth that will be a part
My,
of the next generation? They're the next community.
there's definitely a racial disparity in Pensacola. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm from Massachusetts. I'm from Boston. Coming from here, from the outside looking in, and then being in, I can see the disparity. I can see where we're overlooked. And I'm not trying to throw the race card out there. I'm seeing where we're overlooked, where other organizations can get the support and the rally. We're in a prime location. Let's not fool ourselves. We're in a prime location. That location is better well served for the economical community, if you know what I mean. That building is prime real estate. Believe me, it's prime real estate. You're sitting in an organization right in the heart of Texas. Okay? So that is a challenge within itself, to have something nonprofit sitting in a, you know, sitting in a prime real estate area. And that, I think that's our biggest struggle, because power to be don't want us to be there. Power to be want that property. Power to be don't want to see us successful, don't want to encourage us or inspire us to do nothing, just want us to move further north and have your little setup down there so you won't interrupt our financial district. That's my belief. And since I've been in Pensacola for a while, I can see the difference. I've been here over 30 years, so I wasn't born and raised here, but I've been here long enough to call myself a Floridian.
Right.
So
Let me ask you this. I'm sure
yes, ma'am.
someone is wondering the same thing. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask for the sake of those who want to know. Have you all reached out to the leaders of the community? Have you reached out to those who can make a difference in this fundraiser to ask for help and the plea that you have given us, have they heard that same plea?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Without pointing fingers or naming names, yes, we have. Yes,
Okay.
we have. Like I said, I've been with him for 26 years. Not only have he went to them, I have been there. I have been to certain people that I thought that were my friends, that can hear my voice, that can support me because they know me. You
Right.
know, I once told somebody, I don't ask people to do anything for me. If I can't get it, then God to be is not meant to be.
Mm.
So when I send somebody something, they should feel like, wow, Terry sent me something. Terry never sends me anything. What's going on? That sends a message when you don't ask for something, and then all of a sudden hey, I need your help. Then you know the desperateness of it. You know, hey, he definitely needs help because he's never asked. In the 30
Right.
years, I've never asked you for anything. I'm asking you to support this organization, not me, this organization. And if you can't do it, find someone who can because of me. If you're going to do it for me, do it for me. Just do it for me. You're doing it for me, for this organization. And everybody I encounter with, I text on my phone, I sent this information out. If you can't do it, find somebody who can. You know somebody that has a tax write-off, that has a business, that has this, that knows somebody, even a professional ball player that's looking to do a tax write, anything. We need support. We need support. And that's
Yes.
and we need support in a desperate kind of way. And it's just up to us to get the message out. We're a small organization, but we do big things.
Right. I like that. Small organization do big things. And what is it? Reverend Powell's quote that is in the logo. Together, we can make a difference. And I think that's the problem, is the together part, is to actually try to come together. I'm in Montgomery, and just to help Reverend Powell, it's an honor to help Reverend Powell save the building, to try to help save the building. So it doesn't matter where you are, if you're watching, we just ask that you go to the GoFundMe page and make a donation, or truthforyou.org, and you can see the different ways to make a donation. And as Mr. Robinson said, if you don't know, if you can't make the difference, somebody can make the difference. You may know somebody who knows somebody. You mentioned sports athletes. We have some top athletes that came right out of Pensacola. So if I'm in Montgomery, a different state, and can reach out and help, those of you who are in the Pensacola area, we just ask you to a donation of any amount to help save the building, that saves the at-risk youth, and it saves the community. Any closing words, Mr. Robinson?
No, ma'am, I think I said enough. I just thank y'all for giving me this opportunity to express my heart. Please support.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. You want to chime in a little later? We'll be here till 10 o'clock, and we just thank you for sharing your heart. That's the Vice President of Truth for Youth, Mr. Terry Robinson.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right.
Y'all be blessed.
Okay, Terry, thank you very much. Uh, and I want folks to understand that we are live here on TV and radio. So we're going to be doing some things that everyday people do. It just is not a Hollywood production. Okay, so
It can be a Hollywood production.
we want people to understand that we're on a mission here. Okay, and
Right.
how it looks, but the production of it is not important. What's important is to try to raise money to get this building paid off. Okay, so you're gonna
Right.
see me eating. You're gonna see people pop in and out. You're gonna see a lot of things that you wouldn't see on the Hollywood production, but that's okay because we're live, and live things, people do things, and so don't get hung up on it. I'm not gonna turn it away from it because the camera is shaking, all that kind of stuff. Well, if you do that, you didn't want to be tuned in the first place. So go ahead on, tune away from it. But in the meantime, I did text Robin, uh, Lavender. I'm going to text you
Okay.
her. I'm going to text you her
Email
uh,
address?
email address so you can send her the link
Wonderful.
so we can get her to come on. And
Great. Great.
now, what's your name? Lavender, huh?
Lavender.
All right. Lavender. I thought it was lavender. It ain't lavender.
I answered to all of it, but yeah. So you're sending me you're
Yeah,
sending me text, right?
I'm gonna send you
Okay.
her email address, Robin's email address, so you can send her the link to get in there. Okay.
Okay.
And I want to send my buddy Cecil Carter a link. That's my flea market buddy. Send him. Oh no, not. I sent him the wrong email address. I want his email address so you can send him a link so we can get him. This is a young man I highly respect because he's an entrepreneur, very smart young man. He got his head screwed on right, and I admire people like Cecil Carter. I don't know if you're familiar with him or not, but I had him on the Black History Show, and he's very knowledgeable about history. He's a black man that has his head, what I call very level-headed. He's out there trying to do a legal hustle. Okay, he worked full-time job during the week, and then he's at the weekend selling sportswear. In fact, I don't have to give him a shameful plug because Super Bowl is coming up, and people get all this paraphernalia like flags and cups and
Yeah.
shirts and jerseys. He has
Yeah.
them at the flea market every Saturday and every Sunday. I
What's
don't know
his
what
name
booth.
again?
Cecil Carter. I call him Mr.
Cecil
Cartel.
Carter.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he's prevalent at flea market. Been there for a while now. And if you want any sports stuff, that's where you have to get it from because he got all of this. He got every team, every baseball, football, hockey. He probably got dodgeball stuff. I don't know all he got. He got a bunch of stuff there. If you don't have it, he can get it. He even did I give you one of them Blues Hounds mugs?
No, you
He
never
gave me
gave me anything.
okay. Not okay. I forget this is not Wednesday night, is it? Okay, all right. No, okay. But anyway, uh I want to I hope he send me his email address so he can come on and
I'm glad you mentioned him. The shameless plug. We
mhm,
encourage you, if you have a business, if you're watching and you have a business, make a donation to GoFundMe.com and we will invite you on.
right.
Make a comment and I'll get in contact with you. Send me your email address and we'll have you come on and thank you for your donation and allow you to plug your business.
Mhm,
Um, Share this with other business owners. So that wasn't a shameless plug. It's like you scratch your back, I'll scratch mine. It's about supporting one another. So Truth for Youth would appreciate a donation from business owners out there. And we'll let you come on and put a plug in for your business.
speaking of
Shoot,
that,
Vernon, you have a business. I have a business.
yeah,
Everybody's trying to make it.
and all the God children got a business. Uh,
Yes.
what about Mr. Robert Allen? Robert Allen. Let me tell you. Let's talk about Robert Allen for a minute, since we're gonna put shameless plugs out there. Now, Robert is a man that likes to stay in the background. Okay,
Yeah,
but he does a lot for the community,
it
and
does.
but he's not as one of those self promoters. Okay, he funded a lot of stuff that has to do with this broadcast today, and he raising the money in the background for Reverend Powell. So, and he has a law firm. He's been around 30 years now, and so I want folks to understand that we have black lawyers here that can do the same thing as the non-black lawyers do, and sometimes better. And so we need to look up those folks and use their services. Now,
Yeah.
all lawyers today is almost like everybody. They specialize in certain stuff, and I know Robert is probably one of those journalists, one of the few journalists that's in town. Okay, that he covers a whole area of things. Okay, covers the whole area, a wide areas of things. But 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 if you need a lawyer, talk to him. Okay, so he makes a lot of this happens here. He paid for a lot of this with his own money, but you never
And you
hear
know
about
what? I asked him to come on, and because of what you said, he does prefer to remain in the background. So he wasn't expecting you to say all that you said. He's probably shrieking at the thought,
it. I know it.
if he's
He called
listening,
me,
that you
Van. Hey,
said it
November.
all.
Lavender, I
Huh?
know he gonna probably call me up. You know how soft he talk. Now, Vernon, and you know, now I didn't want you to say all of that, darling. Yeah, I just want you to keep, you know how he is. That's my buddy.
Yes, 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 yes. And you know what? I'm going to give a plug to Attorney Robert Allen. Um, my experience, he was my divorce lawyer. He was my divorce lawyer. And let me tell you, easy, simple, no worries. He handled it all. And I recommend him for um, what does he do? Family law, criminal. I'm going to share a video. That's what I'll do. I'm going to share a video and to encourage other businesses also. If you want to give a donation, come on in and share your business. But right now, I'm going to share this Robert Allen video.
Okay. Now,
Incentive. That was your incentive, businesses. If you want to apply for your business, go to GoFundMe.com. That's your token of appreciation from us tonight. Make a
they,
donation.
they don't
GoFundMe.com.
they don't realize how far this get out. And we also encourage people that's listening at us on Facebook and YouTube, particularly on Facebook, share it with your friends, okay? And it's on YouTube, it's on your Facebook page, on my Facebook page, Lavender, and
Yes.
this TV station is on channel 12. It's on if you streaming, it's on YouTube, Roku, and Fire Stick. If you at your computer, just go to wbqptv.com. It's on there. Even do you know we got an app? You just download the app, the BQP TV app, and you see it there. So we got a wide range of areas that we can touch people. Okay, and so your message can go out loud and clear. Now I'm gonna go back to my man Cecil Peacock. Okay, I mean that's my Cecil Peacock was my Navy buddy, Lavender, and he came down and saw
Okay.
me just after 30 years. He came down and saw me just about a month or so ago. But I'm talking about Mr. Cecil Carter now. He did donate. He donated to the cause. He donated $50. Cecil, thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
not only
Cecil. Thank
not
you.
he just not whistling Dixie. He just didn't say I'm going to donate. He donated, and he sent me the thing that where he donated it to. Okay, I got the proof in the pudding right here in my phone where he actually did donate $50 3 minutes ago. He said I would come on, but I'm driving to a PSC game right now. I donated to
Okay.
you. I guess that's Pensacola State College game or something like
Yeah.
that. Okay,
Uh-huh.
all right. But thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Cartier.
Cartel. I call him Mr. Cartel.
Cartel.
Mr. Cartel. um,
Great.
I said all of that, Lavender, all that good talk I did about Mr. Peacock, right? I mean, uh, I keep calling
Cartel.
people Mr. Carter, Mr. Carter, Mr. Cartel. He donated $50. Had my dad. See, I told you when you live, stuff happens. Stuff happens when you live. Okay. I had my mic off. You could hear me. Okay. You could hear me, and folks that listen at your platform could hear me. But I have to have my mic on for folks to hear me on my platform. And I had my mic off. And the reason I cut it off sometimes because sometimes when you have your mic on and it induces noise in the background, I just want to have that excess noise in the background while you talking to anybody else talking. And excuse me, y'all. I had the darn microphone off while I was giving all that praise. And I wanted Robert Allen, all that sucking up I did for Robert Allen. You think it went to vain? He didn't hear all of that? Wow. And then I know what I probably did because I turned it off when you played this commercial. I think so. I
Okay.
didn't get any back.
Well, we're
noise.
gonna play it again. We got
But
six.
the bottom line is Mr. Cecil Carter donated $50. Thank you,
Thank you,
Cecil.
Mr. Carter.
He said 3 minutes ago to the Truth for Youth, and so he understands the value of it. So encourage
Great.
your friends, everybody, get on the phone, tell everybody they can go to Cash App, okay? They can go to PayPal, they can go Vimeo, they can go GoFundMe, and put up there again where all they go, Lavender, where they can.
Okay.
They go to just go to truthforyouth.org, and you can see all of the venues that you can donate. Many different ways that you can donate. You go
Right.
to GoFundMe.com and donate. You can go to truthforyouth.org and donate. You can send a check, or you can go give me cash. You can go to Cash App. What the young people are using these days. Cash App. Everybody got Cash App, and you
Shoot,
and,
young
and,
people,
and
old people, Cash App is taking over.
I see. I didn't know what
Yes.
Cash App was one time. I was I thought I could get out of dope and give somebody some money. They said, "We can Cash App." I said, "What is Cash App?" I don't have Cash App. They said, "It
Well,
don't take you
hey,
but a minute to download it."
exactly,
But
exactly. Get with the program.
get with the program. It's just like I think Cash App. I treated Cash App like I'm treating I used to treat debit cards. I said I'm not gonna use them damn debit. I hate them debit cards. I ain't gonna use them debit cards. And I fought using debit cards for
For
years.
a
Okay,
long
for a
time.
long time. Then once I discovered that all the thing I have to do is present a little card. I don't have to write no checks. I don't have to keep up with no bills. One of the best things since sliced bread was a debit card, as far as I'm concerned. And it
Yeah.
just okay. I have to get into the program, I guess, because when you're old, you don't want to learn nothing new. But anyway, I said all that to say that yeah, everybody got Cash App these days. Okay, everybody got Cash App.
Hmm.
Donate whatever you can. Those kids that benefited from Reverend Powell programs, get on your phone, Cash App them some money. Put that Cash App thing back up there. And I think it's $ Cash App, $TFY. Is it Lavender?
Let me see. Let me see. Can you see
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Truth for Youth, 1993. Is
Yeah,
it? Is it
yeah. Truth for you.
19?
Yeah, that's when they created. They started in 1993. It's a $TFY 1993. $1, $10, $50, a
A
hundred
hundred
dollars,
dollars.
$1 million. Everybody get on their phone, go to Cash App, and donate some money to Reverend John Powell and the Truth for Youth organization. That's what you donate for, Truth for Youth organization. Okay? And if you got mama and them and papa and them that don't believe in Cash App, tell them pull out that checkbook. Okay? Write them a check. I bet you was in church. In church, you write out them checks. Or if you want cash, we're one of the few people who accept cash these days. It's hard to get cash to give people cash, Lavender. You know that?
Yeah. Yeah. Why do
We'll
you think
take it.
that is?
We'll take it because we're going to a cashless society, sugar. You know, it just nobody because they don't trust people with it. Okay, I tried to pay people some companies some money. They said no, we can't accept cash. I guess people run off with cash. I don't know, but we will accept cash. Okay, for Truth for Youth
Yes.
organization.
Yes.
See Reverend John Powell. You see the numbers down there. You can call them at 850-478-5313 or 850-393-0332. I want to repeat those numbers again, okay? 850. In fact, get your phone out, put this in your phone. You always need his number there, Reverend John Powell. 850-748-5313. Okay? If the phone busy there, try this number. 850-393-0332. I'm going to say it one more time before I move on. These are the phone numbers, okay? 850-748-5313 or 850-393-0332. And you can write them a check. We take money orders. We'll take cashier's check. We'll take anything that we can get. Okay, anything that we can get. And this is going. towards the building fund. Lavender, you used to be a big church lady, right? Remember the church? I know you probably a heathen by now, but
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Are you really going there?
but anyway, remember the day we always had building, so people in the church know about this stuff. I always had the building fund, right?
Yeah.
And so this is the same thing, building fund. They always say we had building funds. Why we have I always wonder why you got a building fund so we can raise enough money to burn the mortgage. You heard that old term? We got to
Yes,
burn the
yes.
mortgage. And I was
Burn the
thinking in my
mortgage.
mind, I was thinking in my head as a child. I said, now why in the hell they want to pay all that money just to burn the mortgage up? Why you want to burn the mortgage? Ain't you gonna need the mortgage to show
I
proof of it?
know.
But it was
It
symbolically speaking.
was. And
Uh,
speaking of the building, I heard just today, although Reverend Powell needs all these major renovations and the roof needs to be replaced and everything, the building was in horrible shape when he purchased it.
yeah,
So it's just been a struggle for him to raise funds to maintain. Reverend Powell is always having fundraisers. That's another thing people don't understand. Non-profit means exactly that, non-profit.
right,
Although there are some benefits to being a nonprofit organization, it takes a lot to get people to donate and believe in your cause. There are so many nonprofit organizations out there. There are millions of them out there, and everybody's asking for a penny. Everybody's doing donations. Everybody's, fundraisers. So you pick the one of your choice or give to a few. And you don't even have to be in the city. As I mentioned, I'm in Montgomery, Alabama. Vernon's in Pensacola, Florida, which is where the Truth for Youth building is, the organization operates out of. But anyone can give. Anyone can give. And again, if you give through the GoFundMe page, the artist, Deborah Shedrick, who created the image for the campaign, the fundraising campaign, you get a little token of appreciation from her. And she'll be on a little bit later to share with us about that. And the GoFundMe.com, it all goes to Truth for Youth. It
yeah,
all goes, if you donate to either the GoFundMe or truthforyouth.org, it
hmm
all goes to Truth for
for
Youth.
you,
Vernon's not getting a penny. I'm not getting a penny. It goes to save the building,
right,
which serves at risk youth and the community benefits.
right. Lavender, when you get an opportunity, add Reverend Powell's phone number to that scroll that we got scrolling across the bottom of the page there, so folks can see and get his phone number that want to call. Sometimes we have to call and make arrangements. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
Okay.
sometimes we have to put stuff on layaway. And so they might not have the money today, but Reverend Powell, when I get my check on Friday, I'll be down there to see you. So we don't want to miss those folks either. Uh, so we want to give him a number that they can
Right.
call that just don't have the money today. But if you do have the money, but I want more than that though. I want you to get on the phone and talk to people that you know, okay, and tell them to call and tell them to donate money. Go to the website and donate the money. And Lavender, another problem that we have. That's why I want you to put the phone number there, because
What?
old folks like you, uh, old folks like you sometimes don't want to have to go through the trouble of going to the website. You know what I'm saying? Getting on the computer and going
Oh,
to the website.
yeah.
We just want to get on the telephone and just call somebody and say that. And
Yeah.
sometimes it just irks me when people tell me, "Let's go to the website." Go to the website. I don't want to go. No, I lost. I ain't gonna call the name, but I was going to give some money to somebody, cash money, Lavender, for a cause, and I'm guilty of this, and I know because I'm guilty of it. Maybe some other. I hope I'm not the only special person in Pensacola. But I want to give the money. I said, here's some money. You can come and pick it up, or you tell me where to drop it. No, just go to the website, and then you go to this, and then you put it on the web. I ain't got time for all that crap. And they lost that donation, Lavender, because they're trying to send an old man like me to a website somewhere I didn't want to go, and I had the money. The only thing they had to
Yeah.
do was
Yeah.
was pick it up. Okay, all they had to do was pick it up. Okay, and so call Reverend Powell if you like. He'll be glad to come by and pick it up. Put a couple of spaces between them numbers in that website, if you don't mind, sugar. Cause I'm a stickler. Oh, I'm a stickler for stupid stuff. That's just me. But also go to
Stupid
www.
is or stupid does.
Stupid is stupid is. Go to www. GoFundMe.com. When they go to GoFundMe.com, Lavender, what should they find when they go
Truth for
there?
Youth. Just type in Truth for Youth and it'll come in. As a matter of
Okay.
fact, I'm going to put it in the
Why don't you go through it?
comments.
Can you screenshot of that to see how people just go, how easy it is to GoFundMe, go on that site? Can you do that from where you at?
I can try to figure it out. Now, why you want to put me out there like that? I don't know how to
I,
do stuff like that.
oh, I forgot you want to know. Is it GoFundMe.org or
Okay,
.com, Lavender?
it's
Is it?
.com. And if you're watching on my page, the
Mm-hmm.
link to GoFundMe is right at the top. All you got to do is click on the link. And thank you for those who have shared. God bless you. A share is like $1 million. A share. Thank you for sharing the live. That means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It is so appreciated. So yes, if you're watching, and Vernon, I can put it on yours also, the link for GoFundMe. I'll go to your Facebook page and make sure it's on there also.
Okay. I can go to the. I'm going to see if I can just go. Yeah, link it to my page too. Okay. Uh, It's called GoFundMe. Only thing I do is go say GoFundMe.com, right?
GoFundMe.com and put in the
Okay.
search Truth for Youth and it'll pop up. Truth for Youth.
Truth for
It'll
Use.
pop up. Yes.
GoFundMe. Okay.
And there's
Let me.
also a little video there on the GoFundMe page to find out a little bit about Truth for Youth and what they're doing. And
Okay.
gosh, they've been around since what, 1993, almost 30 years. And the struggle, the financial struggle is real for them. And, a lot of people ask, well, how they get into that position and why they need so much money. You know
Okay.
what? We're all a paycheck away from being homeless. Just give, just give
Okay.
something.
Lavenda,
Be yes.
help me out now because I want to show people how easy it is, but you got to show me how easy it is. I'm on the GoFundMe page, right?
Okay.
And I don't know where to go from here. It says start. Where do I go once I get to GoFundMe.com?
Okay. Look to the left of the page and you see a little micro. What do you call that thing? The search.
The search.
Yes. Click on the search. What is that? A micro? I can't think of what that is. The magnifying glass. Yeah. You see at the top on the
Okay,
left
yeah, I
hand
see the
corner?
magnifying glass. Yeah, I see the
Click on
magnifying
that and
glass.
type in Truth for Youth.
Okay, let me see if I can do it right here on the screen. Okay, and then click in Truth for You. Type in Truth for You, right?
Yes, Truth for Youth. And it should pop up.
Okay, let me see if I did it right. Okay, Truth for Youth.
And you see it, did it pop up for you?
Let me get this out. No, it didn't pop up for me.
Oh, Lord. That's because it's you.
I'm
It's
doing it
not that
again.
difficult, you all. Vernon is
Truth
challenged.
for You. Well, that's what I want. I want to make sure because we don't want to give people any reason not
He's
to truth for
special.
you. Okay, now I got it up. I'm used to saying that. Okay. Um, you see, I don't know. You are not able to see my screen, are you? You can't see me, but I'm on my screen, and you can type it up on your screen. But I see the Truth of Use, save the building, and what they can do. Uh, they can share. What when they say share, it says share and donate now. Explain that to us, Lavender.
If you click on share, you can share it to different platforms. It'll give you an option. You can share it via email. You can share the link On Facebook, it'll just give you different options of how you can share. So if you donate, you can share with a friend, a family member, a coworker. That Truth for Youth has a GoFundMe page and is asking for donations. And you click on donate, it'll take you through the steps to put in your credit card number.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. It makes a little sense now. So you can send this to your friends and family and everybody in the world, right?
Exactly.
And so they can do that. Okay, that's easy to do. Now on donate, on the donate part, and I click on donate, okay? And I'm gonna do that right now. I'm on stream. I'm doing this on stream.
Okay.
See how easy it is. And let me get some magic stuff out of the way. And then it pops up a page here on stream. Now all I do is type in $100.
The amount.
Right.
Thank you for your donation.
$100. Okay. Now if I type in $100, then when I click, and it says click continue, right?
Right.
Okay, I click continue, right? They say you want to do it by PayPal. I can't see anything that says PayPal or what. What? Can you? Because I'm looking at this little screen here. You know I can't have see.
Oh, shoot. Okay, let me see. Okay.
PayPal. Okay, I'm gonna pay it. I'm gonna do it by PayPal. I'm gonna click on PayPal and save $100 on PayPal. It done went away now. I don't know what I did. I guess PayPal went knocked on my bank's door. Want me trying to.
Do you have a PayPal? You have a PayPal account?
I do.
Okay. Do you have money in your PayPal account?
You gotta have money. Huh?
No, you can use a credit card if you have your bank linked.
No, yeah, you know you get money in PayPal account. I thought PayPal was like credit stuff anyhow.
Okay.
But anyway, hang on, I'm trying to do it over here.
So if you're watching, Vernon is trying to go through the steps for GoFundMe. He's trying to show you all how simple it is to donate via GoFundMe.
Okay. I know what it did. It's computers are smarter than what we are, Lavender. I clicked on PayPal, so it's smart enough. See, it gave me a black screen. It's smart enough not to share my personal information. Okay, but I can see it on the computer, but I can't see it. You can't see it. So that's what it is. So you can go GoFundMe, PayPal, whatever source that you want to use.
Right.
It's just
no excuses.
It's just that easy. But I'm glad that we went through the process, Lavender, because if anybody wanted to contribute, then I would have had to struggle with how to go to it. And you just explained it to me once I went to GoFundMe.com, and I wouldn't have known to click on that little spyglass if you trying to think a while ago, right?
Magnifying glass. It's funny how your brain would just not register sometimes. Is that what? No, that's not age. That's not age at all. That's not age.
What you think it is?
Your brain you had a brain fart.
You just old. Why don't you just admit it? I'm old. I admit it. I'm an old man and I forget stuff.
Okay, well, I'm aging. I'm not old. Just because you age. Okay, let's get back to the fundraiser. This is not Wednesday night. What day is this? This Saturday.
Let me tell you about that. You make a point. My dad got my brother straight one time. You know, I might have told you the story one time. My brother, he was in the Air Force and he came home one time. He looked at Daddy. He said, "You know, Daddy, you know what?" He said, "You know." Dad looked at him and said, "No, son, you got that wrong." He said, I'm already old. You getting old." so
I didn't get it. I didn't get that.
You didn't get it. That is because your brain won't allow you. Did Robin never get you? You ever seen Robin that thing? Cause I want Robin to come on here because she got a sense of humor.
I sent her the invite.
She got a sense of humor. She can know that. And you know what you know what? You know what she talking about? What date and time?
Bless her
I'm
heart. She's
traveling to
busy. She's busy, but I have Dr. Winborn coming on also, and Deborah Shedrick
yeah.
um, also. So again, let me put up. Truth for Youth has been in business since
93.
1993,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Reverend Powell, you don't have that video that you shared with me last night?
I, well, you can't see it. That's why I sent it to you. I can share it with my folks on my platform, but you're not
Mm.
gonna be able to see it on your platform. You know, remember I shared it. You know, you remember
Split screen, the split
no,
screen.
no, no, no. I shared this. I shared it with you last night, and you was able to play it. Remember
Right,
when I said, "Can I
right. So
share your
can we do that
screen?"
again?
How do I do? How do I share my screen? I don't have control over your platform here, but yes, we can
Oh,
do this. And we can.
we were on your platform. Okay,
Okay,
anyway.
hold on a minute.
Thank
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me share it. Let me see if I can find it right here.
and
Okay.
while you're finding it,
I found it now. You just play it.
okay. So will both platforms be able to see it?
I can put it on my yeah. Both platforms be able to see if you play it. As long as you play
Okay.
it, both platforms can see it. Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
I got it.
Okay. You got the audio. Yeah.
He's your typical working man, husband, and father to 3 grown sons.
But to thousands of other children, he's a father figure and an angel in our midst.
After talking with my wife, that I was complaining about how many problems kids was having, and there was very few fathers and young boys and girls were growing up. She said, well, stop complaining and do something.
In 1993, Reverend John Powell stopped complaining and did something. He started the Truth for Youth organization. Having worked 15 years for a residential facility for troubled youth, he knew the problems and was ready to tackle them.
That's the problem, young people. There's somebody missing from the family, and we need to fill in that gap.
Powell committed his life to being a consistent force in the lives of children all over Escambia County. He takes them on by the hundreds, even thousands. His community-wide rallies are famous, like this Christmas overnight lock-in where each of 2,000 children left with a gift. He sponsors events to celebrate milestones and talents and to encourage success. There have been trips to places these children would never have dreamed of going. He's constantly planning, thinking of ways to reach the children, like treating entire neighborhoods to free movies to promote family time. You'll find him making the rounds at area community centers, bringing a little extra to the programs.
He's a nice guy that give kids free cotton candy and stuff, or have moonwalks, what they can jump or stuff to play with.
Reverend Powell always has encouraging words and praise to lift the children beyond their current circumstances.
All kids are good. They've just been exposed to bad situations. Sometimes our area, our environment can dictate our behavior. But guess what? We can rise above it, and we can be somebody.
He wants his life and works to be an example. While he wears the title of Reverend, there's one thing these children won't hear.
And you never will observe me preaching to them.
I know a lot of the kids don't really get to see ministers outside of the church doing work, and he bring it into them. And he kind of mix it along with fun, and the kids don't see that in a lot of the preachers.
He is loving, he cares about children, he will never let us down.
Seeing the smiles on their faces and seeing the respect in their heart and the belief that this person is consistent, this person really believes in me, this person really is there for me. I'm just trying to do something to help somebody like Jesus did.
Angels in Our Midst, brought to you by Sacred Heart Children's Hospital.
To all these children, just stand up for a minute so I can just see. And let's keep it up. We've got some real talent here, and there's much more out there in the neighborhoods. So let's bring some more next year as well. But thanks, you've done a real good job.
To the Mistress of Order and to the sponsor of this great Masters and Mistresses of Music, Reverend Powell, Truth for Youth, and to to all the parents and greetings to the children. Indeed, as Councilwoman Jones has stated, you all have done an outstanding job. I just want to tell Councilwoman Jones something. I used to play drums. I just had to get that in.
If they would come forward, just stand along front here. Give them a big hand. Come on. Give them a big hand. You did a marvelous job today. Fantastic, fantastic. And parents, again, we're proud of you for bringing these wonderful children out. You did not send them to us, you brought them over here. And I'd like for us to give them a big hand. We send our children to many places, we need to come with them. And you did that today, thank you.
I want you to pay strict attention to your television set right now, and we're going to show you something that you probably never seen before. Hopefully, you'll see it again. Take a look at this.
All righty.
Pump it up, buddy. That's what it's all about. I remember my good old high school days and things. We had a good time.
Now, one innovative approach that you have tried has been to sponsor and to pay for on your own, as I understand, lock-ins where you invite children to come at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night and stay through Sunday morning at a specific location. How successful has it been, and how do the children respond?
They respond excellently. And correction on that, we used to do it on a Friday night at 10, and we get out on that Saturday morning about 6 o'clock. Excellent. Young people have had an opportunity to get praise, had an opportunity to play and have a good time. That's all they want to do, is have a good time and enjoy being a child.
Reverend Powell take care of 4,000 youngins. He didn't need us at all, did he?
No, sir. I tell you what, and that food smells so good.
Oh,
Chicken
yeah.
From churches and Popeyes.
Oh, he is definitely hands-on, and of course he's gotten so organized with this thing now, it just clicks on. I saw some good people down there. Dr. Bell was down there, and so he has every angle covered. For those that missed this year's lock-in and report card rally, next year is just around the corner, so make sure you get on the list. They can only put 4,000.
Human Relations Commission, City Council, County Commission, we get involved. We want our young people to know that they soon will be involved in the makings of our government. You're looking at the 1997 Civic Center lock-in. Over 4,000 children attended. It was a great event, outstanding endeavor by all of our young people. We want you to get involved with it. True for You is a non-profit organization founded to take care of our young people. Please, in your giving, make your checks, your tax-deductible checks donated to True for You. We like working with children. We need volunteers. We need them from every walk of life. And as you look at all the young people that came out to the Civic Center on December the 19th of 1997, had a great time that night. Not one fight took place. We're thankful for some of our contributors like the Waterfront Mission and some of our banks. Oh yeah, I sometimes stomp my foot and ramp a little bit to let them know that we really love them. It's all about caring. It's all about caring. We care about them. Volunteers are highly sought with this mission. We need someone to help. Somebody to help somebody to help somebody like Jesus did. Belmont building that we purchased was purchased in June of 2010. We purchased it formerly known as the Window Factory, and before that it was known as the Smith Bakery. We purchased this building with the sole intent in mind that we would change this facility to a learning center and empower the community, those nonprofits, to come out and get involved. If they couldn't afford a building, at least they could afford office space. We wanted to transform the building into a big conference room and support the many endeavors that Pensacola has to offer. The location is fantastic because it's located in the historical Belmont and the Villa area. It is 43,000 square feet of building that we're excited about. The problem that we face with the roof, it leaks quite severely. The cost for the roof repairs are estimated to run somewhere close to $150,000, providing if we get the support from the community, and which we believe we will, that damage could drop tremendously to well under $150,000. We've been blessed with contractors coming in and overseeing and observing the situation and knowing where we have the severe leaks and where the leaks have been minimized. The ministry that the Lord has given me, far beyond me, long after Truth for Youth, it continued to flourish in this community, and I'm gone. I wanted to be known that it's not about me. It's always been about the youth of our community. I am my brother's keeper. It is important that all of us become true humanitarians. Jesus was a true humanitarian. He loved everybody. He loved all people. So if you can remember one thing that I said today, Truth for Youth is in need of your support. We're in need of your commitment to the love of people and the love of Jesus Christ.
How can you not want to give? How can you not want to give? If you are watching with us, we just ask you to go to the GoFundMe page or the truthforyouth.org page and 5, 10, 15, 20, 100, 1,000, 2,000, whatever you can give, and help Reverend Powell and his passion. Who does that? 4,000 children? I was tired just looking at it.
That's because you're in LA. That's because you're in LA.
And you know what? When you have a passion, one thing I had to learn, when you have a passion, you can't expect other people to believe in that passion or want to support. That's your passion.
Right.
That's your passion. But that's why I say, even if you share a post, you see a business, a friend that has a business on Facebook, what harm is it to share their post? What harm is it to give a donation to an organization? What is it taking from you to give a little bit of support? And I remember Zig Ziglar, I love motivator, inspirational speaker, Zig Ziglar. If you help enough people get where they want to go, you'll get where you want to go. Right. So you've told me before, Vernon, hey, whether they reach their goal or not, you're doing your part. You're just doing your part to help. And that's all any of us can do. Go to the GoFundMe page, go to truthforyouth.org, donate. If you donate through GoFundMe, you do get a token of appreciation from the artist who created the fundraiser image for Truth for Youth, and you'll be seeing that image a lot more. We just thank you in advance for your donation, and please share. If you're watching, please share this. We will be here till 10 o'clock tonight. I have to put up with Vernon till 10 o'clock tonight. We will be here live. So please share, comment, any questions that you have, donate to Truth for Youth. Help us save the building that saves at-risk children, serving at-risk children, and the entire community benefits. He is asking for your help, your support. If you have nothing to give, I heard a pastor say the other day, sometimes your pocket wants to give. No, your heart wants to give, but your pockets are unable. If you aren't able to give anything, share it with someone who might be able to give
it, right?
Yes, share the link, share the GoFundMe link, share this this live on your Facebook page. We would appreciate it.
I just refuse to accept the fact that somebody are unable to give it. If they don't give it $1, we throw away a lot of money, Lavender. We throw away a lot of money, but just to just to tell you this, I did. Robin said she'll be on in 10 minutes, so you look out
She's
for her
backstage. She's
backstage right now.
backstage.
Okay, when you can
Hey.
let her in whenever you get ready. But listen, I want to go back to what you said earlier about people dream, and I know what people thinking sometimes that's Rem Powell dream. No, it's not Rem Powell dream. He just a man. He's just like Dr. King in his dream.
A vessel.
He's the vessel for this dream. It's ought to be a community dream, if you will. I can remember when they get the not the flavor. What's the name of that building down there that they built that they restorated that were built in 1929. Robin can help me with that.
I'm bringing Robin on because I can't
bring
help you
Robin
with
on.
that.
The Della.
Hello,
What's the name?
Robin.
Hey,
Hello,
Robin, sugar.
Lavender. Hello,
Robin.
hello,
Robin.
Lavender. I'm not gonna speak to anybody else till I hear that magic word.
Okay. Hey, sugar.
Yes.
You know
Hi,
why he uses that word sugar, don't you, Robin?
Yeah, I
I
do.
can't remember
They
names.
call all those women are sweet. That's why I use.
Can't
Look
remember
at her.
names.
Let's look
Listen,
at her.
he can call me Sugar Dinosaur. I don't care as long as he puts sugar in front of it. He can call me Sugar Collard Greens. I don't, I love me some Miss Mary, and I don't care what long as he puts sugar in front of it. You could say sugar pooper scooper, and I would go, yes, Vernon, yes. Like the Lord Richard, Denzel, and Sugar. I'm in. I'm in.
I hope
Yes.
they're doing that order. I hope it's sugar first. Okay. Hey, Robin, help me remember the name of the house that we retro down on C Street, Mrs.
The Ella Jordan home.
Where's Ella Jordan house? Right, Ella
Yeah.
Jordan house. I just wanted to make a point about that to Lavender since she's a non-Pensacolan. But anyhow, she's been here. But anyway, Lavender, I remember when they wanted to restore the Ella Jordan house, and you had all the naysayers about because that was somebody else's dream. All is too bad a condition. You can't do this. You can't do that, and you won't do this. But it came to pass because people were determined to do that. And like I said, the dream. I can remember when I wanted to back in 1988, Lavender. Here's a little black man talking about getting a TV station. And I have heard, and if I had listened to all the people saying you can't do that, it'll never happen. 30 years later, I did it in 1992. I'm still here 30 years later. I'm still here. Okay.
And you did it out of your garage. You started your radio station in your garage, your basement or garage.
You know he ain't no basement in Pensacola. Come on.
It's a few basements. We got some hills.
You got some hills there? Okay, well I'm not privileged. I'm not privileged to live in those kind of communities. I don't live on a shiny house on the hill. I'm down in the valley. But at any rate, going back to what Lavender was saying about somebody's dream, that was my dream, and nobody shared my dream but me. And but I want people to start sharing other people's dreams. If nobody shared Dr. King's dream, what would we be? Okay, that's all I'm saying. Is that I know people. I've heard all the arguments about you look at an old building, it's ragged and it's falling in and and it's gonna take too much money. All the naysayers. There is no such thing. And I had a teacher that said that there's no such thing as ain't. They don't say they can't do it. It's can't and ain't. There's no words, and they were right. So come on, we can do this as a community. Robin, I want you to come on because number one, I know you are one of the Pensacola local historian, and even though you're not even originally from here, but you're not from here, are you?
I'm originally from Arkansas. Yeah.
Okay, you from Arkansas. Okay.
Hey! That's a city in Kansas. I'm from the great state.
You from the
Thank you.
Kansas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Somebody from Burnt Corn saying something. Somebody from Burnt Corn. What's a burnt corn?
I've been there and have met Vernon's sister because I said I'm from Pensacola. And she said, "You know my brother." I'm like, everybody knows your brother, right?
You've been to Burnt Corn?
I've been to Burnt Corn at the invitation. Lloyd and I went up at the invitation of Reverend H.K. Matthews and
Really?
worshiped at that church. That's right. That's right.
Very good. That's my church.
Yes.
But don't get me started talking about church days. Lord
Please
have
don't.
mercy. Don't get me started talking about that church. I got a lot of ass whooping in that church
Uh-oh,
for being bad. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. But what I wanted to do, that to give people a sense of history about the Belmont and the Villa area. And I know you did a lot of work in that, on the researching that history. And I want to share that history with people, and just how important it is for us to maintain that tract or that block of property there, just so that we can have something again that we call out. Because we used to own everything down there. I don't think we losing everything down there now. But can you share with us the history of the Belmont and the Villa area?
Yeah, so I'll give you sort of and thank you for having me on. This is an honor. I love me some Lavender Williams, and for her, putting the words together and helping others put words together, and that's so important, especially as we tell stories, is how to manifest either that legacy or the future in word. And you do it visually, Vernon, and both of those are so important. And so, just to kind of stick a fork in what y'all are talking about, often the physical spaces, those buildings, the houses, are the only legacies of history. Sometimes they are some of the only physical lasting legacies of history that we have, like the Ella Jordan House. And the Ella Jordan House, and the work that Beverlyn Baines, who we just lost, the retired teacher who we just lost, that's when I first heard about the Ella Jordan House, and then the legacy that Mother Witt and the Blackmans and all of those great volunteers did to continue that legacy and rebuild it and improve it, as you talk about. Sometimes those are the only pinpoints, if you will, of history that people will see and know. Those are physical memories of that we existed. And that's what the Belmont Cultural Center, the Belmont building that Reverend Powell has acquired, is doing in that neighborhood. And what that neighborhood did for people specifically who look like us was provide them with a place to live and work and make their way, be entertained, be healed, to exist. The Declaration of Independence, the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah.
Belmont DeVille, starting in the 1800s, and possibly before that, we're still doing the research. We've just really gotten to a drop in the bucket. Provided that sort of place, and it was this dense place where Black folks could congregate to make their way in Pensacola. And for a long time, for well over what we've seen over 100 years, the businesses and things that have been there since the mid to late 1800s. And we've seen people associate themselves to, even when laws and customs dictated otherwise, we've seen folks congregate themselves, associate themselves through banks, through real estate associations, through, I'm tracing, you'll appreciate this, I'm tracing an early entertainment company, a theater that was there as early as 1905. We had Black beaches that formed themselves out of men who were meeting there. We had early financial institutions, insurance companies, medical and dental facilities that were there. And of course, most people know the modern sort of music history that was built on there in the modern time in the 60s and 70s, but it even started before then with Paul Weier, and then the entertainment. What I'm tracing now are the Benbows, Benbow, not kin to the Benbow Funeral Home, line, but another it was a Benbow Theater Company that was associated with Cab Calloway, with the Mills Brothers, with Ethel Smith, and so these are Mamie Smith, and so it's Belmont de Villiers was that sort of place that loved you as you were and wanted you to come up. So what Reverend Powell is doing, in my mind, is not only building on that legacy, but continuing that legacy for the next, 4 to 5 generations, shoring up that building that was there, we think at least around 1916, and then shoring up that building. And there were the first known, so most people know that as the Smith Bakery Company. There was, as early as we could tell, the first baker on that spot was an African American brother named Robert Bennett. He went by R.H. Bennett, and he had Bennett's Bakery in and around the neighborhood. And then he moved to Belmont Street, where Reverend Powell's property is, and he would advertise 4-cent rolls. We have early advertisements from like the 1911 where he had like 4-cent rolls and things like that. At some point, it was Our outfit called Our Bakery, O-U-R Bakery, and then it was Reed's Bakery who built and expanded the building, and then Smith Bakery came in, and I'll get the names. I'm traveling and I don't have the names in my head right now, but Smith Bakery, and Smith was a white gentleman out of Mobile who had worked in Pensacola, and said someday he wanted to own a bakery in Pensacola. And when Reed was having some financial issues, he ended up buying the building and the property from Reed, not Joe Reed, Joseph Reed. I think that was his name. And so, and Joseph Reed was white, but Robert Bennett started that. From the research that I've done, Robert Bennett started that at least as early as 1900. So it is this long legacy of entrepreneurship, of creativity, of serving the community, of trying to make your way, of being this going concern that Reverend Powell, the Powell family, and Truth for Youth, and all those great volunteers are building on. So Belmont de Villiers, it was this place that just has a spirit that welcomed you and loved you, even through turbulent times. So whether it was when people were fighting for civil rights and voting opportunities back in the 1920s, to the response after Martin Luther King died, and they had some Molotov cocktails thrown at businesses there in Belmont de Villiers, to the brothers. Mamie Hickson loves to say this, when the brothers would be leaning on the light post, just doing nothing and looking good down there. It's that sort of history, and of course, this amazing music history that, like I talked about, Paul Wire, the Wire Cornet Band. We have the Wire Park named for part of that family. So many amazing things that have happened down in Belmont de Villiers that makes that history and those physical artifacts worth keeping.
Absolutely. And I think it's so important that we retain this block of property. It's a whole block, and it's continue. Go ahead and finish what you're saying.
No, I was just going to say it's so he shares the block with Talbot Chapel, another historic landmark there. Yeah, he shares that block with Talbot Chapel.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as I look around that area, Robin, and I'm beginning to see that we are owning less and less of that property there, and the property is appreciating in value day by day. And I think that it'll be as my grandmama used to say, it'll be a crying and a shame for us to not keep that property, because this is historical Black community. This is where the what I call Pensacola's Black Wall Street is. This is the center of commerce. We had all of the businesses down there in that kind of concentrated in that area. Doctors, lawyers, radio stations, clubs, everything. Churches, funeral homes, you name it. The center of Black life was there on Belmont and DeVilla. And as I look around, it's beginning to disappear. And I hope by the grace of God and by the grace of the community and their goodwill that we can hang on to this piece of property and make it something that's ours. Okay, make it something that's ours.
Let me say a couple of things. One, we do see what I call new stories coming, and so. And there has to be so a word that's been coming up, especially in the last 10 years, associated with Belmont DeVillas is gentrification. This idea where you either forcibly or highly encourage or do some things. I'm not sure the best word I'm trying to say there, but you do some business and economic and civic things that drive people out to decrease the value in the area. So then there's another class of people who are coming in buying up, and then the market turns, and you get a what is considered a higher socioeconomic class of people, so that the tax base increases, and then they start putting more services and things like that there. That's a horrible definition of what gentrification is, but that's generally you're replacing one socioeconomic class of people with another socioeconomic class of people. And oftentimes it is race based, although not always. Oftentimes it's race based, and often it is helped by government entities to do that. And we see that, unfortunately, a lot of times in eminent domain, where you see people who are being forced off of their land and real estate in order to make way for some greater good. And I'm putting greater good in quotes. But so let me say this, that what concerns me about Belmont DeVillas, and listen, I'm Lloyd and I are really new to Belmont DeVillas in the course of this long history. We've been there since 2009. I mean, I've certainly visited Belmont DeVillas, and that's where I got that's where I had my first cup of gumbo, was at the Dwarf, when it was right there on the side of Miss Gussie's record shop. That's where they were the yellow building right there, the Dwarf Chicken. I had my first cup of gumbo there. And
you didn't have any cruise chef wings?
I don't remember no. So I went back and had it, but I had the very first time. It was 2:00 in the morning. I was on a break from the base, and so people were lined up, and I'm saying, what are y'all doing? They said, we're waiting for chicken. I said, well, I'm hungry, So I had my first cup of gumbo. I think I probably had a chicken sandwich, and I do remember it was with some light bread.
Light bread.
But huh?
No. Lavenda, she knows what she's talking about. She's a country girl. Tell her again, what kind of bread?
We called it light bread.
Yeah, I just hadn't heard it in so long. I know exactly what it is. Light bread.
Light bread. Light bread is like being light skinned.
That's it.
Bright.
That's it.
No, it wasn't. Not bright, light skinned. You bright.
Bright. No, we called it light skinned. We had
or just yellow.
but so that's where I had my first cup. But what concerns me as we as new neighbors come in, and and I mean business neighbors and residential neighbors, and we have business down there and residents down there. What concerns me is the economic gentrification is almost a force of business development, oftentimes, right? So it is forced, and it happens. Sometimes it's not as blatant as what's going on, but it happens. What concerns me more is the social gentrification. When you think that because of my beautiful skin color, or what you perceive to be my economic situation, or my dialect, or the curl of my hair, that I do not deserve or belong to a particular area. So, new houses are going up, new houses are being refurbished, and all of a sudden, the fact that I'm sitting on this bench and having a conversation with myself is no longer cool. So you want me to conform to your culture instead of retaining and celebrating my own. So that social gentrification is a concern to me, more so than economic gentrification, or just as much. I wouldn't say more so, excuse me, just as much as economic gentrification. And what Reverend Powell is doing, and Eddie Todd has been, his partner in helping him lead and guide this. What Reverend Powell is doing is living up to what the residents said that they wanted there some almost 20 years ago now. So sometime before 2003, the Belmont DeVillers residents and business owners and other interested parties got together and came up with, along with the city of Pensacola, came up with a redevelopment plan to say, this is what we want this neighborhood to look like. And so he's following the plan that was laid out. So he's made this significant investment and is following the plan to make him lay out. Back to that social gentrification, what we cannot allow to happen is for people to come in and say, all of a sudden, now that you're seeing this increase in buildings and housing prices and value, is you cannot allow for, because you don't like the way someone looks or something like that, we can't allow for that to be taken away. Because buildings like that are the fabric of a community. And just like the Ella Jordan House, when you allow things to be, those physical things to be taken away, then you are erasing that visual history. And Reverend Powell always says, image breeds inspiration. And we have to see these things before us. Think of how powerful it is to see. I mean, this is amazing. I'm here with a publisher, a book publisher and magazine publisher, and a media company, a media mogul. That is powerful for a young person or anyone who is looking to do business to see. So that image breeds inspiration. That is so important, to see. What you will see, you will be. And so if you don't see people who look like you, who own things or who are managing things or running things or investing in things or trying to change things or keep things, when you don't see that, you don't have that inspiration. You could end up thinking it doesn't happen, or it's not important, or my story is not valuable. And that's a huge detriment.
And that's just like when people make it, they leave their city. So then you don't have that visualization of that person. They make it, they're successful, and they move out of the city. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a think of those houses that were, built in the early 1900s. We were fortunate to gain ownership of a house. We had some property, and we were fortunate to gain ownership of a house through the community. Reverend Powell and others, led by Christian Wagner, who's an environmentalist, a white brother, who said, we are tired of our physical history being decimated. And they strove to save this house that we've now put on the property and kept in Belmont DeVillers. And the Ella Jordan House and the Chappie James House are two houses that are held up for us as inspiring and as models of what you can do when you save a piece of property and then people come together. And even though Reverend Powell's property is way bigger than the three of our properties, the Ella Jordan House and the Chappie James and what's yet to be the Ezra Gary House, which will be the history of Belmont DeVillers. It's the same concept, that you have to save these physical spaces, and you can have what architects call adaptive reuse in these. So what Reverend Powell is doing, he is trying to adaptively reuse this building, the footprint of the building, the walls, all of the bricks, the physical assets of the building, and turn it into the Belmont Cultural Center. So it's coming from a bakery to a cultural center. So this sort of adaptive reuse without tearing down everything and starting over. Because honestly, it would probably be cheaper to tear it down and start over. but that's not the spirit of what the blocks is about.
Right.
That's not what this historical neighborhood is about. If you decimate a whole area like Rosewood, right? So we saw that. If you decimate a whole area, then you put up another house. Yeah, you have new stories, but you don't have that physical history. You don't have that inspiration, that imagery that's going to breathe that inspiration.
That is so true. And thank you for sharing all of that, because I want people in Pensacola to understand the history of the Belmont and DeVille area and how important it is for us to retain that piece of property. And that's why I want
Was the
people to
bakery
donate.
black owned? Vernon, do you all know, was the bakery black owned?
The first bakery that was on that property, as early as I can tell, was the Bennett's Bakery, which was black owned.
Yeah.
I think it was at 426. Don't hold me to that, but it was definitely on that side of the street. But I believe it was like 426. Robert Bennett and his I think I saw where he had two wives at two different times, not at the same time. But
Stop it.
It's Saturday night, honey. It's Saturday night. So Robert Bennett lived like on DeVillers, and then he moved at Belmont. I think then he moved out of the neighborhood. But he came from New Orleans. He came from Louisiana, and so he bought this. He loved talking about this New Orleans style, the beignets, and I'm not sure that he called them beignets, but he described them as beignet like. And the yeast rolls and things like that. It was absolutely amazing. So yeah, that first, one of the earliest bakeries, I saw two, and is definitely one of the earliest ones, both of them African American, but Robert Bennett was definitely African American.
So the history is still there. We're still talking about it, but the physical bakery is not there.
That's right. It was replaced by the building that we see today, and I believe it would have been either a house or some smaller building. I don't have the footprint of it right now, but I believe it was something like that.
Okay.
So
you're a wealth of knowledge, Robin. You're a wealth of knowledge.
Do you know when? I know the original, the Wonder Factory. Do you know the history of when the actual bakery itself, Smith Bakery, took it over? Do you have any idea when that happened?
I think it was around 1923. My best recollection is around 1923 that Reed's was there sometime around 1916, and so for a few years, and he had been downtown. Matter of fact, Bennett had a bakery downtown, downtown near on Palafox Street or near Palafox Street. But then he moved it there. In the paper, it talked about this new warehouse and renovating this warehouse. So around 1916, and then Smith Bakery was around 1923.
Okay.
But Reed actually built the building. I think his name was Joseph Reed. He actually built the building.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Well, I can actually. I'm not an original. I'm a burnt corner, not a Pensacolian, and so. But I came here in 1972, and that's when it was booming at that time for at least for the entertainment part of it. And we go down to the 506. And down in 506, obviously, people that don't know about the 506, that was really the center part where all the stars came in. And I've seen the many stars. James Brown, you can think of many of them. I've seen down at the 506. But I was telling Lavender, the bakery was going strong then because you can get the aroma of that bread cooking as you come out of the club and so forth. And I think it kind of helped Khrushchev in their chicken business, because you get, like I was telling everybody, you come out there with a little oil in you, you get hungry, and you stand in that, just like you were when you came to that. You stand in that line waiting on your chicken. Now, I want to tell on Khrushchev now, okay? I don't know how he made any money, because every pretty girl came there, he just give them chicken. And everybody, all the men had to pay for that chicken, so but we tricked him though. We get a little pretty girl on our arms and have her to order the chicken, and he kind of give her the chicken, and then we walk up and eat it.
The things you do for love of chicken, huh?
Love of chicken. You got that right. That poor old bird.
That's a the dwarf is the oldest, excuse me, the dwarf, I don't want to say the oldest. The dwarf has only been owned by two people.
Uh-huh.
Vera Rancifer, who is Khrushchev's mother, and she's in her 90s now, still living. And
Right.
then her niece, who is Niecy Lutley Jones, who then took the restaurant. She had moved it out for a minute over to just right there in Massachusetts in Hollywood,
Hollywood, yeah.
and then moved it back, and
Right.
so they have been there for I think they're probably creeping up on 60 years here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And that familial legacy is so important. So and even it's just as cool to have a woman, to see those women doing that.
Mhm.
That is
Yes. Yes.
certainly powerful to see those women, two women. Think about that, two women for almost 60 years. And then the other legacy, of course, there is Blue
Blue
Dot, who
Dot, yeah.
started. Yeah. We're still trying to find the original date, but it looks like it started at least as early as 1948.
Yes, that's the date. 48 or 49 is the recollection of the date. Maybe we should get Byron on here to turn up the, because he's the inheritance of the Blue Dot, but
That's
it
right.
has a long history.
He's the great nephew. That's right. That's
Mm-hmm.
right. And so Blue Robinson and his wife Dorothy Robinson, and that's where the name comes from, Blue Dot.
Right.
They were started it elsewhere, I believe on the east side, and then it wasn't there very long. And then they came in and moved it to the corner of Belmont and Wright Street. And we have a great picture of that building. And then Robert Atkins, you know, Robert Atkins actually drew a picture of that. So we have some great articles of that. And then when Mr. Robinson passed, then his nephew Thomas Long took it over. He had been working for the city, and so he took a leave of absence and took over because he did not want to see it die. And so he took it over, and then Byron was working right along with him in the restaurant. So to have those three generations right there, and then this past summer, Byron's children were working in there too. I guess
really?
maybe a little interning.
Wow.
His son and daughter.
Wow.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, legacy, passing on legacy, passing it on, the business on to the next generation, and so forth. That's just amazing to me.
It's a lot of businesses in Belmont Village. You talked about the funeral homes, the Benbow Funeral Home from 1937, the Joe Morris Funeral Home from 1913, and incidentally, exactly where Reverend Powell was at some point. There was a Morris Brothers department store was right there. Morris Brothers clothing store. They had a piece right there at Belmont that was right there on Reverend Powell's property as well.
Yeah,
so
that was a doctor. That was a doctor's office and a dentist's office down there. I knew the dentist, Doctor. What was his name? I can't call his name, but
we had a few dentists on DeViller Street. We had Dr. Spence and Dr. Spencer. We also had one of the earliest dentists was Dr. S.W. Jefferson, Samuel Jefferson, who was the son-in-law of John Sunday. We had Dr. Edward Sunday. We had two Sundays down there, and I think there were 3 or 4 medical doctors in the Sunday family, and they were where the WBOP was. So you had
Five Sisters is right now.
Say that again.
What you talking about? WBOP? What Five Sisters is right now?
That's right. On top. Yes,
that's
right. At some point, Dr. Jefferson had his office upstairs. Dr. Jefferson and John Sunday actually bought that building from his son-in-law and daughter-in-law and daughter Cecilia Sunday Jefferson and son-in-law. And then where Michael Allen's then property is, right there at the old Bunny
Bunny
Club.
Club, yeah.
Hmm. And so upstairs were doctors up there as well. And then we had what we know is the first, what we think is the first African American owned hospital, which was the Viola Edwards Hospital, which was on DeViller Street. And we had Dr. Moon, Dr. Sunday, Dr.
Okay, Robin.
What
She
is
is naming these
listen,
names.
listen, I'm saying you gotta keep, what's the cop? Dr. Cobb, Dr. Sunday, Dr. Moon, Dr. Aarons. We had, she had two nurses working for her. Oh, these are all African American folk there. So as
Right.
early as 1922. So yeah, pharmacist, Jones Pharmacy, Dr.
Right.
Polkenhorn's
Dr. Jones
pharmacy.
is what I was thinking about. Yeah, Dr. Jones.
Okay.
I knew Dr. Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell you
Wow.
a little bit. I'm gonna weave a little thread there back to Arkansas. So Dr. Jones' sister was Dr. Jocelyn Elders, Dr. Jocelyn Jones Elders, who was the first African American female Surgeon General. That was
Right.
his sister.
Wow.
Yeah, she's from
Wow.
Arkansas. She's from Arkansas. As Dr. Jones was.
All right, Arkansas.
All right. I
All
guess I'm
right.
gonna have to send out the shout to Jerry McIntyre. You know Jerry from Arkansas.
That's my
He's an
homeboy.
Arkansas
Don't
boy.
play.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
homeboy.
Yeah.
That's and
Yeah.
Carol's an honorary homegirl. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
No, she's a Chicago. Well, actually, she's a Chicago one. I think no, she actually was born in Pensacola. I think she just migrated to Chicago.
Okay.
As Jerry migrated, and how they get together, and then they finally got the good sense to migrate back.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah,
Hawk probably chased them out of there.
we call her honorary homegirl. That's
That's
right.
sweet. That's
Jerry is
sweet.
from the same hometown as William Warfield, the great singer of Porgy.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yep. From Arkansas. We got some people. Maya Angelou. What? Don't play with me now. Steals
All right.
Arkansas.
All right.
Those coins,
Wow.
get those coins and take them over to Reverend Powell. Get the Maya Angelou coins and take them over to
Yes,
Reverend Powell.
I know. Robin, before we let you go, you're naming names, but for those who may be watching who are not from Pensacola and don't know you, I don't know if we properly introduced you. Introduce yourself and what gives you the passion to be the historian that you are.
So I'll answer that second part first, if you don't mind. Is I grew up hearing stories about our family, about the on both sides. My dad's mother's side, my dad's side, my mother's side, mother's dad's side, and mother's side, and all of these generations back. So I grew up in the country in Arkansas, and so it's either hee haw or listen to these stories, right?
She said hee haw.
You chose hee haw.
Hee haw. And sometimes I chose hee haw. But we grew up listening to these stories, when you have people who visit and you have these elders in your family and they sit around and tell these stories, and I'm going, I can't believe they're telling these stories again, because I'm thinking they're making a lot of them up. And so, come to find out they're true, and we have this amazing history, and we have this in each one of our families.
Right.
It's not just mine. It's in burnt
Every
corn.
family.
It's in every family. And so, but unfortunately, the narrative for the African American story has been sort of twisted, right? We don't want you to think that you have this amazing value. It's been twisted. So I grew up hearing these stories and seeing great people like Maya Angelou, Daisy Bates, William Warfield, who were right there. Benjamin Hooks, he's not from Arkansas, but was a friend of my dad's. Right there, and hearing and seeing these people, this living history. And so,
Wow.
so my background is in education. It's in community economic development, and so I love to tell these stories. I love to do the research on these stories. I say, as Vernon said, I'm a local historian. I don't have a history degree, but I have a love of history that I think that gets me through stories. My mother was a teacher, so I love reading. And so we do the work now, Lloyd and I do the work now through the Kukua Institute, which is a nonprofit founded in Belmont de Villiers and based right there. And the idea is to discover, share, celebrate, and grow stories in art, history, science, and technology about African Americans. And we do that based on the stories right in Belmont de Villiers. So you can come to our institute and you can see Belmont de Villiers back in the early 1900s, 1910s through virtual reality. We have humanoid robots,
Wow.
insect robots, teach students how to program these stories, and they see this living history
Wow.
right there. And then you're able to go and to see these physical spaces. And we have Reverend Powell and others in the neighborhood. But Reverend Powell is fantastic in talking to these young students and sharing that if he can do it, they can do it. And
Right. Right.
that is the importance. So that gives me great hope and the passion just in hearing these stories and being able to see. I'm gonna tell you, I was tickled pink when I found out that this is a place where Vernon Watson grew up. It was that just it's a connection to the land. It furthers the person's identity. I love Vernon Watson not just because he calls me sugar, but it's amazing when you can see where somebody who now has his media company, where they came from. That is
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
to make
Robin,
those connections.
I want to get back to what you said earlier about somebody is a historian in every family. I guess I'm the historian for our family. But the important thing about it, and the amazing thing about it, is that because black people didn't have the luxury of putting everything in writing, but they had the perspective enough to pass down the story through oral history, and they got passed down and passed. And I just wondered how much had been missed, that the story that didn't get told.
Yeah.
So, but we tell the story and we pass it down, and now we are able to, thanks to folks like Lavender that has a publishing company, now we're able to put things in writing that we know it would get passed on from century to century to century, but nothing falls short of that oral history that we was able to. And I guess a lot of that comes back from Africa and the griot and that kind of stuff, and it's just amazing how that works. And we got a show on WBQP on Tuesday night talk about your history. We call it our heritage. We talk about family history, and you'll be surprised how much you learn about your folks and who you're related to, who you're not related to, stuff like that in old history, and a lot of the stories that come out of that those people that you don't know, and that you look at the genealogy and you say, who is that? You start talking to them, and you be absolutely surprised the story comes out of that. But bringing back to the point of, that's why it's important, I think, that we all should donate to save this building. And I want y'all to mark this. I think what we ought to do, just like Jerry, what Jerry used to do, Jerry and the kids, he had a telethon every year. I'm committing this television station to an annual telethon to raise money in support of Truth of Youth and his effort to get that building. Not this is our first run at it, but if we have to have a 24-hour telethon like Jerry Lewis did, so be it. Because he raised a lot of money for a good cause, and we want to raise a lot of money for a good cause. So I'm committing myself today that we're going to start going forward. We're going to have a telethon every year to help raise money for the Belmont and DeVilla Cultural Center.
Yeah, the importance of what he is doing in the what I call that adaptive reuse, or what architects call adaptive reuse, and restoring that building is providing a place so that the arts can be reinvigorated down there. So think about that, of having a multi-thousand cultural center, a place where nonprofits can be housed, a place where entertainment can happen. This history that begins to recreate itself. So I talked about the the Benbow Theater. And so what I do is, I dig into a lot of records. But there is nothing that replaces that oral history that you talked about. And we've had records records exist. Now we may have done a good job with oral history in this story among the African American community, but on the continent of Africa, we have written history. It again is just uncovering it, understanding the language, and then uncovering it and sharing it. And so these stories exist in writing here, but nothing, like you said, replaces that oral history. So I'm looking at this. I'll tell this quick quip. I'm looking at the Benbow Theater, and I think I found a connection. And based on then, I see a friend of mine's name in one of the obituaries listed as a niece or a great niece. And so I said, "Oh, well, let me give her a call." And I give her a call, and I say, "Hey, I think there may be a connection." With your mother, and to see, this may be a family connection. Now, this is back from 19 I was looking at 1909, but it actually went back to, at least I'm finding, 1903 when they started this theater in Pensacola. So I'm talking to her mother, who is 95 years old, and she says, "Robin,
Wow.
I don't know anything about this. And, yes, these are my parents, but he didn't talk." And so I mentioned this thing in Montgomery that happened in Montgomery. She says, "Well, now that you say that," she said, "I remember when I was little, an uncle coming, and he was involved in vaudeville theater." What? It blew my mind. And this was her
Wow.
uncle who started
Wow.
this theater company. She had
Wow.
no idea. The only picture she has, the earliest picture she has as a child, 1 years old, her father told her that he took this picture. Her uncle took this picture.
Mm.
So that oral history was the glue to cement. So yeah, I have these things in black and white, but that her oral history and her remembrance, and this just happened last week, was the glue to really hold this story together and cement this story together. And I'll share it with you, Vernon, so that, after I have a commitment to share it with the company in Louisiana. We're talking about this media and entertainment, and they asked me to do this piece, but I'll share it with you. And it just opened my eyes, and I think, holy cow, we have all of these theaters, but to see these people, and this guy had four companies. And then he was a producer and entertainer. And he had four theatrical companies, and one of them, the Benbow Theater, started right in Pensacola. His first company started right in Pensacola, and they came to Pensacola from Montgomery because they were furniture makers. And so they came, and one brother followed the other, and he started his company right in Pensacola. He was an actor before that, but they say, "You're an actor. Okay, what restaurant do you work at?" So he had his job, right? And so he followed, one brother followed the other to Pensacola. And so and this guy and his wife started this theatrical company, and it was here for a number of years, and until he died in 1950. And when he died in 1950, his obituary mentions, all of these amazing entertainment. He went to South America, he went to Central America with this company, and we have the receipts to prove it. So we have the
Wow.
international travel documents to prove it. So our history is so rich, so
Wow.
very rich. Yeah, that's why this building is so important, to be the standing testament to our history.
Okay.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you. And if you all have been listening, you hear the importance of saving the building, saving the Truth for Youth building in this historical district of Pensacola. And we thank you, Robin. Thank you so much. And hopefully, something that she said will give you some incentive, a desire to give. We're going to put the truthforyouth.org. You can give to truthforyouth.org, or you can go to the GoFundMe.com. They both go to Truth for Youth. You can also call Reverend Powell, the founder of Truth for Youth, 850-393-0332, or go to the website, truthforyouth.org, and donate 5, 10, 50, 50,000, whatever you can give, it is appreciated. We're just doing our part to save the history. And we thank you. Thank you so much for your time at the last minute, Robin. But we both thought of you at the same time. It's like, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Get her on
You,
here.
well, listen, you are welcome. I'm so glad to do it. I was trying to see if I had a quick picture on this. Like I said, we're traveling. I was trying to see if I had a quick picture of Reed's so that you can see it. I know I have one, but I was trying to see if I have a quick picture of that here, but I don't have it handy here real quick. So, but
Well,
I'll
we
see if I can find
appreciate
it.
you.
Yeah,
We
you're welcome. Thank y'all for what you're doing. Thank you for how you are again associating and coming together to support the great work. It matters. It makes a difference, and it matters.
Yes, and you matter. So keep doing what you're doing. We have two lined up. We have the artist that created the image for the campaign, the fundraiser. Deborah Shedrick is up, and Dr. Sandra Winborn is backstage waiting to share also. So we thank you so much again, Robin. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Beautiful,
You are
beautiful.
appreciated.
Love those sisters. Love your sisters, Art and Dr. Sandy. That's a powerful sister. Yes,
Oh
yes,
my
yes.
goodness. We got one coming behind another.
Behind the other. Oh no. I don't know, Vernon. I think I may have to say it. It's okay to call both of them sugar. I think I'm gonna have to give it up for just a minute and say it's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
y'all.
All right. Well,
Thank
thank you,
y'all so
Sugar.
much. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Sugar.
Okay, Vernon. So Deborah was having some technical difficulties. We both know about technical difficulties, don't we?
You
So
know
I'm
it,
going
but I
to
don't.
Anyway, I'm going to give her my seat. She is behind me, but I'm also going to bring on Dr. Winborn. So
you got to wake up. She fell asleep, but I guess we bored. But she was asleep. Yeah, boy, get up. Wake up.
No, she's on her phone. See, that's the way I feel when we were doing Wednesday nights when your head is down. I'm like, okay, am I here by myself? So there you go. That's what you look like.
You were so boring. I fell asleep on you. I need it now.
Okay, so I am going to remove myself and allow Deborah
Well,
to come up.
wait a minute. Properly introduce it, because we don't know Deborah as you know her.
You didn't give me a chance. You cut me off as you always do. Said I was going to remove
I know you're
myself.
old enough to remind you.
Going to remove myself so I can allow my sister, artist Deborah Shedrick. I'm going to let her introduce herself. I can go on and on. I'm actually her mouthpiece. She's a lot like Reverend Powell, just want to be in the background and not say much. But since I'm going to give her my seat, I want you to ask her the questions that you were asking me earlier. But I want people to know that this is just part of her business. Shedrick Studio is to help nonprofits and for-profit organizations raise money. And she's helped sororities, deltas, AKAs, even the Tom Joyner Foundation she has helped raise money for. So they're not dealing with just some artists fly by the night. They're dealing with the professional that can raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. She takes control of the fundraiser. So we're going to bring her on, and we're going to bring on my girl, Dr. Sandra Winborn. Is it past your bedtime or what?
You know it's cold as it can. I can't stand the cold, so I'm all look. I'm sitting at my table with my warm blanket that I done put in the dryer to just keep me a little toasty. I can't stand cold. I was born and raised in New York and can't deal.
Bless your heart. This should be a piece of cake coming from New York.
If FL and Peter got to you, you ain't got no heater on.
Well, let me tell you, look, FPL then already told me keep my temperature at a reasonable price that I can afford.
Not a reasonable rate.
Not a reasonable price. A reasonable price. My daughter told me she got a bill over her ability to pay. I said, then now you see what I'm talking about. Turn it down. Put on some clothes.
Exactly. 63. Mine does not go over 63. So maybe 65.
Well,
But anyway,
I have mine on 68, which is what they say
okay.
can still save you the money. 68.
Okay, good,
Okay,
good.
very
Okay,
good,
Vernon,
very
I'm going
good.
to leave you in the hands. I'm going to leave you with these
Yeah.
two
Oh, look.
ladies, okay?
Can we handle burning by ourselves?
Yes.
I'm used to two women at a time, so don't worry about
Oh
it.
Lord. So when the screen comes back up, Deborah Shedrick will be here, not me, okay?
Okay. Sandy, how are you?
I'm really good. I'm very good. Even though I had a period of breakthrough, um, COVID, and I'm fully vaccinated with not just what they told me to take, but the things they didn't tell me to take.
Mm-hmm.
But that was after Christmas, and I'm fine now. And I've had a negative test, and my doctor even told me that I'm probably fully boosted, like I'm twice times as boosted. So I'm good. I'm good.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
hanging in there.
while we're waiting on Mrs. Shederick, talk to us about your experience with Truth for Youth.
My experience with Truth for Youth obviously is very, very recent, as I am not from here. I've only heard about Dr. And I call him a doctor. That wasn't a Freudian slip. I just feel that he's in control of a lot of stuff and knows a lot of information, but he's quiet about it. And a lot of times people who know information, they're really at the top of their game. And that's how I've always felt about him every time we've had our encounters. And about 2 years ago, coming up on 2 years, I wrote Mr. Al's book, Al Martin's book called Al's 10 Fingers. He used them to play music. And I had pitched this book on I think it's R&E, and it was really wonderful and it was well received. And I got an opportunity to hear from and then go visit and sit with a while Reverend Powell. And he was just wonderful, warm, kind, understanding, was real excited about the book. And he, in fact, made sure that he bought books to give to the youth in their book bags when they were about to go back to school, because it was a late completion. In fact, I didn't complete it until July, and they didn't go on sale where we had them available until August. But he bought books and gave them out to students. But I would always see him every weekend that they had the Pensacola Network, and he was there giving of his time, giving of his need to connect to the community, to look after the children because he really felt it was his business, and then help those who are in a position to help, like the Pensacola Network and what Robin and Lloyd Richard are doing, those kinds of things. But also, I've seen him work up in Cantonment. I've seen work and involved with him when he's done stuff with in Century. So he seems to be like this real little quiet chameleon who pops up when necessary, does what he needs to do, and goes away, sometime with very little thanks, but his gratitude is in his heart that he got it done. And that's the kind of person that I've always experienced with him. Just a wonderful, quiet, unassuming, but very dynamic personality when it comes to helping those know the importance of education, reading, and then having the ability to participate in conversation.
Right. Very good. Very good. Well, I want to bring on Miss Shederick and talk about the the other part of this. She donated, if you will, a painting. I
Painting.
think worth about $8,000, what I understand. And I guess my question, I guess to her is, we're gonna auction it off, chance it off. What are we gonna do? The vendor didn't have any answers to those questions, so I guess I have to go directly to the source with it
Mhm.
and everything. So now here she is. Hey, Sugar.
Hey,
How
how are
you? How
you?
are you? I'm
I'm
well. How
good.
you doing?
I'm
Good. Good.
good.
Good.
Thank
Talk to
you.
us about this
Hey, Sam.
piece. This piece that you were going to donate to Truth to Youth, and how we're going to help the cause here.
Okay, I came up with the design based on the children and the building and the community.
Okay, that's it
And
right there, right?
there's the piece.
Okay,
Very nice.
very good.
Very
So
nice.
actually, I donated the original to Truth for Youth to do as they please with it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's up to them how they raise money from that original. But I do have control over printing of that image.
Oh, good.
This is so one can get a copy of the print if they want it, right?
Yes. So a copy of that print is on a t-shirt design. Okay.
Okay.
So everyone that donates $50 to the cause will receive a t-shirt.
Okay.
So
Count me
I'd
in.
rather thank you. So I'd rather you DM me through Shedrick Studio. So
What is,
I
hold on.
can
What is DM? You said DM you. What is that?
direct message me.
Direct message.
Okay, well, you got to tell old folks like me what that means because I didn't have any idea what a DM was. How do you
Well, I
direct
just
message?
learned.
Okay, when you direct messages, how do you direct
Send
the
me a
message?
message through
Send a text
Facebook
message.
or a text message.
Text message
Okay.
will work, or you
Through
can
my
send her
phone
something through
number.
Messenger.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
that
I
direct
can. Go
Okay, I'm
ahead.
trying to. I'm just want to for folks that's uninformed like me. Okay.
Okay, you
These
know
folks
what? Mostly everybody knows how to text, so I'm going to put
right,
the
put
phone
text message.
number out.
Okay.
So you can text me if you would like to give the $50 donation to receive
Okay.
the
Good.
t-shirt. Now,
Okay. I think that'll make it easier.
Right.
Okay.
Because folks like me don't know what a DM is, and I don't try to use Facebook. I hate that with that Facebook Messenger. You have to figure out how to go in there and do all that.
Okay.
Just get me the phone number.
Okay.
Let me text something I can use to.
The phone number is
And ask Lavender put it up on the screen if you don't
Okay.
mind.
Okay.
And,
All
but
right.
you can
She's
tell
going
us
to do
too
that.
orally. We
Put it
can
on the
listen
screen.
orally, but as you tell us,
The phone number.
share it on the screen for us so that we can have people can visually see it and write it down.
Okay. The phone number 443 799 5857. 443 799 5857. Text me that you want to donate $50 for the t-shirt, and I will get in contact you and we can go through all the details.
Okay. If I'm hearing you correctly, anybody that donate $50 or more will be able to get a T-shirt. And if you
Yes.
donated $50 or more, text you at 443-779-5857.
799.
799.
I'm old and dyslexic. Okay,
It's on the screen.
443-799-5857, and you will be able to get a T-shirt. Put the T-shirt back on with the print, with the copy of the print on. Lavender, put the T-shirt back on so we can see what it looked like.
Can I stand up because I have it on?
Yeah, you
Would
can
that
stand
help?
up. No, well, we
Can-
can't see it that well. Tell her to put the print back on.
Can you put the
Tell her,
print
so
back
don't
on?
be a LA like she usually do, sitting in the background being lazy. Tell her I want to put her to work.
I'm not getting in between y'all.
Speaking of that, how your mom and them? She gets mad at me because I get on to her daughter all the time. How your mom and them doing?
Everybody's fine, thank you. Yeah, my parents are doing good.
Tell them I said, hey, that is a
Okay.
copy of the print
Yes.
right there, y'all. That's
Yes.
it's much more defined there. Okay.
Yes.
And you would get that as one of the, I guess you call it one of the benefits
T-shirt?
of donating
Oh, yes.
$50 or more. You get a T-shirt with that print on it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful.
Yep.
That is so
Yep.
beautiful right there. Okay. Well,
And so we're also presenting this print as a limited edition, a 22 by 30
on paper for, what was the price? For I think it's $350. It's a limited edition print of 300 in the edition. So after we sell 300, there will be no more. And you can get that 22 by 30 for $300, which is half price.
Okay.
So you can come in and donate and receive a piece of artwork, and before you even get it in the mail, that artwork has appreciated because we're selling it for your participation in this fundraiser for half price.
Very good. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was looking up in my corner here. I have one too. I have 2 items of Deborah's, and I love them. They are my 2 of my favorite pieces. So Deborah is an awesome artist. One that is memorable. One that has her own brand. It is her brand. You understand it, you see it, you know it, and it always tells a story. So
Thank you.
really proud, and I definitely need a shirt.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have the shirt, we have the print of the fundraiser image, and we've also put 2 more declays on my website that are going to be on sale for the fundraiser also.
What is that website, Deborah?
It's Facebook, Shedrick Studio. Just type in Shedrick Studio on Facebook, or my name, Deborah Shedrick. And on Instagram, it's Shedrick Deborah.
Okay.
So we'll be posting on Instagram, my business Facebook page, and my personal Facebook page. So as we put the prints up for sale that are not the fundraiser image, those will be on sale for like 1 week only. Okay. So the image will be changed out every week until the end of the fundraiser for the pieces that aren't the fundraiser image. But the fundraiser image is on sale until we sell out of the 300 in the edition.
Okay.
So, and one more thing, next week we'll be having an Shedrick Studio auction for the fundraiser. So I'll be putting up different items for sale with no minimum bid.
Really?
So if you miss out on that event, that's like historical. So yeah. So please share that information. Okay. So, and that's also to, help us invest in our children. Because if we don't invest in our children, nobody else is thinking about our children.
That's true.
That is so true.
So if, participate for that reason, because, they'll be taking our places and taking care of us.
That's true.
And you need to be able to mold that in a positive way.
Mm-hmm. You need to teach them right so they know how to take care of us.
Yeah. Who's going to do that but our children?
That's right. That's right.
So, think of it that way if you haven't thought of it in any other way. These are our children and we need to take care of them.
Yes, we do. I agree.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Deborah. We appreciate it for your, for somebody does not have their roots except for Lavender in Pensacola. We really thank you for your generosity and your
I'm glad
reaching out to help and the whole 9 years. It's for a very worthy cause.
Yes,
and I want folks like you around the country that hearing us today that to reach out and help us. If you under the sound of our voice, if you have donated or want to donate, and particularly if you donated more than $50, you would get a Truth for Youth T-shirt with that print on it. Wow. And then I also got a Truth for Youth T-shirt on here. Lavender, I think these for sale too. Lavender, I guess this type of T-shirt like this for sale. When she gets back to the mic,
yes,
I would ask you about it.
Okay.
and
All
everything.
right. See
So,
y'all.
okay, thank you, Deborah.
Yeah, those shirts are going to be very nice to
Okay.
wear around the neighborhood because basically it also says that not only you're supporting but you're advertising for them. You do like a walking billboard. So
Yeah.
yes, I will be wearing my shirt. I haven't seen now. Where are those shirts at? The one you have
These
on, Vernon?
these shirts, we just developed these shirts, and Lavenda explained these shirts and where people we are going to be selling these shirts for the fundraiser. If you buy this
Yeah,
shirt, and but tell them about the shirts, Lavenda, if you don't mind.
those are Truth for Youth t-shirts, and again, those were created for the fundraiser. It's going to be up to Reverend Powell
As to how he wants them
as he
distributed.
exactly. So all we're doing is giving him product, sharing ideas. It's up to him if he wants to, but it's a good idea. They could be sold. It's money.
Yeah, and everyone likes t-shirts. There's so many
Everyone
people
likes t-shirts.
everybody likes t-shirts. You can't go wrong with a t-shirt. I
This is a
remember even some of the functions I've been involved in, and the t-shirts sold better than the tickets to come to the event because they like the t-shirts. So I would certainly say
look
that,
at this T-shirt. It's not cotton. I don't know what kind of
It's
material
a
it's made of.
polyester. It's a polyester blend, but it's like the athletic. I forgot the name of it exactly, the
Right.
name of the material, but
Mm-hmm.
it is like an athletic wear. Men
okay,
like that more so than women. But
right. So it's
mine
kind of
is it's
clingy.
like the kind of clingy,
Yeah,
and mine is more like the baseball
yeah.
shirt, and I like the
Mhm.
almost long sleeves because of the cold. I don't like being cold.
Yeah, no, you
You might
don't
well sit
either.
down, Lavenda. We can't see that.
I saw it.
The resolution is not good enough to put defining the resolution in it, so it's hard to see.
Yeah. But I'm excited for this time of what I say fundraising, because this is a time that we have to get out the information. I just look at that area down there and I said more and more and more, so much has changed. I'm on the Everman's board of directors, and one of the things they've shown me is that the real estate in the area that's only a few blocks over from where you know Belmont and DeVillers are, it's extraordinary. Where the buildings that are directly behind Everman's said to be selling for, and have sold for $950,000. So when you start thinking at that area down there, going from what was considered our neighborhood, folks of color, and what we could afford versus what we can't even, once we move out, we can't even move back unless we come with a lot of money and really be able to save anything that historically was a part of a past, the past people that have been in the area. And I've been working with the Kukua Institute, and we've been putting together the historical areas. We've dealt with the Viola Project, which deals about that with the hospital. That of course, that's all the research that Robin had done to form the actual that they did the opera. Wonderful. And you think about all the things that she passed through, just to talk about the history. And now we're working on Ezra Gary, which talks about, basically, he was a shoreman that would move goods from ship to shore, and vice versa, all the things that he encountered. And of course, left this early, but he was from that area right down there near the Belmont, the Villars area. So you think of all the history and all the things that, we're trying to save, and then adding that to technology and bringing it full circle where people understand we even have history. You also talk about the newness that history will bring. We can transport information that we knew into new formats, like artificial intelligence and all those kinds of things. So those are the kinds of involvement that I've done down there with them on the blocks, and certainly would would pray that people will support this effort, really look at the reasonableness of it, the practicality of it, the worthiness of it, the man behind it who doesn't always come out and take a bow, but just looking at the genuinely, good stuff that certainly says that the children that have been involved in, Truth for Youth really have received great care and the person that's been over it. So we would certainly like to pray that people would just give from their hearts, give to their what I say their grandchildren, the grandchildren to be, the child to be, all those kinds of things, which talks about future. Right.
Yeah. So eloquently said, Dr. Winborn, the woman of words. Did you introduce yourself? Because I left when I. Okay, please do.
My name is Dr. Sandra Winborn, and I am a transplant to the Pensacola area. I love it here. Born and raised in Capital District area of New York. Married a military man, lived in Italy 4 years, was really good with speaking Italian because we lived in Sicily, and got to be relatively, I would say, a local rock star over there because I was able to sing, write, and also work as a counselor, and had pretty heavy cases while I was over there. And I stayed 3 months extra after my husband came back, returned to the States to try to get into the federal system. That's how I met Vernon years ago. And I met
Mamma mia, I'll give it to me to you.
That's right. Ayutomito, yes. Which was help. That's what that means, ayutomito. But anyway, he was really good. He and Jackie Holly, those were my buddies and my introduction to this area. And it took me a while, almost 3 years. I mean, the spousal preference had almost worn out before I got in. I think I only had 2 months left on my allowance of time to reconnect into the federal system. But I did retire from federal service at the end of 14, and I started my own business, which is called Winnie and Associates. And currently I do a vlog Monday, Wednesday, Friday on Facebook Live called Are You Stuck?
Are you stuck? Are you stuck, Vernon?
Are you stuck, Vernon? So I take one simple word and I reorganize, revise the word, to make it where it becomes different. It adds texture to any word, and I make it kind of fun and exciting. And, the people that come into the room, as that song says, they know the assignment. So they write they write little things at the bottom of in the thread to talk about the importance of what that word would mean for them. And recently we did a Zoom, and everyone that came, they came fully loaded with words for themselves and writing a note to someone for either that they had done good by them, hurt them, left them, whatever they did. They got an opportunity to say that with the notes that they had written, and then I actually sent them notes out where they could determine how they wanted to do with them. Most of them kept them because they were so pretty. But anyway, I'm just a local now. I consider myself, as I said, the transplant that works hard in several things, involved in several boards and initiatives in the city. So I stay pretty busy. And a lot of times, I don't always get paid, but my pay does not come in the form of what people would consider to be true compensation. Sometimes it's that I feel it in my heart, I feel it in my head, and I feel it in the need that they keep back. And so one day it will turn into gold. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, you are gold, and you missed one it's important to me, title that you hold, author. Excuse me.
I forgot. Author. I am an author. I also am an editor because I've edited books. I am probably a songwriter because I have a couple of songs that I've written. So I've done some of everything. To me, when I leave here, they're gonna say, "Dag, dent."
She did that thing. She did that thing called
Yeah,
life.
that's right. She worked hard while she was here. But yeah, I did do, and I mentioned it earlier that I wrote Al Martin's book, and we finished the book. I finished the book only months before he passed away, so it's really hard. And I have his big book that I'm working on, and I'm just starting to be able to get back to. I think when you said you work so hard on someone for so long, and then all of a sudden they're gone, it's kind of hard to refocus. But the reason I thought that was really good is that I heard from Reverend Powell, and he said, "Listen, when time gets available to you, I need you to write my book." So I thought that was really, really cute. And, maybe that's what when I finish Mr. Al's book, I'll be able to do is start writing some other short children's books about some of the locals around in the area that
Oh,
really
that's a good idea.
I
Children's
always
books
come,
about some of the
yeah,
locals. That's a
about the
good
local,
idea.
Vernon, I'll write your book.
Vernon has 2 books that he's
Yeah, I know. He
waiting to
has.
be finished.
Mm-hmm.
He's writing 2 books. They're just about finished. So
Yeah,
finished,
one.
they actually finished Lavender, but I just never get back around to it to try to
Oh, get it
get
done.
me published. So
You want to self-publish, or you want? Well, how are you looking
yes,
at doing it?
he's
hell,
going to
I don't know.
self-publish.
All I know how to write. I don't know what about the publishing, but I leave that to y'all publishers. I don't know.
The
But it,
interesting thing is that I met, and I don't know if you know her. I met Dr. Sanders Anderson, who used to attend Greater Little Rock Baptist Church, and she's an MD pediatrician. Traveled all over the world doing what I would call benevolent nursing. As just a trooper for others. She recently wrote a book, and the book is called. It's about understanding the tree, the importance of how a tree has so much importance as it's illustrated from the sense of the Bible, and just wonderful, wonderful little. It's a children's book also. So we're starting to go into areas that at one time we'd never enter into, which is writing children's books. But she self-published, and so did I. So I remember being up in the middle of the night thinking, I must be crazy to be up in the middle of the night. And after a while, it wasn't that thing, it was the formatting. So that's where the real work began, is when you had to start formatting it. It had to fit into the grids just right. I just went through it crazy, but Vernon, for a small fee, I'll help you.
we'll see about that.
Okay.
All right. Okay. But I do know. I spent a lot of time. You know who inspired me to write?
Lavender. I already know.
That's one of the things.
Lavender is an inspirational tool. She inspired me to write. She inspired me to do that vlog that I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. She kept bugging me until I did it. She kept calling. She said, "Well, so the phone rang." She said, "Oh, so when are you going to start? What day?" Okay. So I didn't start that next day. She said, "Oh, I just thought I'd call you. Are you starting?" I said, "I'm doing it later on today." And sure enough, she called me at 9. I did it at 4.
Yes.
And been stuck ever since.
One of the things I never thought I had any interest or ability to do, and that was write. If you look at my English grades and the stuff, I never had an interest in it. But I found that that's one of the things I love to do. Once I'm writing, I mean, I love it. I just absolutely love it. I'm at tranquility. I love to research it, and I love to try to use the research I find and put it in my own words. And I just love to write. And when
Make sure you quote it.
I'm just at peace in what I write. It just gives me some tranquility to write, and all my thoughts just flows and flows and flows. And it don't come every day, but when I get in that mode to do that, I just love it. So I don't care whether I publish it or not. I just like to do it, and it's challenging too, because the vendor called me up and say, "I need you to write about this." I don't know jack about this. But when I finish though, because it challenges me and it makes me do the research. It makes me uh, to come up with something. You know what I'm saying? But the good part about it, I love doing it. I just
Right.
love doing it. I just never thought that was something I would love to do. So hey,
I think personally that Lavenda says never die, don't die with a book in you. I believe everybody has a story.
yeah,
And even if
Everybody has
you
a
can't tell
story.
your own story, you can tell it to somebody else who might have the ability to
Exactly.
write the story down. And even for Mr. Al, people don't even know this, but for his book, I actually, this is no lie, every time I met with him, I taped him because I
yeah.
wanted him to be free flowing. I didn't want him to have to say, wait, I didn't write that. I didn't get that. So I have tapes from the year, almost 2 years that we worked together. I have every tape from that. And I also already had them transcribed. So I just
Wow.
need to get back to get business. And then he also taped a local historian tape at the University of West Florida. I also have that tape. They actually sent it to me with all of the questions they asked and the pictures, and even with him playing some of his great music. So I'm in good shape. I just need to sit down and finish up, and that's on my agenda this year, is trying to work on finishing that project.
I think you'll finish it this year. Before you go, I've got something coming really soon that's going to make both of you guys finish those books. I have been helping a guy on death row write a book.
Wow.
Yes. So it's going to be like, hey, he's on death row and almost finished with the book. What is your excuse? And even
We
though he
don't
has
have an excuse.
a lot of time, he's got a
Right.
lot of time, but
Right.
still,
We don't have an excuse either, no matter what.
exactly, exactly.
I can honestly say this. When I was working on my doctorate, I remember people saying, why would you even do that? We already know you're smart. I said, but you know what? God already had told me years and years and years when I was young that I would be a doctor. I didn't know. At first, I thought that maybe, God's kind of playing with me. I said, no, I don't even think that now. But he put the people around me who supported me, encouraged me, and put me in a direction where they said, not only are you going to be a doctor, but you're going to be a darn good doctor because you're going to know your information. And they said anyone that knows information to the point where they can teach it, they can explain it, you're on your way to doing just what you want to do. So I became a doctor, but that dissertation, I had to remain hungry to finish it. I had
Yeah.
to remain hungry because I would be in the middle of the night like this thinking, oh my God, I made such a bad mistake to get in this. But not a quitter.
And look at you now. Look at you now.
Yeah.
Look at you now. Well,
16
thank
years,
you.
16 years. Yeah, 16 years later.
Wow. Well, thank you for your time, Dr. Winborn. I appreciate you
You're
coming
welcome.
on and sharing a little bit about Reverend John Powell and Truth for Youth
Yes. And
Building.
please,
And
please tell him I have his number. So I will be donating something to him and also getting a shirt. So we'll be working this out. And, my prayer is that this message will be heard resoundingly for all the big wigs in the city that can certainly pitch some money that way.
yeah, yes. So there you go. Pitch some money that way. Those are great closing words. Pitch some money that way. You can donate to GoFundMe.com. You can go to truthforyouth.org, and there are several ways listed on his website that you can donate. You can go through mail a check. There's his address, Cash App, and if you can't read that, go to truthforyou.org, and it lists all the avenues that you can
Is that
donate.
on his website? That little sheet
No,
you just,
that's not on his website, but all this information is on the website. Yeah, the
okay.
The
check
website, the
information, the
web,
Cash App.
Because that's a good quick one where
Can
everything
you
is
see
all there.
that?
Yeah, I'm going to take a picture of it real quick.
Okay.
So pardon me, everyone.
the website is just truthforyouth.com .org. I mean .org.
Yeah, .org. Mhm.
Lavenda,
Well, I
if you
got it.
will, I'm sending Reverend Powell email. Send him a link because we need to get him on. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, well, I thought he was probably already on, but I only saw that your sister was on when I first joined, and
Yeah.
I didn't know
Yeah.
you.
We
Well,
had
you
a
know, I
few
love you
people on.
guys. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak about Reverend Powell. I think he's just a wonderful man, and I'm praying that people will do like I'm doing. If they just put in something, then we'll have more. What we currently.
Right. Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Wimborne. You
All
have a
right.
good evening. We appreciate you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
Look,
Dr.
Bye-bye.
bye,
Sugar.
sugar. Look, wait, let me see if I can say it. Bye, sugar. I don't even know how to even say that. It's like you got to curl up some stuff up in there to be able to say it's sugar.
It's sugar. Dr.
Bye, Sandy.
Sugar.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I'm leaving the studio.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
wow, that's interesting. We got to get Dr. Powell on. He waiting on his link, I guess, to
Did
get
he
on.
agree?
We're,
Did he say yes? Because I asked him a couple of times today. He's
yeah,
been
yeah,
so
yeah.
busy.
We're waiting on the link. We're waiting on the
Okay.
link to get in.
Okay.
He
And
been
while we're
he
waiting
been
on the
watching.
link,
He's been
good.
watching the show and waiting on time to you let him in the door. He says he's out there knocking, and he just want to get backstage so you can let him in, Lavender.
Okay, and we're going to watch this while we.
Yeah, watch that again. Exactly. Thank you. Did you start it from the beginning? Start it from the beginning, Sugar.
He's your typical working man, husband, and
I'm gonna take your degree. I'm gonna take your broadcast license from you.
he's your typical working man, husband, and father to 3 grown sons.
But to thousands of other children, he's a father figure and an angel in our midst.
After talking with my wife, that I was complaining about how many problems kids was having, and there was very few fathers and young boys and girls growing up. She said, well, stop complaining and do something.
In 1993, Reverend John Powell stopped complaining and did something. He started the Truth for Youth organization. Having worked 15 years for a residential facility for troubled youth, he knew the problems and was ready to tackle them.
And that's the problem, young people. There's somebody missing from the family, and we need to fill in that gap.
Powell committed his life to being a consistent force in the lives of children all over Escambia County. He takes them on by the hundreds, even thousands. His community-wide rallies are famous, like this Christmas overnight lock-in where each of 2,000 children left with a gift. He sponsors events to celebrate milestones and talents and to encourage success. There have been trips to places these children would never have dreamed of going. He's constantly planning, thinking of ways to reach the children, like treating entire neighborhoods to free movies to promote family time. You'll find him making the rounds at area community centers, bringing a little extra to the programs.
He's a nice guy that give kids free cotton candy and stuff, or have moonwalks, what they can jump or stuff to play with.
Reverend Powell always has encouraging words and praise to lift the children beyond their current circumstances.
All kids are good. They've just been exposed to bad situations. Sometimes our area, our environment can dictate our behavior. But guess what? We can rise above it, and we can be somebody.
He wants his life and works to be an example. While he wears the title of Reverend, there's one thing these children won't hear.
And you never will observe me preaching to them.
You know, a lot of the kids don't really get to see ministers outside of the church doing work, and he bring it into them. And he kind of mix it along with fun, and the kids don't see that in a lot of the preachers.
He is loving, he cares about children. He will never let us down.
Seeing the smiles on their faces and seeing the respect in their heart and the belief that this person is consistent, this person really believes in me, this person really is there for me. I'm just trying to do something to help somebody like Jesus did.
Angels in Our Midst. Brought to you by Sacred Heart Children's Hospital.
All these children just stand up for a minute so I can just see. Let's keep it up. We've got some real talent here, and there's much more out there in the neighborhoods. So let's bring some more next year as well. But thanks, you've done a real good job.
To the Mistress of Order and to the sponsor of this great masters and mistresses of music, Reverend Powell, truth to youth, and to all the parents, and greetings to the children. Indeed, as Councilwoman Jones has stated, you all have done an outstanding job. I just want to tell Councilwoman Jones something. I used to play drums.
They will come forward, just stand along front here. Give them a big hand. Come on. Give them a big hand. You did a marvelous job today. Fantastic, fantastic. And parents, again, we are proud of you for bringing these wonderful children out. You did not send them to us, you brought them over here. And I'd like for us to give them a big hand. We send our children to many places, we need to come with them. And you did that today, thank you.
I want you to pay strict attention to your television set right now, and we're going to show you something that you probably never seen before. Hopefully, you'll see it again. Take a look at this.
Now, one innovative approach that you have tried has been to sponsor and to pay for on your own, as I understand, lock-ins where you invite children to come at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night and stay through Sunday morning at a specific location. How successful has it been, and how do the children respond?
They respond excellently, and correction on that, we used to do it on a Friday night at 10, and we get out on that Saturday morning about 6 o'clock. Excellent. Young people have had an opportunity to get praise, an opportunity to play and have a good time. That's all they want to do, is have a good time and enjoy being a child.
Reverend Powell take care of 4,000 youngins. He didn't need us at all, did he?
No, sir, I tell you what, and that food smells so good.
Oh,
Chicken
yeah.
From churches and Popeyes.
Oh, he is definitely hands-on, and of course he's gotten so organized with this thing now, it just clicks on. I saw some good people down there. Dr. Bell was down there, and so he has every angle covered. For those that missed this year's lock-in and report card rally, next year is just around the corner, so make sure you get on the list. They can only put 4,000.
Human Relations Commission, City Council, County Commission, we get involved. We want our young people to know that they soon will be involved in the makings of our government. You're looking at the 1997 Civic Center lock-in. Over 4,000 children attended. It was a great event, outstanding endeavor by all of our young people. We want you to get involved with it. True for You is a nonprofit organization founded to take care of our young people. Please, in your giving, make your checks, your tax-deductible checks donated to True for Youth. We like working with children. We need volunteers. We need them from every walk of life. And as you look at all the young people that came out to the Civic Center on December the 19th of 1997, had a great time that night. Not one fight took place. We're thankful for some of our contributors like the Waterfront Mission and some of our banks. Oh yeah, I sometimes stump my foot and ramp a little bit to let them know that we really love them. It's all about caring. It's all about caring. We care about them. Volunteers are highly sought with this mission. We need someone to help. Somebody to help somebody to help somebody like Jesus did. Belmont building that we purchased was purchased in June of 2010. We purchased it formerly known as the Window Factory, and before that it was known as the Smith Bakery. We purchased this building with the sole intent in mind that we would change this facility to a learning center and empower the community, those nonprofits, to come out and get involved if they couldn't afford a building
at least they could afford office space. We wanted to transform the building into a big conference room and support the many endeavors that Pensacola has to offer. The location is fantastic because it's located in the historical Belmont and the Villa area. It is 43,000 square feet of building that we're excited about. The problem that we face with the roof, it leaks quite severely. The cost for the roof repairs are estimated to run somewhere close to $150,000, providing if we get the support from the community, and which we believe we will, that damage could drop tremendously to well under $150,000. We've been blessed with contractors coming in and overseeing and observing the situation and knowing where we have the severe leaks and where the leaks have been minimized. The ministry that the Lord has given me, far beyond me, long after Truth for Youth continued to flourish in this community and I'm gone, I wanted to be known that it's not about me. It's always been about the youth of our community. I am my brother's keeper. It is important that all of us become true humanitarians. Jesus was a true humanitarian. He loved everybody. He loved all people. So if you can remember one thing that I said today, Truth for Youth is in need of your support. We're in need of your commitment to the love of people and the love of Jesus Christ.
Lavender?
Yes.
Rum Powell, I mean, when he did that, the portion of, he said, yes, I stomp my feet with him sometime. I just want to let him know that I love you. He kind of reminded me one time, me of my parents. And I was down at it might have been that Truth for Youth event in 1997 when he had over 4,000 people there, right? And he caught one of the boys up in the balcony. They were smoking or doing something up there. Man, Reverend Powell pitched a fit. He fussed at him and going. He kept going and going. And I looked at Jackie Holland with me that night. We were down there helping out. And I looked at him. I said, well, just whoop me. Just beat me. I'm just tired of you whooping me verbally. It's like my parents always just say, I'm whooping you because I love you. And I said, well, that's some tough love. Let me love you a little bit then.
You know what, that video, I like that part when he's stumping his feet. Yeah. It shows his passion. Every time I watch that video, it does something to me. And I hope the viewers, if they watch that video, they will see, you can almost feel his passion. And I always say, who does that? Who does that? You got to have a love for children, not just children, underprivileged, at-risk children who face so many challenges already. They just really want to be loved. And that's what Truth for Youth does. So we're just asking you all to please donate. I'm placing the different ways that you can donate. truthforyouth.org. And if you go to truthforyouth.org, you will see a list of the different ways that you can donate. You can even mail a check in, truthforyouth.org. Mail a check in. They have their Cash App there, different ways. So there's really no excuse. And I'll even place the number for Reverend Powell. You can call him, $5, $10, $15, $20,000, whatever you feel led to give. Please help save the building that is serving at-risk youth, and the whole community is saved. The whole community benefits. So just find it in your heart if you're watching. If you don't have it to give, if your heart wants to give, but your pockets won't allow you to give, share this video with someone. Everyone knows someone. Share the video, share the live, share the GoFundMe link, share the truthforyouth.org link. Just please give. That is our mission here tonight. And with all of that being said, we are going to bring on drum roll, Vernon. Vernon, wake up.
Where my drum rolls at? I got drum rolls here somewhere. No, I don't know where they're at though.
We are going to bring I'm going to take your production license away. Talking about taking mine away. We're going to bring on Reverend John Powell, the founder of Truth for Youth. Hello, good evening, Reverend Powell.
Good evening. Good evening. It's a
How are
privilege
you
to be here. It's a privilege to be here looking at you two fine, talented, Vernon being a handsome man, you being a lovely lady. So what can I say? I'm glad to be here. I'm
Oh,
glad to
Lord.
be here talking about it. And thank you for doing such an excellent job on informing the community at large and those that are even far away to know what we have been doing and what we intend to do. Our agenda is not hidden; it's right out in front of you. We have problems that we can fix, and sometimes we act like we can't fix them, but we can fix these problems with our young people, with disrespect and a lot of things they're dealing with that they ought not to have to deal with if the adults will step up and fill that gap, fill that vacuum that says, I don't have a father or mother, but I want a friend, I want somebody to assist me. That's why we're here asking for the support of the community. And I'm glad for those that have been shaking money in my hand, um, going to the GoFundMe page, actually getting involved in the Cash App, getting involved in the PayPal, going to the website and taking care of business there. And I saw my good friend of mine today, Nick Blackwell. He came out there. Vernon may not know Nick Blackwell. He's a well-known, big-time celebrity here in Pensacola. Okay.
No sock wearing brother.
What is that?
A no sock wearing brother.
You got it right. I saw him today. He was chilling, cold, but he came out and he wanted to make his donation in person. And we've had a lot of people that would like to do it that way. My phone's been ringing. I've been going here, there, everywhere. I came over. My good friend Al Bluton over in Milton. I have to meet him this afternoon. He came over. He's been working to the tune of well over $1,300. He's been working. And I've had other ministers that drove all the way up from Orlando, Florida, just so that he could donate his $2,300. And I'm just so happy. Some of the pastors that have been donating, $1,000, and the $500, and it's just that we have people that want to see it happen. I was sitting out in my car outside of Penn Air yesterday, and I was looking and thinking and saying, Lord, how things are going. And this brother walked up to me out of nowhere and said, he was going to go to Penn Air, and he said, I got something for you. He said, I ain't got a whole lot of money, but I want to give you some of what I got before I go in here. Just things like that, and people that know you and know of you and know what True Youth is all about. And we've touched roughly over 25, I think we said our last count was like over 200,000 children we've touched since we got started, almost 28 and a half years we've been doing it. We started this in 1993, and in 1994, we was in the Civic Center. And then for about 3 or 4 or 5 years, we was in the Civic Center every Christmas for young boys and girls. And that trip spawned all the way from east and west side Pensacola, all the way out into the country area, all out to Central Florida, Cantonment, Florida. We got with the bus company, and they actually was sending buses all over Pensacola for a round trip of 50 cents. But look at how much money they were making. And look at how many children they actually touched that probably wouldn't have never ridden the bus. But for that reason, they rode the bus that night at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock and stayed all night long. No fights, no nothing. Got that. When we finished up that morning, we gave them some orange juice and some donuts. And that kicked them right off, buddy. They was a fired up gear to go home. So we kept them off the street all night long, and they slept all the next day from being so tired from staying up. And it was just that way, and they look forward to it. And I see a lot of those young people today, right now, when I visit different stores and different eating establishments, I see them working, and they say, Reverend Powell, you have to pay tonight. I'm going to pay for yours. I'm going to go get it out of my pocket. I'm like, no. But it's just, they want to do that. And they're all over the United States. They're just not here in Pensacola. They're in New York and California and Mississippi and Georgia. You name some, North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm getting phone calls. I'm getting letters from them now because they're liking the Facebook pages, and so now they're getting involved now, and I'm so happy about it. That's the thing that has really rewarded me most of all is to see the love that's been shown and the understanding and the compassion, Mr. Linda, that is being shown that hey, we care what happens on the corner of Belmont and the Villa. Now, those of us that know about Belmont and the Villa, we know about Mr. Newton. We know about the Bunny Club and the Savoy Club and the 506, and all the wonderful places that were down there, that people visited that we as young people couldn't go, but the elderly said no, 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 and the bread company cooking the bread down there. So we have that historical building that at one time was News Bakery, So we know that, and that was Robin Shaw was talking about it with her historical knowledge that she has, and she's been sort of parting it out. And I'm thankful for the city council people that have been calling me and saying, hey, Brother Power, I ain't forgot about you. We're going to do something. And the city of Milton, said, we're going to do something. So I got my Navy people, my Army, my Air Force, my Marines, my Coast Guard. They're calling me and saying, hey, Brother Power, we're going to do something. We're going to make it happen. So we're hoping for the number that we're seeking to continue to rise and us to basically go over the $1 million. But right now, we're just trying to get to that point. And we know we put a 30-day cap on it. Not saying that we're going to stop in 30 days, but we're trying to see what we can do in 30 days with the love and the commitment of the people in our area. When we have over 70,000 or 80,000 people in the city, and all we need is roughly about 20-something thousand of them to donate. It's just overwhelming. It's awesome when you see people drive up in their cars and say, I got this for you. Put this on it. I want to be one of them ones to pat the building and say, I put something in that building. That building belongs to me as well. It is going to be a community building, not a John Powell building. We call it the Belmont Culture Center. We don't call it the Truth for Youth Center. It's the Belmont Culture Center. And underneath that name will be Truth for Youth and other not-for-profits that are circulating and operating in this city that can't afford a place to get involved, can't afford a building, can't afford a conference room or place that they can have dinners and lunches and an auditorium and places that and a place that we can eat and stuff. This is what we're trying to provide. This is what I know we're going to do with 43,000 square feet. Oh, I could preach a sermon on it. I could run through the city day after day talking about it. I eat, sleep, and Truth for Youth have done it for many, many years because I love children and I know the direction that they can head in if we only take a moment and realize that these are valuable young people and that we're losing them. We're losing them day by day because we don't have the structured facilities that can offer what they need on Saturdays and Sundays. We have some things that are happening on Monday through Friday, but what do we do on Saturday and Sunday? How creative are we? What do we allow them to do? Do we allow children to come into an area where they can just read a book, where they can read a book undisturbed, where they can go in another room and do something undisturbed and no one bullying them? If they can go in a room where there's nothing but computers, can they go in a room where there's nothing but games? Can they go into those rooms? And what are you going to do to keep them there? How can we keep them in that environment? And we've been doing it for 28 years, so we ought to be pretty good at it by now, and showing movies and getting them involved in it. So we are sitting on a super nice piece of property. Guess what? We own 3 of the corners on Belmont and Villa. 3 corners we own. The only corner that we own is the corner that Talbot Chapel, the church, is sitting on. But the other 3 corners, we own those corners. We own the parking lot. We own the building. And we are so glad about it. Now we want to truly, truly own it. We're going to take that mortgage, we're going to tear it up and burn it up and say, this will be ours. Long after John Powell is gone, long after a bunch of other people are gone, our children will be able to say, hey, that place was laid aside by people like us that came together and donated what they had. And like Lavinda said, if you sitting on that 50, you sitting on that 100, you sitting on that 5,000, that 15,000, that 20,000, that 50,000, that 100,000. I was around a person of some a half a year ago, and people walked in the door and wrote a check for $50,000 right there, and everybody started crying. And I said to myself, Lord, if you can do it for that person, you can do it for me. We need to own something that our children say we own that. We own that. That's what we're trying to do, is make it to where we can say that we all played a part, and now we can all share in the celebration of that building being owned, utilized, and being prepared to be a major educational place for our young people. Mr. Runner, you better save me.
I'm getting out my fan. Getting out my fan. Go ahead, preach,
I'm a
preacher.
dreamer. I'm a dreamer. The vision is there. You know, if I
Yeah.
the vision to make it plain, we have the best architect that I know of in this city, A. Tar architect, and he's worked for the city, the county. He worked for NAS Pensacola, so he's an A #1 architect, and he's already drawn it all up. I told it to him, just like the book writer that came on and wrote Al Martin's book for him. She said that sometimes you have to just listen to a person talk. I told him what I wanted to do and what we wanted to do with that building, how we wanted to put parts of that building that need to be there. We need a studio for radio and for TV. We need it. We have the excellent people that we know of that can do that. Mr. Watson is excellent. As far as TV, video, as far as getting things taken care of and getting information, we need that to be back where it used to be. We need the radio station, WRNE, to be back where it used to be. You know, where people can come out in the street and get their party on. They can say, hey, we can call a meeting in 1 minute and the next minute the street's full. But that's what we need. That's what people need. They need a way to respond. When you finish up with the Martin Luther King parade or whatever, it ends up, hey, right there where the media is, right where our media is, people that we know that, hey, that can get the job done. I mean, WRNE is #1. WBQP is #1. Only thing holding me down right now is money. The vision is there. If I had the money, we wouldn't be talking. But because I'm broke, but I ain't broke, because all of y'all gonna help me do what needs to get done. You're gonna keep on walking, you're gonna keep on talking, you're gonna tell somebody, hey, go by there. Brother Powers, I guarantee he's sitting there in that truck right now, looking out there at the parking lot, waiting on somebody. And believe me, they drive up in their cars to see if I'm there. And I'll stand right there and they get out their cars and they say, take this, Reverend Powell, take this. And you can see the love in their face. You can see the excitement. And you can see the faith in them saying, I got hope that we're going to do something that's going to blow up. We sitting on it. We gonna blow it up where people, when they come to Pensacola and they get off Interstate 10, they're gonna say, I got to go down on Belmont River. I got to visit that cultural center. I heard so much about when you walk in there, you see the history of Jane Brown. You see the history of Aretha Franklin and all those people have come to our city. Just like when you go to Ella Jordan House in a few weeks from now, you'll be able to see the history that came down there, that came to that place. We have it. We have it.
Yeah. Reverend Powell, so many people have dreams and passions, and they'll have obstacles and walk away from it. You've been doing this for almost 30 years. What fuels your passion? You seem to have the same level of passion that you had in that video that we watched from 1997. What is it that fuels your passion to keep you standing strong on what you believe, where other people can just get frustrated and kind of walk away, oh, I can't do this?
Well, I'm a believer that image breeds inspiration. If there is no image, there is no inspiration. Young people have to have someone that looks like them, talk, but stands there with integrity. Much like when I came up, I used to see Mr. Newton standing on the corner of Belmont in the Villa there at the Bunny Club, dressed up in a suit. That's made a statement. He said, I'm business. I'm all about, and I didn't know that Newton was good friends, with real good friends with Sidney Poitier. They were partners. He came to Pensacola, but if you don't dig enough, you'll never know that.
Right.
So when people see the image of somebody that's successful, looking like they're successful, walking like they're successful, they don't know how much money in your pocket. They just know that when they ask you for something, you give it to them.
Yeah.
Children don't have any business knowing about a light bill and a water bill and a gas bill. Children know too much about things they ought not to know.
Right.
When I came up, we didn't know that. When Varian came up, we didn't know about no water bill, no gas bill. We didn't know why we had to take out one pair of shoes and put on another pair. Because what? Them was your Sunday shoes. Them was your school shoes. You wore your old shoes with the holes in the bottom of them and went out there and played. And most times played with no shoes on. Now they know the light bill do, so I'm gonna break in somebody's house. The gas bill do, we ain't got this. My mama ain't got this. My dad ain't got. So they go and break in and they rob and they do things that they ought not to do. Why? Because they know too much. Now, people don't like that. Maybe I'm saying what people don't like, but hey, that's the way. That's why children are going so far astray. They know too much information that they don't need to know. They don't need to have to worry about how the bills are going to get paid. All they need to do is learn is enjoy being a child. Enjoy being a child. Children are adults in process. And we act like they're grown. We ask them, how do I look? Well, look how daddy look. They ain't got nothing to know how tell you how you look. And you sitting there with them and you partying with them and you sitting there drinking and smoking with them. So when you put them in an environment that says these are the things, and when they see Mr. Watson or Mr. Hill or Mr. Bender walk in, look at success and say, oh, he owns that radio station. Oh, he owns that TV station. Or he is the last word that's going to say no. And when he said no, you can go around the corner to the backside though, and then I'll tell him, give him one little chance. Because the next time they're going to ask Mr. Watson, we're going to come and ask John Powell. Because Mr. Powell is the man with the plan. Okay?
Yeah.
We got to own it. So therefore, I'm just trying to make sure that we understand that we have trillions of dollars in our hands. And we don't invest it in what we ought to invest it in. So if you haven't invested in anything, they need to be invested in this building to say, let's see if dreams do really come true.
Yes.
Children need to see that dreams do really come true. Because if they're watching on us, they're going to see a dream come true. They're going to say, wow, that's a first class building sitting on that corner. Wow, who did that? Who owns that? Well, they'll say, we own that. I own that. That's what I want them to say. I don't want them to have to look for me and say, Reverend Powell, no, Reverend Powell on it. No, we all own it, but we're gonna make sure it's ran right, So I'm surrounding myself with competent people that I know that are going to do exactly what they say they're going to do because they walk in integrity. Now, we ain't hear too much about that lately, but that's why what we do.
Wow.
Well said. Well said. Well said.
So you better stop me, Mr. Watson. You better stop me. I'm on.
Well, nobody can sell it. Go ahead, Bernie.
Well, I just want folks to understand the urgency of the matter. I want folks to understand that it's so much wrapped into this concept about black business and ownerships and a lot of stuff is just wrapped in this whole process of what you're trying to do. And it's not about you, it's about the community owning something in our own community like we did back in the day. Okay. When we own not only that block that you have got, we own the whole area down there.
That's right.
Okay? But it's beginning to disappear. But we're looking towards the future. And we want to make sure that we keep our share of the pot, if you will. Okay. Even though we're not going to own that whole area anymore. Most of it's gone.
It's gone.
And you got the last vestige of what's left that we can own. And I want folks to understand that. That is, and not only that, Rem Powell, they are investing into a gold mine. They just don't know it. What they see in front of them is not what they're going to get. And
Right.
I hear the story sometimes. I hear the story. Well, that building all dilapidated. Why should I? Because you don't have vision. That's why you don't. If you got
Right.
vision, you should be able to see that. We got enough spending power in our community to do anything that we want to do. Anything that we want to do. Okay. And I can't imagine if we can put 2 or 3, $4 million into that building, 2 or 3, 4. That, can you imagine how much value that square block of building could cost? Okay, I mean the value of that building, the that whole square block. Now I'm talking about the whole.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about a
Yeah.
building. We're talking about a square block.
I
Talk about how how
know.
valuable that is.
You're talking about you got to have a vision. When my sister and I walked down there and walked around the building, I forgot about Truth for Youth for a minute. I was thinking about what I could do with all that space. You know, you can't help but have vision and think about the possibilities. The parking lot itself is huge. It is just to walk around it. Reverend Powell, I thought about the walls of Jericho. You know, and I said, wow, to a man with that vision and that the perseverance that you have to just keep going by any means necessary. We just want people to feel that passion and understand, even if you don't understand the vision, just give to help someone else, give to help someone else. And we're sharing the places where you can give. Truth for Youth org. You can go to the GoFundMe page. You can call Reverend Powell. His number is scrolling at the bottom, 393-0332, 850-393-0332. Call him. That's his personal cell number. Call and give a donation. Truthforyouth.org, GoFundMe. This is Truth for Youth, what, almost 30 years, what, 1993 that you started. And looking at you, Reverend Powell, you look about the same. Your hair is gray, but you look about the same. I'm like, look at young Reverend Powell in there, and the part where you said, pump it up, pump it up.
That's right.
Yes, yes. So that enthusiasm that you have, if you don't have it, nobody else will. If you don't believe in yourself, no one else will. And before you came on, Vernon and I were talking about having a vision. People are not obligated to believe in your vision. We can't expect people to understand our vision because they were not given the vision. You know, that's your vision, but you need help. You don't have to understand or see someone else's vision to help it come to fruition. Just give. So I'm sharing with everyone there in Pensacola who might be watching or watch this later. I'm in Montgomery, Alabama. I'm in Montgomery, Alabama, just doing what I can do for Truth for Youth. Vernon is doing what he can do for Truth for Youth. And it may not be much. Someone came to me the day that I was in Pensacola, hadn't seen them in a long time. And they said, I'm going to meet with Reverend Powell at so-and-so time. She says, I don't have a lot. It's just a little, but I want to give. And that meant more to me, you know, because a little to her is a lot to Truth for Youth.
That's right.
You know, so you're planting seeds. So even the young folks out there, you know, we're looking at adults that have it. You young folks out there in your 20s, early 20s, teenagers, you guys got a job. Learn to sow into someone else's business. Learn to sow seeds. Be a giver. Be a giver. It will make you feel so good to know that you donated to Truth for Youth. Just donate. Just give 5, 10, 15, 20, $25. And Vernon, you said it earlier, we'll go out and eat that up on fast food, damaging our body. Let's save the building. Do something positive with $20. You'll be surprised the benefits of giving, especially when you don't even understand why you're giving. Just give because it's good to give. Give for Truth for Youth. If you want to know more about Truth for Youth, go to truthforyouth.org. Go to their website. They have a video there where you can see some of the things and events that Reverend Powell has done every holiday. He has an event. What is it? The Christmas report card rally,
That's right.
Halloween, you had something. The
That's right.
Easter egg hunt. And when
That's
I was
right.
there working at the radio station, I remember you coming in every holiday. You had something planned and you would cut that commercial. And what was it? Trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat. I can hear you saying those. I'm like, look at Reverend Powell. Say it again, Reverend Powell.
Triple tree.
And you would hear him on the radio and just feel his passion. And the flame is still there. The fire is still burning. Strong. And I admire that. People out there with the business. You got Reverend Powell is inspiration. Just inspiration. You have to believe in yourself. You have to.
Let's talk about how to give money to it now, Reverend Powell. Talk to them how they can donate.
Okay, we have about 4 or 5 different ways that you can donate. Ms. Lavenda was telling you about a few of them. We got Venmo. A lot of young people are very familiar with Venmo and Cash App. You know, they like taking that money and just go right there and just drop it in there like it's hot. And but we also have those other areas that we can donate. You know, you go to PayPal and take care of it there. You know, it'll go right to where you want it to go, whether you got a credit card or whatever, or you can decide to write a check. We are a 501c3 tax exempt organization, and we have all the bells and whistles that people want to donate, whether they want to donate a little money or big money, you know, because we are certified to do that. So any one of those entities that you want to mail it off to us, to the P.O. Box, is on the website as well. If you want to call me and say, Reverend Powell, come and pick it up. And I've been doing a lot of that. Love to come and pick it up. And I love the fellowship with you. And you whatever the Lord gives you to give us, then hey, I'm ready and eager to accept it from you. But you can go to our GoFundMe page, and right there on the screen, www.gofundme, and you can drop it off in there. And we will be more than glad to make sure that it happens. It's going to make a whole lot of young people happy. Believe me, I got a phone call from Melina up in there. You know, where we used to do the Brenda probably known about the mayflower, the maypole. You know, that was a lot of children haven't even experienced that. We used to call it May Day, and I went and bought all my stuff here last time because this year we're going to do May Day in the parking lot. We're going to show how to wrap the ribbons up. See, I don't know about that. We're going to celebrate a number of things that we have not really celebrated. I was going all the way to Tallahassee to get involved in the proclamation, you know. And now there's one day now. You know, you don't have to go to Juneteenth and May the 20th and you go over here for that and you celebrate Juneteenth when you're supposed to be over in Texas. Now they made it one holiday. So there is no excuse for us not to be able to empower young people to understand about the proclamation and see and do a May Day where we do that get all the ribbons and put them together. I got a lady who was showing me how to do that there, and it was when I used to do it with such ease, I forgot all about that. Now, boy, it is a technique to tie that ribbon. But these are the things that children miss because they don't get a chance to play. They didn't gadgets around that you can do this and do that, and your head all the way down, and you're getting depressed because you're getting all this bad news from all your friends. You're on Facebook and you say one thing, and somebody come back and they say something break your heart and hurt your feelings. You're just playing, getting involved. That's why we were so bad with school.
I love it.
You know, we were going so bad with school because children was out of school, so they found out that interrelationship, that mingling together, is what children was missing. See, exactly. So that's what school hurt so bad. They was on computers, but that ain't like intermingling and socializing and talking to young and learning from each other what you did at home and what I did at home and these things that children miss. And then we don't realize when I was going to school, we had playtime. You know, we had nap time and playtime. You actually went outside, you know, after lunch and played. You know, a lot of them have been taken away now. So we're so involved that we're forgetting that children are growing. If they don't get the proper nourishment as far as to look at, that goes back to that image breeds inspiration. Goes back to that loving feeling that children feel. So that's what Truth for You want to do. That's why we asking you to put your money with my money and my money with your money, and you go and you visit the website. You go and you say, hey, I was going to do this with this $500. I'm going to do this with this $500. I was going to do this with that $1,000. Now, but I decided, honey, we're going to do this with that $1,000. Honey, yeah, I was going to do this. I was going to buy this with that $10,000. But I'm going to show them, hey, I'm going to make their head straighten out. I'm going to put that $10,000 over here. I'm going to put that $20,000 over here. If Bob can give 50, and I'm sitting on it, I can give 50. And I look at that. It's not hard to give. Because like I told you today, I told the Blue Town today, I said, hey, if you take that all out of free, what do you got? Fee. F-E-E. Look how easy that word equates. If you take the O out of good, what you got? God. So look how close these things come. Goodness and God come so close. You don't have to be the smartest person in the world to realize that it's all about socializing, all about coming together. It's all about falling in love with each other. And when you love somebody, and you see that they can do something that's going to be beneficial to the community, it's going to be beneficial to the community. This ain't just benefiting John Powell. It's going to benefit the community to have a place of Saturday morning. Your child is up, going down to the Belmont Country Center. I'm going to spend my whole day down there in the reading room. I'm going to spend my whole day down there drawing. I'm going to spend my whole day in the art room. I'm going to spend my whole day down in the music room. I'm going to spend my whole day down there learning how to run a radio station. I learn how to be a TV personality. I learn how to run a camera. These are the things that our children are lacking. They're missing. And they want these things. But unfortunately,
the sad part is you mentioned how children want to just play.
Thank you.
Some of children these days, they don't even know what they're missing because, like you said, their head is down in a cell phone. They don't know. I think that the greatest thing that my sons ever told me, who are in their 20s now, is that they had a wonderful childhood. They stayed outside. Stayed outside. Cell phones were not what they are today.
Right.
I had to make them come inside. The children these days that have that technology, they don't even realize what they're missing being out in the fresh air. Like you said, give them a ball. Give them a ball. Get in the street and find something to play baseball with. Use some sticks. That's what childhood is about. But they're forced to be adults because you got both of the parents may be working. It might be a single mom that's working 2 jobs. The children are at home by themselves. Don't open that door. You can't go outside. You know what I'm saying? So they're stuck. But Truth for Youth offers a solution for that.
Thank you.
Yes, you offer a solution for that. So that's where the community benefits. It's not about just saving the building. You're saving the youth and you saving the community. This is the next generation. This is the next generation. These are our leaders. These are our government leaders, as you say a lot. So it's like, think about, again, you got to have that vision. You got to have some foresight to look ahead. So that whole area, and it's not just youth, you specialize in underprivileged, at-risk youth. Underprivileged. You know what I'm saying? They already face so many challenges as it is. They shouldn't have to face dealing with the challenge of losing Truth for Youth and having that safe place, that safe haven where they can go, where their parents know, okay, you're going down to the Belmont. You good. You good. Oh, you're going to Reverend Powell's, but you're going to Truth for Youth. Okay, you're good. But right now, you're in the streets. You don't know where your children are. What was that commercial at 10 o'clock? Do you know where your children are? No.
They don't play that no more now.
No more. No
you
more.
Know your child is at 10 o'clock. They don't know where their child is at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's so sad because all these things we're talking about can be fixed. Truth for You, the building will fix a lot of these problems. We're talking about robotics. We're talking about children being creative with their mind. We're talking about
Yes.
more than getting inside of a bouncing machine and jumping up and down. We're talking about taking things where they can put it in their hands and they can utilize their motor skills. And this has been undeveloped. It's an untapped resource that we have. Children are creative. Their
Yes.
imagination just run away with them.
Yes.
Imagine, George Washington Carver, those guys was looking at the window. What if someone had said, "Oh, he's slow because he looked at the window"? No, his mind was working. He was
Right.
creative. And so
Right.
when you put young people in a corner, that doesn't mean that when you time him out, he's timed out. He's timed out in the corner, but sooner or later he's going to create an imaginary person in that corner. They're
Right.
going to utilize that skill they internally have inside. And that's what I'm
Mhm.
talking about. That's what drives us.
Mhm.
That's what drives us. We have the imagination
Mhm.
to create things, awesome things
Yes, we do.
immediately.
Yes,
And so
we do.
that's what we need to capitalize. And Truth for You is saying, give us a chance. Give us a chance to
Yeah.
financially give us a chance to do this. Help us to pay for this building. Help us to pay for this. Because after a while, we won't have John Powell saying, help us to pay the building. Because eventually, hey, need the work I've done speak for me. God's going to call me and others on home. But hey, it's time now to be able to brag. It ain't like a granddaddy or a husband or wife walking through a place and I put that up there. I did that sheetrock, or I built that cabinet right there. We've done a lot of work for a lot of other people, but there's nothing we can show for it. You can walk through and brag about none of that work to anybody but the person that you did it for. Well, don't you
Yeah.
want to have somewhere that your children can walk into and say, "Hey, who did them bricks down there in that artistic way that they done it?" We got so many artistic people. That are here that have that mind and waiting to create something. Just because I'm 50 years old or 60 years old or 70 years old. Hey, February 2nd, I'll be 70 years old. I don't know how I feel to be 70, but I'll let you know. I'll let you know on this Wednesday.
I can tell you.
Yeah, okay. But hey, I don't know. But what you need to do is do all you can with what you got and stop saying what I don't have. If you got something that you can give, don't hold it back and say, "Well, I wish I had to given it." Losers say, "Woulda, coulda, shoulda." Winners don't say that. Winners say, "Did it, done it, got it down, man. Yeah, what's the next deal? We don't not top." That's what winners do. So don't be one of those ones. We said that too many times. I should have done that. I would have done it if he hadn't done this. Oh, and then you got those that are way on the other side saying, "It ain't gonna happen. I've seen it before, 100 times. It is gonna happen." Because why? Because the faith that I have in you and you and you and you and you that says, "Hey, I'm going tomorrow. I'm calling somebody right now." There are people on the phone right now saying, "Look, do you understand what this gray-headed man is saying on this TV about what we can do?" Yes. And what we haven't done, yes. I'm telling you that I need your help. I need your commitment. I need you to call somebody right now. I need you to call three people. Three people say, I was listening to Miss Lavender and Mr. Vernon Watson and Reverend Powell on there, and they was on there running their mouth, talking enthusiastically. They was all fired up from 4 o'clock p.m. all the way to 10 o'clock. All they was talking about was a vision of how we can make things materialize and become real right before our eyes. You can come by that building and watch them put the roof back on again. You can come by that building and watch them put sheetrock into that building. And you can watch yourself looking in the mirror saying, "Look at what I'm doing to help make it happen." Or you can say, "I did this. I took some of my little money that I had. I was going to buy them other stuff with it. I was going to buy this with it. I was going to buy them new mags for my car. I was going to buy this. But I decided I would split some of that money and help other children." Help somebody to help somebody.
Help somebody to help
Help
somebody.
somebody, help somebody. We all need I am my brother's keeper. We need to learn that we are responsible for each other's behavior and each other's attitude. And if you don't have an attitude of gratitude, you're gonna walk around here thinking that that people owe you something. You have a serious problem thinking that people owe you. And people don't owe you nothing. It's a privilege for people to say they like you. They don't. They can look at you and you can say, "How you doing, Reverend Bob?" And look at you and say, "Hey, Mr. Watson, how you doing?" That's worse than a slap on the face. We call that passive aggression. When I speak to you and you talk to somebody and you act like I don't even exist, people feel like they have a sense of empowerment. You made the money, you did this, now you owe me. You owe me. You supposed to take care of me. No, I ain't. I am not supposed to take care of grown people. I'm supposed to take care of children. He said, suffer little what? Children that come under me. And forbid them not. They should never be turned away. One thing about a child, you can turn him away one moment, and because he's acting out, and if his buddies don't come with him, he's going to go away talking that trash, but he's going to come back about 5 or 10 minutes later. He's going to say, "Hey, Reverend Powell, can I come in?" Now, can Reverend Powell drop down and be humble enough to say, "Come on in"? The same rules exist when you walked away talking and smack. They exist now. And a child will turn around in the midst of walking and come back and say, "I'm sorry. I want to come in." Why? Because his buddies didn't come with him, so he want to come back and be with the crowd. And guess what? His attitude of gratitude going to change. He going to come back in, and he don't give you no problem. Why? Because he knows that you want him to be there. That's a number one problem. People say they want you, but they don't really want you. They want your money, but they don't want the attitude that you got. And see, we got to let people understand, just because a child was born in a certain environment, they can rise above it. I come out of the projects of Kingston, Alabama, and them some bad projects. Pensacola ain't got no time with the Kingston project. Okay, but yet I come out the projects, but I'm able to rise above it. Because when you want something, when you have an attitude of gratitude, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. No, sir. I'm a yes, sir, no, sir person. There's some people like that, some people don't. Now, you're not going to walk up to me and call me John. You're going to call me Reverend Powell or Mr. Powell. And I'm going to call you Mr. Mrs. Why? Because respect deserves respect. When you train a child up right, then they act accordingly. You ain't got to slap them upside the head to make them do what you've been showing them how to do at home. What they do at home and get away with, they're gonna take it to school. And one thing about a child is always gonna be good. They don't lie. They don't come here lying. They learn how to. And who they learn it from? The corporate. Okay?
Right.
That's what we want to do. We want to put them in an environment and we want to use your tax deductible dollars. See, I ain't asking you to give me something you can claim. You can give me that. You can give me that $500 or that $10,000 or $5,000 and go right to your accountant and say, "Hey, I want to write this off." And we see it being done every day. We see it being done every day through our city. People are doing stuff and putting it up on signs saying, "Well, yeah, I put my name up there." But they didn't understand. Well, we didn't understand that was a tax deductible donation that they gave to a person that had solicitation certificate.
Right.
For
Right.
a solicitation certificate. So if they want to walk up there and get two for you $10,000 or $800,000 or $600,000 to put their name on the bill, no problem, because we have a solicitation certificate and we can take it and they can get their benefit. They can get what they want to get out of it, and the children will get what they need to get out of it. Certain things have to be done in certain ways. We tried our best to put ourselves in the slots that we need to be in. We have a solicitation, we have a 501c3, we also have gotten a proclamation from the city and the county, a resolution. These things you need in order to get federal dollars. If the county say they for you, and the city say they for you, we have an active cooperation with the city police department. We have an active cooperation with the sheriff department. They know me. I know them. I have their number. I have our number. If I see something that ought not to be, I do my best to explain it to the young people that is wrong. You can't hide.
Rem Powell.
Wrong.
Rem Powell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with all of those credentials you got to accept solicitation, what have been the challenges that you have faced with big donors? It seems to me, the cause for the cause, you would think in your mind, but I don't know how the interworkings of this work, but you would think some big donors would hop on this opportunity. It's tax deductible. it's a good cause, and so forth. Why haven't you been able to approach these big dollar donors?
Now that's the probably the $10,000 question right there. I've talked to some people, and I don't think there's nobody really in Pensacola that don't know about what True for You does, because when they call me and ask, can they get a bouncer, or can they get a stage, or can they get whatever, we do whatever we can to either give it to them or make the price so low that all we're doing is getting so we can go buy some more hot dogs and whatever for the children. So a lot of it is we haven't gotten the total exposure, because a lot of times I operate underneath the radar. I just do what I'm gonna do, not expecting to receive anything in return, not trying to compete with anybody, because my source is just trying to help the children. If I can go into Oakwood Terrace, or I can go into Marina Court, or any of those places and do something, because it's all about trust. When people think you coming there for a promotional thing to get over on, they don't show up or they turn away and their attitude is different. When they understand that you're there because you want to be there, you're there because they know you ain't got much of nothing, but you're trying to do whatever you can to help them out. They don't, and unfortunately, they don't have the revenue to return what you're doing. And then you go and you try to talk to a few people. So I don't have the vehicles. I don't. I'm on the best station right now. I'm talking to you, and I talk on the WRNE, and that's the extent of my conversation. You know, I don't. No matter how much I put information out, it just seems like it don't get back to me, because maybe they feel like, well, he gonna stop crying, or he gonna change the situation if we give him that building. How much of the situation is going to change? Can that building really change a lot of boys and girls and stop them from shooting, killing, and running in the games and all that? Yeah. And then some of us, we like slapping children upside the head and saying that's a bad joker. He ain't got no sense and he just trouble. We like pronouncing to them bad things, and that sows bad seeds into them. And when a person knows that you can, we always gonna have, Mr. Watson, we always gonna have sick people. We're always gonna have children that have been abused and battered. Okay, and we always gonna have our senior citizens that need somewhere to stay homeless. So there are 3 or 4 things that we know that we're never going to get rid of. But it's like, do we want to fix those things? Okay, you can fix the nursing home situation. You can make better nursing homes, and you can fix the sickness thing, because you can make bigger hospitals and better hospitals. But you can fix the situation with the crime, with boys killing boys and girls killing girls, and all, that can be fixed too. But do you really want to fix it, or do you just say, "Hey, Jimmy and Johnny's fighting over here, and instead of arresting Jimmy and Johnny, we take Johnny back over where he came from, and we know that Johnny gonna do what? He gonna come back to where he was fighting again." Okay, so you're not fixing the problem. You said, "Well, maybe I can't put him in jail for being a knucklehead, but I can put him in jail if he kills somebody." Okay, so you wait a few more days, and then you know there's something else is going to happen, and that's what we can stop. And I ain't coming at the churches, I ain't coming at the pastors, I ain't coming at the preachers. I'm saying in my days, preachers there's only 2 people were highly thought of in our community. 2 when I came up, preachers and teachers. They were the clique. And our teachers didn't even stay in our neighborhood. They were both, like, when they got to be teachers, they always stay on Mortgage Hill or somewhere else, okay? And the preacher was the only person who was there. And when we went to church, we didn't just get preaching sermons. We got leadership. We got information. We were told, don't do this, don't do that, do this, that. So now somebody's sitting on somebody's hands, because nothing is getting done now. So we're making a crowd now to hopefully shake some people and wake them up. Say, hey, Reverend, why aren't we doing something in our church? And say, hey, why don't we raise these dollars? Why don't we do that? I had a preacher tell me today, hey, don't worry about, I'm going back to my church and we're going to have another talk. We're going to raise some more money. We're going to get something to you between 9 Tuesday, between 9 Wednesday. This just shouldn't be his church. There should be every church in Pensacola and the surrounding area saying the same thing. Because when we have a lock-in, we don't say, well, if you this and if you that, and if you're not this and that, you can't come here. Churches from every church, all churches all over come to a lock-in. When we doing stuff for Easter, we doing stuff back to school, or when we servicing all these children for back to school, we don't say if you this denomination or you that denomination you can't come. We open it up for everybody.
Right.
Then why it is? Listen, well, you need to go. No, I don't. There's members, churches, there's people that know what. I don't think there's a minister in Pensacola that don't know who John Powell is, and because I know most all of them, and I love every one of them. But you got to be willing to say that the cause, the price that's being paid in the street is high enough that we can say, hey, let's go do this or whatnot. Or you going to keep on going and paying somebody all your money when you're going to have a program somewhere. You're going to pay them 85% of your money and maybe walk away with 15% of it. If you do, because the rest of it going to stay with whatever establishment you take it to. And don't you want to have somewhere that's first class that you can go to and say, hey, who's going over there to the Belmont Culture Center? We'll seat 500 or 600 people. I can do my tent. I can invite somebody here to do that, and it's only going to cost us probably 25 to 30% of our money.
Given that, Reverend Powell, given that, every church should be on board. Every church should donate something to the cause. Every organization in this town should donate something to this cause because they will reap the benefits of this. And I don't know whether organized effort been put into this, but just like you said earlier, it ain't nobody in Pensacola that don't know about what you and the works you have done. It should be automatic. Every preacher in this town should get up in their pulpit if they hadn't already done it tomorrow. So let's take up a special collection for the Truth for You. If every church in this town did that, you could burn that mortgage tomorrow night. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Burn it tomorrow night. There's more money that goes in those banks on Monday morning from the black community than in any other single organization. Okay, they can do that. Now every organization, Greek and all kinds of organizations we have, profit and non-profit organizations, if they take up a donation and send it to Truth for You, we'll be way ahead of it. Any business, okay? Now we're talking about businesses. It's a write-off for businesses as well. Okay, all business, and I'm not talking about black businesses, but any business should be able to donate to this worthy cause. And we could get not only pay off the mortgage, but we can build that culture center, put the roof on it, renovate it, whole 9 yards. We could have something that we could feel really, really, really proud of. And I'm challenging those folks to do that. We got enough black businesses in this town and the non-black business, all the business that black folks cater to, okay, which is a plenty of them that ought to be on board with this. And one of the things you just said earlier that I don't think I think people get it, but they just don't want to get it. You know, if we start now training those kids the way they ought to be, it's going to have an impact on our community, have an impact on crime. Children have nothing. One of the things Reverend Powell, I have to tell you this, and I say this all the time. I thought my daddy was the hardest man on earth. He never believed in idle time. Okay, and I know where he got it. He got it from my grandmother. My grandmother, I used to live with which is from my daddy's mother. I used to live with her for a couple of years, and she always had a saying about idle time is the devil's workshop. I never understood that. And my daddy lived that. Okay. He lived it. And I told this story, Reverend Powell. People don't believe it, but I told this story just this year. We grew up on a farm. We grew up in Burnt Corn, Alabama, on a farm in Burnt Corn.
Right.
This year, you know how sunny and hot and warm it was this year?
Mm-hmm.
I can remember one year, my daddy, he had 10 kids, but not all 10 was there at the same time, but he had enough there to pick cotton. We farmed, we picked cotton. And one sunny New Year's Day, okay, he sent us down to the cotton field. You know, wasn't very much. I know you know what I'm talking about. When you finish the cotton field, there'd always be scrapping, and always be few buds that just open up just scrap. Now he sent us down to the cotton field on New Year's Day to scrap cotton. His effort was it, and then he could do nothing with it. We just laid it in the crib. But I confronted him with that one time, and I said, "Why are you so hard? Why do you make us do stuff like that?" And then he reminded me what his mama reminded him, and our time is a devil workshop. Now he said, now I tried to make productive citizens. I wanted to make productive citizens out of my children. Look how you turned out. Look how you sister 10 of y'all, and all 10 of us have turned out okay in our own right. Okay. He said, none of you ever seen the inside of a jail. And that's the truth. None of his 10 kids never seen the inside of a jail or anything like that. We all turned out productive. And I kind of thank him for that, for keeping out of my. So I said all that to say, going back to what you are saying, okay, going back to what you are saying, is that you give these children something to do, okay? Put them in, you don't have to send them to the cotton field on New Year's Day. Put them in an organization, put them into a group, put them somewhere so they can be constructive, so they can do something constructive, do something positive. If we had a Belmont Developer Cultural Center, that is a perfect place. You can send your children. We can do art, craft, theater. We can do a lot of things at a Belmont Cultural Center that will help our kids. So that's my pitch for what I think that if for no other reason, folks ought to be able to get on board with that. If you're concerned, if you're a parent that you're concerned about how you want your children to be raised, how you want your children to grow up, how you want your children to be good citizens as well as corporate citizens, that is what you should do. That's what you should think about. We need to think about. I think sometimes as Black people, I think we just don't. We think too short. We need to think futuristic. We need to think about the impact you're going to have on our kids and our grandkids and the future generation. We shouldn't think about the here and now. Okay, we should think about the then and there. Okay,
Right.
and if we
That's
can
easy
just
to say, Vernon.
I know it's easy to say, but
some people don't know how to think. Some people don't understand foresight. What's in front of them is what's in front of them. And you
Right.
said you can't. Why wouldn't every church or every business pour into Truth for Youth? It wasn't until tonight that I got the big vision of the Cultural Center. Truth for Youth is not the same to me anymore because I heard it. You know what I'm saying? I heard the big vision. Truth for Youth, at-risk children, the events, teaching them academics and discipline, but to see the big vision, I'm hearing it from Reverend Powell tonight. So yes, I agree with you. Every person in a community can benefit from that cultural center, but do they know? Do they know the vision? Or do they know the Truth for Youth as it has been from 1993? So a lot of people probably don't know. I know I'm in Alabama. I'm out of Pensacola and not hearing everything. But the bigger vision, it makes you want to get involved. Just to hear him talk about what the purpose of it was for
I know,
as a
but
cultural center.
well, okay, maybe I know everybody think different, Lavinda, but over the last 28, 29 years, all the work that Reverend Powell had put into other folks' kids, okay?
Right.
And I can't understand why people not understanding that. Why they can disassociate his works from having a building. The building
But I'm
just
talking
hanging in
about
such the
the
vision
culture,
of the building.
the
Right, well that's what I'm
vision,
saying.
the future
Exactly
of the
right.
vision.
That's the whole purpose of what he's doing, trying to bring it into fruition. But I let Reverend Powell address that. But again, to me, because I seen his work, okay, I
Yeah.
wouldn't question. I know what he wanted to do with that building, just by what he's doing without the building, okay, and now what he's doing when he got the building. But just think what he could do when he
With yeah.
when the vision come to fruition. How much
Yes.
good can he do? Much more good
Yes.
can he do?
Yeah.
Reverend Powell, help me out.
You're right. I agree with both of y'all, you and Lavinda, because Lavinda's finally got more. But you, we even got video to show that when we was in the former studio that you had, and when I first got started, I think we got that video stuff. It shows that I got my first donations for the Civic Center right there in the studio, and some people that was there, they was sort of pretty much teary eyed because they found out that they was trying to figure how was it that we were going to be able to put that many children in the Civic Center and nobody fight, nothing happened because it was like you can't put that many black folks together because we're gonna fight, we're gonna do it, and then they found out that it was roughly about 85% or better of the children in the facilities were black, and when they got there, all children wanted to do was play. The Hispanics and the Asians and all of them got together, whites, they all got together and they played no problem. We had a good time, but people didn't see that. And a lot of people that don't know now what they know now what they should have known then, but now they know even more from looking and listening to what we're talking about and what we've been doing. This is not a plan we're trying to unfold and start something up. We just sticking our hand in the ground and tearing it away. No. We've been doing it. We can tell you how to basically play, how to get children to come together that have never met each other, how to break the ice when a lot of them sitting around doing nothing. We know that just playing dodgeball will bring children together. Because they get a chance to bump each other and say, "Excuse me," and you say, "Well, they would have never talked to each other if you had not called dodgeball and said, we're going to give you $3 to the winner." It wasn't about the $3. It was the fact that you got them to come on the dodgeball field at night at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning and bump with each other. And before you know it, they were making friends. They were talking to each other. They were laughing and talking. When they first walked in, they were basically wasn't socializing at all. Walking away from each other. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we want them to understand. Children want to play. They want to have a good time. They want to be safe environment. And now people finding out more of that didn't know. They can't walk away tomorrow and say, I didn't know. I watched the live feed last night and they can't say they don't know what True for Youth has been doing and what True for Youth is trying to do and what the vision is for that building when it's put up. That vision is to embrace young boys and girls ages from preschool on up. There's traveling schools. They go from state to state, but we never get them here in Pensacola because there is not a venue for those traveling schools to go to where these kids could be exposed, like St. Louis and up north, where these people come in and teach a different type of culture, but because they don't have it. They got too much going on and nothing happens. The school system will be glad to embrace something going on in True for Youth and say, we're going to bring in this person here. And you have buses parked in the parking lot where I envision buses parked in the parking lot, children coming in to be exposed to something new, something brand new. We don't even get a chance to expose children to much of their own culture anymore. Every time we create something, we get rid of it in a few days. We used to, when Christmas time come, you couldn't stop us from going to Booker T. Washington and lighting those candles. Okay? But when was the last time that happened? When was the last time we celebrated Kwanzaa? When was the last time? Okay? But those things are easily forgotten. If you stop doing something long enough, you lose your interest. And that includes going to church. If you don't hurry up and start going back to church, you're going to say, I'm going fishing. I'm going to work with y'all. I'm going to cook with y'all. They're going to find another thing to do to justify not going there. Okay? So, and when they get there, they want some enthusiasm. They want some commitment. They want some excitement. They want something to say, hey, I made it. So children want the same thing. And then we only have 5 Sundays that we use in the whole year. 5 fifth Sundays, and one coming up now that we use children in. The rest of them, they're unused. So what do children do? Why is it that we have such a problem? And now they know. They know that we can create things. We have the ability to create. Children want to do. A boy want to be just like his dad. When you see him cross his leg, you watch a kid when he growing up. After a while, he's going to cross his leg like his dad. A girl don't want to do what her mother do. If she have to watch, she do something, she'll skip a little bit. That girl don't start to skip and get like her mom. Why? She wants to do that. Who does a girl first fall in love with when she coming up? Her daddy. When a boy first fall in love with his mother, he's looking for somebody that's going to treat him and love him like his mother loved him. She's looking for somebody that's going to respect her like her daddy respected her. But if that daddy is not there, unfortunately, Barack Obama said it. You know, being president, fathers are out of place. And fathers have always been out of place. That ain't nothing new. But when I came up, when Vader came up, Russell came up, we had uncles. We had cousins that come up there and step right in daddy's place. If you look there, boy, go somewhere and sit down. What your mama tell you to do? You know? You stand there. You say, I'm talking to you. Well, look at me. Don't you look back at me rolling your eyes. You could never get out of the rolling your eyes apart. If you look back, that'll roll your eye. And if you say you wasn't there, oh, I guess I'm lying. You know? But they were there to fill the gap. Unfortunately, nowadays, there's nobody really filling the gap. And we got some big brothers and big sisters programs coming up every day, but everybody wants to deal with a success story. Who wants to deal with a failure? Okay? So they skip, certain children get skipped because what? They're rude, obnoxious, they're self-centered, they're egotistical, they're smart addicts, they talk back, they cuss you out, whatever. So people what? And we're not just talking about everyday problem kids, we're talking about church people, children. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm telling you off, okay? You got people in the church saying, no, don't leave Johnny here for Sunday school because you know he don't act right. And you know he ain't act right. Right? Because you have not trained Johnny up to do what Johnny ought not to do. And so you let Johnny make decisions for himself. Johnny is incapable of making decisions for himself. Yeah. Just because Johnny has the ability to cross the street at 2 years old, does he have the right to cross that street? No, he does not. Because Johnny cannot gauge the traffic. He's going to get hit. But we act just like children are toys that we play with until they get up to a certain age. Then that very behavior that you were laughing at. Look at how he cussed. Look how he waves and says, "That's so funny." That ain't funny because he can't go to certain school with that behavior because they're gonna send him back home. So what we trying to do, and the churches, everybody needs to see that. You know, we see that we need somewhere where our children can identify where they can come and play and have a good time and utilize their mind. Them 6 inches is what they need to utilize. And if we take the time out today and go to that website, truthforyou.org, I go to that Facebook page and visit it and say, oh, up to the right-hand corner, there's an app up there. There's a PayPal. Hey, honey, bring me that credit card. Bring me that American Express. Bring me that Visa, that MasterCard. Hey, we're gonna donate that $50, that $100. We're gonna do it right now. Hey, and then there's a cash app. Oh, no problem, honey. Go to our account. Let's just transfer that money to that cash app. That's a Venmo. Let's go to that Venmo account. Let's put some money in there to make it happen. I'm getting paid off on the first. The first is gonna be Tuesday. When my check comes, I'm gonna write a check. I'm gonna do something. Because I've had people tell me, I'm waiting on the first, brother. I'm waiting. I'm gonna do something. And when you got people that are waiting and they're saying, hey, as long as I get in, when I fit in, if it's at the end of the day, if I get in, I know that I got some folks out there that already told me, just wait, brother, God, to give me a few more days, a few more hours. I'm going to be able to do what I can do. And I know that, hey, we can easily go over the amount of money that we try to raise between now and Thursday. We can go over with no problem. We can go over with no problem because God has a way to extend the extension, okay? God has a way to, you pay one bill and then you come back and then you say, well, I'm going to pay that one off. And then I come back and get this from there. There's a way that we're going to make this happen. And I'm going to be able to come back and just say, hey, we got it done. And if you want to find out how I got it done, go to the website. Go to the website. You know where to go when you're looking for not-for-profits. You know, go there and say, okay, I'm going to that website and I'm going to see what Truth For You've been doing. It's wide open because Truth For You is wide open. We're a 5-star, not a 3-star. We're a 5-star operation. You can go there and you can say, okay, let me go there and let me see what Truth For You've been doing all these years. It'll show you what we've been doing. It'll show you that we put 100% of what we're doing in the Truth For You. We put what we're doing in the Truth For You because our children are just that valuable and we're committed to doing it the right way. And it ain't about me building it for myself. It ain't about me trying to put some money in my pocket. And whatever the Lord has for me is going to happen. But the major part is that we do what we say we're going to do to save and salvage the young boys and girls that are getting lost out there in the wilderness when we could easily come out the door and say, come on over here, table is spread. And so I'm asking you and you and you, I'm asking all of my friends, I'm asking my sorority members, my fraternity members, I'm asking my organization, my civic organization, I'm asking the churches, my deacons, my preachers, my missionaries, my ushers, I'm asking, the business people, the lawyers, the doctors, I'm asking the nurses, I'm asking those that work at the daycare center, those that work in the nursing home, I'm asking you to join in with us, hey, and make that donation. I'll be there. I'll be there a little bit tomorrow. I'll be there all day on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, from 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning to 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening and longer if need be. All you gotta do is call me. Say, Grandpa, I will be there at 6. I will get off at 6. I'll be right there waiting on you because what you're giving is going to be most important because every little bit will help to make that big. If the faucet is dripping water in a glass, if it drips enough water in that glass, it's going to fill it up. And it drips enough in it, it's going to run it over. Our drip will run it over. So all I need, your drip, my drip, 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 drip. And from the moment we got a full glass, from where we got 5 full glasses, from where we turning out a quality project, a process of boys and girls that are feeling good about themselves, having a good time, playing, running, and violence and crime will go down. Why? Because one of those children, they're in a True For You facility. They're doing something constructive with their time. They're in there building stuff. They're in there tearing down computers. They're in there working on a phones and rebuilding phone process. They're in there, doing what they would be doing outside, getting in trouble. They're taking that same process and they're building from it. They're using building blocks to make it happen. I know sometimes you feel like you're preaching to the choir. And sometimes I just have to look in the mirror and talk to myself because I have to excite myself and say, hey, I know what Michael Jackson was talking about when he said, the man in the mirror. You have to fall in love with the man in the mirror and say, you can do it. And if you say you can do it enough times, you're going to walk away from the mirror with a brand new attitude. Hey, I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. I can do it. I know we can do this, Mr. Watson. I know we can do it, Mr. November. I know we can do it, Pensacola, Escambia County, Santa Rosa County, Okaloosa County. I know we can do this, New York City, Virginia, Pensacola, Mississippi, Texas. I know we can do this, and you can go out and tell somebody, you know what? I believe that's going to happen. I believe, that's why you stop saying I believe. You're going to say, I know it's going to happen because I know it's going to happen.
And you said tell somebody. So if you are watching or if you see this feed in your news feed tomorrow, please share. Please share, 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 share. If you can't give $1, share the video. You know somebody on your friends list. Somebody can give something. Call somebody. Share the Truth for Youth link. Call Reverend Powell. 393-0332. Is that your number? Did I say it right? And that's something I remember. I know your number by heart.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Yes, tell somebody.
That's one of them working, man.
Tell somebody. Share this. Please share it. We're just asking for help to save the building that saves the at-risk children, that saves the community. He's waiting. He's got his phone. He's waiting. Call Reverend Powell, 850-393-0332. No matter what time you see this in your news feed, give him a call. If you see this at 2 o'clock in the morning, call Reverend Powell, 850-393-0332, truthforyou.org or gofundme.org, and just give out of the kindness of your heart. If you watching this and you live in Missouri, never heard of Truth for You, if you live in California, have no idea what you're watching, this is for a cause. It's for the children. It's for the children. We stress save the building, but it's for the children and the community. We're the village. The community benefits from this. I think about with a heavy heart all the crime, the teenagers that are dying in Pensacola. There are young folks in Pensacola who want to leave Pensacola because they are afraid of drive-by shootings. They are afraid to go outside, and that is sad. That is sad. My own son who lives in Pensacola, he doesn't feel safe there anymore. He wants to leave. So if we can get these children while they are young, mold them and groom them and teach them, there is something better than being in the streets. I've got, Bernie, you were talking about being raised working in the fields and doing all that farm work. I was raised with books. We couldn't sit and do nothing. We always heard from my father, pick up a book, pick up a book. We asked to go to a dance, even in high school. No, you ain't dating until you're 18. Pick up a book. Pick up a book. That's in my head. But you know what? I taught that to my children. Pick up a book. Now they're teaching it to their children. Well, my only grandson. Pick up a book. You can go to China in a book. You're bored. You ain't got to go outside or find something to get into. Pick up a book. And I'm sure that's what the Cultural Center will offer, where you can go into a room and pick up a book and be by yourself and read something, or go and get on the computer, learn some skills, learn something new, expand your horizon. I love the thought of the Cultural Center. Get some culture. There's a world outside of your own. But young children, some of them don't know how to imagine. They don't know how to dream. And I'm sure Truth for Youth can offer that opportunity to them, because it seems like parents are getting younger and younger these days, younger and younger. And if they came from a single parent household, or they came from a household where the parent was never there, they don't know what to do. They're going to do how they were raised. They're going to raise their children how they were raised. And you mentioned something, Reverend Powell. You don't have to knock a child upside the head for get them to. You see that so much in stores. Young parents yanking a child by the arm and yelling at them. It's like they don't know that there's another way, but that's how they were raised. So if we can get these children in an environment where they can be taught the other way, a better way, teach them how to read, pick up a book, there is hope for the community. It doesn't have to continue going the way it's going in Pensacola. It's a sad place when the young folks want to leave Pensacola.
You're exactly right. I thought about that, but while you were speaking, Truth for Youth also did a community service, and we're one of the few places that I know of that deals with community service from young people, like 13, 14 years old. A lot of places won't deal with young people in that small age group because they're so disrespectful, and they don't cooperate, and they won't do an accident. What I know people at the time when they come to Truth Youth for community service, those that have come, the parent bring them. Usually it's going to be a mother bringing the son or the daughter, and they come to the door. And I observe the child's behavior when they come in, because you can tell a whole lot in a quick minute when a child walks in the door. And when that child walks in the door and the mother says, "Come on in, sit down," and then I say, And then the mama said, well, he's been doing this and what else? No, ma'am, I don't need you to speak. I want him to tell me what he did. I heard him tell me what she did. And then look at me, I did this, and I said, what's your name? And he said, well, she tell her mama, shut up. And the mother looked at her. She said, I'll tell him, you just be quiet. I said, when you get up and go back and get in the car with your mama or your grandmama, and they take you back home. Look at me, and the child looks at me, and I said, go ahead on. Because that's the way you talk to your mother. And there's no way in the world you're going to do any community service hours for me, because you took full of disrespect. And they walk out the door, and you see them sitting in the car with the grandmother for a few minutes. The grandmother will kind of talking to me. They're trying to convince the child, I know what they're trying to do, to come back and have another talk with me. So when they come back in the door, I said, come on back in. Well, I said, what's my name? He said, yes, sir, I'm sorry for what I said. I said, now, are you apologizing, or are you telling me that you're sorry? Because when you're saying you're sorry for the manner in which you said it, but you're not sorry for what you said. He said, I'm sorry. And I said, now this is what we're going to do. I don't want you coming here mopping my floors, washing my windows, and scrubbing, because you're going to be doing that eventually anyway if your behavior doesn't change, because you're not going to finish school. Do you understand me? And the mother looking at me, and the mother looking at me with tears in her eyes. And then when I get through with him, I said, now you go back out the door there, and you go home and you write to me what you did. I mean, write it, because nowadays children don't learn how to write no more. They learn how to do cursing. They don't do cursing no more. They print. You don't even sign your name no more. That just amazes me, okay? So your identity is lost because your signature is your identity, okay? So now they get to print their whole thing. So he said, well, I go at home and I'll type it. I said, no, you're not doing it. You're going to write it for me, and you're going to bring it back. And if I don't believe what you're writing, I'm going to tear it up and throw it away, okay? So in the morning he walks out, or she walks out, and the mother standing there looking at me. She says, I'm so glad he met you. He's never talked to anybody. He's never You never even said, I'm sorry. Why? Because you never put yourself in a respectable position for him to do it, or you trying to raise them by yourself. And that's what you kicks in again, okay? And I've had a lot of them come to me and do community service, and when they leave, they say, Reverend Powell, can I come back? Can I do this? Can I do that? You know, well, and I take them, and I get them involved in an activity where other kids are coming that are less fortunate. Well, they come with a nice haircut, girl hair all fixed, mama spending all kind of money, and that little nasty behavior they got, go a block. I said, you looking all good and sitting in my office here with a nice clean haircut, mama will pay for it and everything, and you sitting there telling her to shut up now. Who do you think you are? You know, show them themselves, and then look at you and realize this man must really care about me. This man must really care. Now, how many people did they pass before they got to me?
Yeah.
Only person they passed because me was the judge. And they respected the judge. I'm saying, yes, sir, no, sir, to the judge. But they don't think they have to respect anybody else.
They want to show, they want some love.
Right. And once they're meeting with me, everything changes. They come back the next time, yes, sir. They're ready to work. They want to do whatever you ask them to do because they feel loved. We know, a child knows when they feel in love, and they know when somebody's doing it for the dollar. And if you're doing it for the dollar, they're going to smile and grin with you for a few minutes. But when they get mad, they're going to tell you off. They're going to tell you, you thought because you give me that pocketbook or you gave me that book bag, I was going to do this, and then they're going to cuss you out. You're going to sit there with that awe in your face, like, wait a minute, you know, no, you can't buy respect. Respect is always going to be earned. And if you earn it, then you give it back. So these are the things that I'm trying to tell. This is what we need. We need a place. Two people are going to provide that place as long as I have the strength and the breath in my body, and they walk in there and see me. You know, I've had college students come in there and try to work with children, and they go in there and say, "Call me Mike, call me Bill." And I have to excuse me for a minute. Come in, Mike. I said, Mike, when that child is talking to you, your name is Mr. Mike. Now, if your man can't be Mr. Mike today, you need to get back in your car and go back to the university. Because this child needs somebody to be in charge. And you can't be and role model at the same time. But if they don't know that, but now people don't speak truth to power. They'll sit there and look the other way like they don't know what's going on. I've had people come here and let the child take a break, go out and smoke. 14 years old, puffing on a cigarette. I go out there and I shut the place down. I did it at the Hall Center. Hey, my group, get in the car. He said, what did you take away?
Reverend Powell, there is a level of discipline in you that most people do not understand. Now, we talk
about program work. You have to have standards. And
have to have standards.
A lot of programs aren't working because we lower the standards for what? To get the money. You can't, this is a child. This is a human being. You can't let that child be disrespectful and unruly because you give them a few $1,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. You can't allow this precious soul to go unchecked because you give him his money. You know, and that's what's happening. Too many children are going by the wayside. That's why we desperately need it. And if they don't never hear nothing else I say, if they don't never support it, all I can tell them one thing, you have no excuse later on and say, well, we wish we had somewhere. No, you don't wish you had nowhere else because we're trying to show you this evening that if you provide a place, a safe haven for our children, then we can provide the proper teaching and understanding of the teachers that understand the reason why you teach, not because you're the highly educated person, you teach because you love teaching and you love children. And if you don't want children and you teach them for the wrong reason. And children understand that you don't love them and that you don't care for them. And they do what? They shut down and stop learning. And they think they're hurting you. And they're hurting themselves when they don't apply themselves. When they don't have teachers that want to teach them because they want them to learn. You know, I'm not telling you something I heard. I'm telling you what I observed and what's going on. A child say, I want to go to the restroom. I want to go to the bathroom. You tell one child, hurry back, Jimmy. And the other child says, I want to go to the bathroom. You tell that child, don't get lost. What that tells the child? Tell them, I don't care if you come back. Well, is that child going to come and tell you that? No, they're not. But the person that's saying that think they're meaning the harm? No, they do not. But what happens to that human being that in 1 year they're going to be 1 year older and they're going to go out there and they're going to hurt somebody and they're going to do something to somebody because they feel unloved and unlearned. And learning is something that is awesome. It's awesome, you know. And you know, I can give my passion no more than that because you know I love children and I feel that we're doing a poor job, not just forget parents and mamas and daddies. We're doing a poor job as people that love humanity on helping to assist in raising the children that we see. Half of them we don't even speak to. You see a child standing in the corner, acting up, and you want to say a word. I'm scared he may cuss me out. So he cussed me out. But at least he would have had an opportunity to say to himself, should have done that. And one of his buddies, I guarantee, going to tell him, man, should never cuss him out. That should never say that. But if nobody puts somebody in check, what's going to happen?
You're right. Reverend Powell, we've talked a lot about Truth for Youth. Let's talk about the man behind Truth for Youth. There may be someone watching who has never seen you before. You know, your community knows you, but who is John Powell? And that discipline, that level of discipline, that's military. Most people don't know that you're a veteran. A lot of people don't know that. So, and not just Marine Corps, right?
That's right.
That's hardcore. That's some hardcore stuff right there. So this discipline that you all hear, that's some serious military training. That's Marine Corps. I'm sorry. You got the Air Force, you got the Navy, Army, Marine Corps. Y'all can be kind of Marine Corps. Y'all hardcore. Y'all kind of.
We kind of crazy, right?
I didn't want to say it. I don't want to say it. Y'all kind of cuckoo. But anyway, in a good way. But that level of discipline, most people have never experienced that type of training. All military teaches training, and you can tell the difference in a military person and a civilian person.
Right.
Do you agree with that, Vernon? In their actions and
you got my mic mute. You have my mic mute.
You got his mic mute.
She got my mic mute. She don't want me to talk. All right. Play those games. Okay.
So
anyway, I see dirty. But anyway, I see him as Drill Sergeant Muddia. He's a cross between a drill sergeant and Muddia. But it takes that to raise a child. I want to take two things, if you don't mind, before we get into the man, Lavender, about what he said. And you know, I think I turned out all right. I think I did. And my parents, I was talking to a woman one time, been years ago, and she was relating a story to me. We were talking about how we was raised and so forth. And she said, well, when I was 15 years old, my mama slapped me, and I just slapped her back. I said, well, how old are you? She said, I'm 50. I said, you had to try that in my household. You'd have been a 35-year-old Hank by now, okay? Folks don't know what a hang. You probably don't know what a hang is, but you've been a 35-year-old hang. And the other part, Reverend Powell, I have to agree with you on about. I just learned. I don't know where I've been all my life, but I just learned. In fact, just very recently, I took my grandson to get his learner's permit, right? And they told him to sign on the paper. He said, "I don't know how to." I said, "Why? What you mean you don't know how to sign?" He said, "I don't know how to do cursor." I said, "What you mean you don't know how to do cursor?" He said, "Well, they ain't never taught us to do cursor." I said, "Just put your damn X down that in." The lady said, "No, just let him print it." I never thought. That was the damnedest thing I've heard in my life. Took cursor out of school. How folks gonna sign the name? Well, I guess that's the generation we are used to. But I learned that. I was shocked by that. That they took cursor out of school, and now people can only just print their name. Children don't have a whole generation of children that cannot. When I say cursor, that's what I call writing. In other words, the other stuff is called printing.
Right.
It's called printing
Right.
it. So
Mm-hmm.
people now they're just not. They're just all just say print your name instead of saying sign your name. So
Right.
I don't know, but I'm on target with you, Reverend Powell. It's called tough love. It's called tough love. They may not appreciate it now, but later in life they will definitely appreciate it. Like I went back to my mom and dad many days and said, I have to
Thank
tell you,
you.
thank you. And my son do the
Yes.
same. My son do the same thing for me. He said, Dad, I just want to go back and tell you thank you. I thought you the meanest man in the world, but now that I got children, he said, now I understand where you was coming from.
Yes. Yes.
And that's a
Yes.
certainly pleasure to hear coming from your children, knowing that you did the right thing, knowing that you don't have to go through
Mm-hmm.
the world as a gift script because they thought you was mean and abusive and so forth. Now they
Mm-hmm.
understand. And that's what you're trying to do for the community in general. You know, a lot of parents out there, a lot of children out there just don't have parents, or parents that just don't care. You know,
Or
we have
parents that
school,
don't know.
yeah, and parents that don't know. And we have school system now, unlike the school system we had. I believe we had teachers, most of them cared some point. You know, they cared. And there was an extension from the home. Okay. If you didn't do good in school, I mean, if you were bad in school, well, let the parents know you're going to get it at home. So all of that goes
Mm-hmm.
into raising the children. So I said that to say, now you can mute me again now.
I didn't do that
Yeah, you
on
did. You muted
purpose.
me. Oh, you didn't do it on purpose, huh?
I did
I
not.
I
Well, I
deal with
did do
you.
it on
I deal with
purpose.
you
I
later.
just forgot to unmute you. Stop crying.
Uh-huh. I'm crying. Okay. Let's go behind the scene. Let's see who John Powell really is, the drill sergeant.
Yes.
I mean the Marine, but because I'm interested in too why I know he's an Alabama boy, and all Alabama boys are good boys. So, but for him to take on the mission of Truth for Youth and where the vision came from and so forth. Let's go back to the history of why you did what you did and why you're doing what you're doing and why you continue to do what you do, Reverend Powell.
Go
Well, I
back
told
even further first. Go back even further. Where did you grow up?
well, I actually grew up in Snow Hill, Alabama. Came out of Snow Hill, Alabama. It's over there. We call it Wilcox County, over there by Camden, Alabama.
Okay.
I was there in my early years, and we moved from there. I remember that setting quite well. You know, sleeping on a bed made out of corn shuck, or feathers from chicken feathers, and that's not a good sleep. Had up by my long shot. I remember that and having to learn how to make it up, and I learned about trimming a lamp, that lamp that you had at night when the wick burned out.
Yeah.
They didn't put nothing in. That means it's
They don't know about lamp. They think if you think about a light. We're talking about kerosene lamp. Tell them
kerosene,
about it.
and they had a wick in there. There's a little piece of string in there. When that string went burnt down to the end, that was it. You didn't relight it. You didn't put nothing in there. And until the next day, it was dark until that next morning. You woke up real early, and you got up and you did your chores and went out in the field, and we picked all kinds of stuff. And then we moved to Birmingham, Alabama, and we moved there, and We started out living in a little shotgun housing, and we ended up, thing got better, we moved to the projects. And the project was named Kingston Projects, and the school we went to was named Kingston Elementary School. So everything was Kingston. I really didn't see any white people at all. Only thing I saw was the man that worked in the store, and he was an Italian. They were Mr. Rosado, and that was the only person that we saw that didn't look like us. Went to black school, and Birmingham is so big that by the time you get downtown, Birmingham was sectioned off into certain areas that my dad didn't take us nothing but in a small black area, and we went shopping. If we did, that was it. And when I came to Pensacola, I was in for a shock. We came to Pensacola, I think like in 1960, 61. My first shock was when I went downtown Pensacola, and there was a store called Crescent's and Woodward. And Woodward was on the corner of Garden and Palafox. Crescent was right next door to it, and you had the Newberry where they had the little ice cream counters in there. And I didn't know too much about where I was going, so we walked down there, and I went into Crescent, and I saw my first bathroom that had color and white.
Wow.
Really just tripped me out.
Wow.
But I went to open the door on the bathroom door, and the door wouldn't open because they want you to pay to use that bathroom. But the door was so short that you, being my age, I could just slide underneath. So I slid underneath and used the bathroom, coming back out. And then I went to go to get some water, and I know that there were two faucets, the color and one is white. I'm like, my brother said, "Oh, don't touch that water white. It won't cause no problem." So we left the store, Crescent, and when we walked out the door, the police officers grabbed us and said that we were stealing. No, we don't have anything in our hands. We have everything in our pocket. He searched us, and while he was searching it, the people that were passing by was looking at the officer. He got a little embarrassed, and he told us to get in the police car. We got in. And we stayed in the car for a few minutes. Then the officer decided he wasn't going to do anything with us, check us out, and let us out the car. We proceeded to walk back to, we lived with my grandmother when we came to Pensacola. We lived right across from McGee Field on Davis Highway, Davis and Young. We lived with her. We came in by way of train because back in those days you couldn't ride no Greyhound buses and stuff. You got on the trains, and we took the train all the way from Birmingham to Pensacola, came in by way of Cantonment, and it was smelling like it had an aroma like a burnt up onion. But they came and got us and brought us in. So that was my first real experience with racism in school. And we stayed here, and I went to Booker T. Washington. I started at Booker T. Washington Junior High, Golden Eagles, then I went on over to Washington. I learned a little bit there. Then I got involved in, I went to school, worked at funeral home. I always was a hustler. I always believed in working. And my daddy was a worker, and he walked miles and miles to work. And we didn't have no car, so we made it. I was the first person in my home to graduate from high school. My mom had 5 boys and 2 girls. First person to graduate from high school. When I graduated from high school, I decided I was going to go to barber school. I went to barber school in Jacksonville, and went there, and with the help of the community, Mrs. Inez Bimbo and Gopher, Joe at Bimbo funeral, Woody East, they got involved in Center School, and they got me down there, and I finished, come on back home. And while I was out of school, I got one of them brown envelopes in the mail. And it was from getting drafted. So it said, you're now registered to go into the United States Army. So when in the Army, I decided I would go into the Marine Corps. Because I said I wanted to be dressed sharp. And so I joined the Marines, went in the Marines, and I got injured there playing semi-pro football for the Marines. Because back then, with Roger Staubach, all them guys were going to the military, and you playing semi-pro ball. So I played a little semi-pro ball and got my arm messed up a little bit. Come on out. And I continued to cut hair. And later on, I went to work at the 99 Boys Ranch for abused, battered, and neglected children out in Gonzales, Florida. And they had some rough characters out there. I didn't know a whole lot about it, but I know I had 3 boys of my own. My boys would tell you that my daddy was a But then with the two Marines, because I was a yes sir, no sir, hard worker, I worked 3 jobs at one time. Because I
Wow.
was not experienced what I experienced. And my wife was super, and she stayed home with him while I worked the 3 jobs until things got better. And then I went for the 99 Boys Ranch, and I worked with Miss Celestine Lewis at the Prescott, because I wanted to work with smaller kids. After I worked with the one that was 12 years old to 18, I wanted to work with the ones that were smaller, that had been involved in crack and whatever. I got a chance to work with her with them for about 4 or 5 years and learn about that behavior. Then I went on to work for I worked for United Parcel Service for a number of years. Then I went to work for NAS, the Naval Air Station, and that's where I found my home there, working for them. But that job afforded me the opportunity to work with more abused and battered children in the evening time when I got off, and that's where my heart. I love that. Not only do I love my 3 boys, but I love all children because poverty does not discriminate. It don't matter if
Right.
you're white, Hispanic, Asian. If you broke, you just broke. And I
So
got a
when
chance.
did you realize that your passion was children? When did you realize that that's what you wanted to do? How old were you?
I was still in my mid 20s when I realized that I wanted to work with children. I became what they call a house parent. Then I would work 3 days on the job, and come home and stay for 2. I would work all 24 hours a day, live in the place, and come home. My wife, she adapted to that because I was trying to make it. I was making pretty good. And then I just fell in love with it. She said, I see that you really love it. And I came home talking about this is what we need to do. We need to do this and stop these children from being so bad. She said, well, you need to stop whining and complaining about it. If you don't do nothing about it, stop running your mouth. And being the man that I was, she kind of cornered me up. That's what I do it. And I went to community center, Fickle Recreation Center. I went there. I told them I want to use that center all night long for children in the project, which was right across the street, Addis Court and Morris Court. And they were basically fully populated with probably about 90% or better black children. So I went there, and my first night, it was in January, I took them in, about 35 children, and I literally locked the doors, kept them in there all night long, from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock that night to 6 o'clock that next morning. It was rowdy body the first 2 or 3 months was rowdy body, hollering, screaming. But I was learning and they were learning. And the more I learned about praying and feeding them, they wouldn't even ask grace when I fed them. Then I got them to when they came back, we're gonna stop, we're gonna do grace, do this. And then I learned how to start, and I found out that the black children were being mistreated, but the Asian children that came in to be with them, they became the black children. They were the one that the black kids was giving them all kind of trouble. I said, and I would sit there and teach them, now, you talking about how the people give you a hard time, but look what you're doing to this kid here. And they got a chance to see, you're right. As I said, the very thing you're complaining about, you perpetuating that same attitude towards somebody that's less fortunate than you. You know. But and we found out at 3 o'clock in the morning, you find out more about a child at 3 o'clock in the morning than you'll ever know in your whole life. And that
Mm.
took my life over. When I saw a child one night after a Hispanic girl that had long, stringy hair, and she had nappy hair. She said, "Why is your hair stringy? My hair nappy." And she said, "I wish my hair was stringy like yours and not nappy." And I had to pull her aside and say, "Baby, sweetie, you're beautiful.
Mm.
Your hair is fine just like it is." But she thought that hair made that person better than her.
Yeah.
And I decided then I would learn as much as I could learn about the behavior and watch children and see what was going on and see what would happen. And then I learned, and that's what just really adapted me into dealing with children and wanting to do more and more with them and get more and more involved with them. That's what my life has been for the last 28 years. Through working for the government for about 35, 36 years. 28 of them years was piggybacking back and forth with the government and working with children every chance I could get. And
Wow.
I also worked with my own children and understanding about them. No matter how hard I was on them, I learned at an early age that my son had a problem with me because he said he had got held back in school in the third grade, and I allowed it to happen. And then when he was at Ransom Middle School, and he was in the eighth grade. He was in the seventh grade, and it was I never forget. It was in November. He said, "Daddy, you love all them children." He said, "But you never fought for me when they held me back in school, and I will never catch up." And it hurt me so bad. I went to Ransom Middle School and I asked him, "How can you test my son out to put him in the right grade?" And they said, well, and he hard for a minute, and then they said, "We can do it." I said, "I want my son tested out now." In November, they tested my son in November in the seventh grade, and they came back and told me, "Well, he did pretty good." I said, "No." Then he passed all of the classes. The person looked at me and turned sideways. She said, "He passed all the classes." I said, "Well, when you pass all the classes, what does that mean?" She said, "That means he needs to be put in the appropriate grade." And he spent a half a semester in the seventh grade and a half a semester in the eighth grade. And he graduated from Ransom and went on to Tate High School. And he looked at me with that look in his eyes. I'll never forget it. He said, "You love me because you fought." My heart changed tremendously because I said, "Lord, don't never let me love somebody else's child harder than I love my own and forget them and neglect them." And from that point on, I understood what other children felt like, but I paid strict attention to my son to make sure that they understood. I love these children, I really do, but you my blood. And Daddy will never forget you in whatever he does. And that was my learning experience, and I've carried that with me for the rest of my life. And I can look at them with a straight face, and they know that I love them. But I didn't know. I didn't know that I would hurt them and hold them back. But God give you an opportunity to have a second chance in doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad he did. And so that's why I'm committed to fall in love with other children and help them as much as I can. But I know what they're missing. I know that they have nobody to really fight for them. People that love them, they're still getting neglected. And you'll find a lot of children that tell their parents, "Yeah, I'm giving you money, but you don't love me. You know what I'm doing, but you won't speak truth to power. You take my money and you watch me sleep all day long. And you know what I'm doing, and you pat me on the back and saying you love me. You know all the time, one day you're going to be saying bye-bye to me because I'm going to go to jail. And that ain't love." So that's a little bit about me.
Wow. Now, nice to meet you. I'm serious. Nice to meet you. My goodness. Did you know that about Reverend Powell?
No, I didn't, but that was very interesting. I'm glad to know the backstory behind. I know I've been knowing Reverend Powell for 20, 30 years now, but I know all of the
Wow.
back. I just didn't know the backstory, but I know he was a disciplinarian. I do know that. I did share the story with you at the time, and I don't know what you was on earlier, Reverend Powell, and you had this lock-in. It might have been that lock-in where you had those 4,000 people at one time, but I don't know. We was out down at the Civic Center, and you caught one of the boys up there on the top balcony smoking.
Oh, yes.
Oh man, you got on that microphone, and you could hear a pin drop in that big old building. And he fussed and he fussed and he fussed and he fussed. And I thought, I just started having flashbacks at home, right? Because my mother.
Did you get scared?
Yeah. And I told you I was with Jackie Holly. And I looked over at Jackie and I said, well, if it was me, just whoop my ass. I don't care. I don't just quit fussing. Just whoop me. Just be done with it.
I would give him a fit. I would give him a fit. It's amazing. Mr. Washington there because he videoed, I think almost every one of the lockers that we had at the Civic Center. And when we first get started, it'd be so much noise and then you can and they say, "How you gonna quiet them down?"
Yeah.
And all I would do, and I do it around people now, and it's amazing. People still haven't learned it yet. You can do it to grown people too. All you have to do when people talking, so I said, be quiet. Shh, oh, stop, stop. They said 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and you watch it. Everybody gonna click, everybody will go quiet to nothing. By the time I got to one, there was nobody talking in the house.
Then
They
we're
said,
gonna see what happened at one.
how can you control the volume of the voice and the fact that they knew that man got something he wanted to tell us, and they immediately stopped talking.
Yeah.
And 3,000, 4,000 children would stop to where and I would take the microphone and put it down.
Yeah. Hey,
I
and
said,
Lavender, it's time to play that video clip again. I want everybody
Yeah,
that,
I
that,
was
that
thinking
picked it
that.
up, that probably just picked up on the show, and let's show this video
Okay,
clip again. We're gonna talk about it after it played, Reverend Powell. You still got access to it, Sugar?
I do.
I'm not hearing the audio, Lavender.
After talking with my wife, that I was complaining about how many problems kids was having, and there was very few fathers and young boys and girls growing up. She said, well, stop complaining and do something.
In 1993, Reverend John Powell stopped complaining and did something. He started the Truth for Youth organization. Having worked 15 years for a residential facility for troubled youth, he knew the problems and was ready to tackle them.
And that's the problem, young people. There's somebody missing from the family, and we need to fill in that gap.
Powell committed his life to being a consistent force in the lives of children all over Escambia County. He takes them on by the hundreds, even thousands. His community-wide rallies are famous, like this Christmas overnight lock-in where each of 2,000 children left with a gift. He sponsors events to celebrate milestones and talents and to encourage success. There have been trips to places these children would never have dreamed of going. He's constantly planning, thinking of ways to reach the children, like treating entire neighborhoods to free movies to promote family time. You'll find him making the rounds at area community centers, bringing a little extra to the programs.
He's a nice guy that give kids free cotton candy and stuff, or have moonwalks, what they can jump or stuff to play with.
Reverend Powell always has encouraging words and praise to lift the children beyond their current circumstances.
All kids are good. They've just been exposed to bad situations. Sometimes our area, our environment can dictate our behavior. But guess what? We can rise above it, and we can be somebody.
He wants his life and works to be an example. While he wears the title of Reverend, there's one thing these children won't hear.
And you never will observe me preaching to them.
A lot of kids don't really get to see ministers outside of the church doing work, and he bring it into them. And he kind of mix it along with fun, and the kids don't see that in a lot of the preachers.
He is loving, he cares about children. He will never let us down.
Seeing the smiles on their faces and seeing the respect in their heart and the belief that this person is consistent, this person really believes in me, this person really is there for me. I'm just trying to do something to help somebody like Jesus did.
Angels in Our Midst. Brought to you by Sacred Heart Children's Hospital.
I took all these children to just stand up for a minute so I can just see. We've got some real talent here, and there's much more out there in the neighborhoods. So let's bring some more next year as well. But thanks, you've done a real good job.
To the Mistress of Order and to the sponsor of this great Masters and Mistresses of Music, Reverend Powell, Truth for Youth, and to all the parents, and greetings to the children. Indeed, as Councilwoman Jones has stated, you all have done an outstanding job. I just want to tell Councilwoman Jones something. I used to play drums. I just had to get that introduction.
They will come forward, just stand along front here. Give them a big hand. Come on. Give them a big hand. You did a marvelous job for that. Fantastic. Fantastic. And parents, again, we are proud of you for children out. You did not send them to us, you brought them over here. And I'd like for us to give them a big hand. We sent our children to many places we need to come with them. And you did that today, thank you.
I want you to pay strict attention to your television set right now, and we're going to show you something that you've probably never seen before. Hopefully, you'll see it again. Take a look at this. Pump it up, buddy. That's what it's all about. I remember my good old high school days and things. We had a good time.
Now, one innovative approach that you have tried has been to sponsor and to pay for on your own, as I understand, lock-ins where you invite children to come at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night and stay through Sunday morning at a specific location. How successful has it been, and how do the children respond?
They respond excellently. And correction on that, we used to do it on a Friday night at 10, and we get out on that Saturday morning about 6 o'clock. Excellent. Young people have had an opportunity to get praise, an opportunity to play and have a good time. That's all they want to do, is have a good time and enjoy being a child.
Reverend Powell take care of 4,000 youngins. He didn't need us at all, did he?
No, sir. I tell you what, and that food smelled so good.
Oh,
Chicken
yeah.
From churches and Popeyes.
Oh, he is definitely hands-on, and of course he's gotten so organized with this thing now. It just clicks on. I saw some good people down there. Dr. Bell was down there, and so he has every angle covered. For those that missed this year's lock-in and report card rally, next year is just around the corner, so make sure you get on the list. They can only put 4,000.
Human Relations Commission, City Council, County Commission, we get involved. We want our young people to know that they soon will be involved in the makings of our government. You're looking at the 1997 Civic Center lock-in. Over 4,000 children attended. It was a great event, outstanding endeavor by all of our young people. We want you to get involved with it. True for You is a non-profit organization founded to take care of our young people. Please, in your giving, make your checks, your tax-deductible checks donated to True for Youth. We like working with children. We need volunteers. We need them from every walk of life. And as you look at all the young people that came out to the Civic Center on December the 19th of 1997, had a great time that night. Not one fight took place. We're thankful for some of our contributors like the Waterfront Mission and some of our banks. Oh yeah, I sometimes stomp my foot and ramp a little bit to let them know that we really love them. It's all about caring. It's all about caring. We care about them. Volunteers are highly sought with this mission. We need someone to help. Somebody to help somebody to help somebody like Jesus did. Belmont building that we purchased was purchased in June of 2010. We purchased it formerly known as the Window Factory, and before that it was known as the Smith Bakery. We purchased this building with the sole intent in mind that we would change this facility to a learning center and empower the community, those nonprofits, to come out and get involved. If they couldn't afford a building, at least they could afford office space. We wanted to transform the building into a big conference room and support the many endeavors that Pensacola has to offer. The location is fantastic because it's located in the historical Belmont and the Villa area. It is 43,000 square feet of building that we're excited about. The problem that we face with the roof, it leaks quite severely. The cost for the roof repairs are estimated to run somewhere close to $150,000, providing if we get the support from the community, and which we believe we will, that damage could drop tremendously to well under $150,000. We've been blessed with contractors coming in and overseeing and observing the situation and knowing where we have the severe leaks and where the leaks have been minimized. The ministry that the Lord has given me, far beyond me, long after Truth for Youth continued to flourish in this community and I'm gone, I wanted to be known that it's not about me. It's always been about the youth of our community. I am my brother's keeper. It is important that all of us become true humanitarian. Jesus was a true humanitarian. He loved everybody, he loved all people. So if you can remember one thing that I said today, Truth for Youth is in need of your support. We're in need of your commitment to the love of people and the love of Jesus Christ.
There you have it. 850-393-0332. 850-393-0332. We're asking you all, if you're just tuning in, please go to the truthforyouth.org website or GoFundMe Truth for Youth and help save the building that saves the children, that will save the community. Pick up the phone. Call him right now, 850-393-0332. Reverend John Powell, founder of Truth for Youth. And there are several ways that you can donate online, truthforyouth.org, gofundme.com, PayPal, mail a check. If you can't see that, you can go to truthforyouth.org and all of the information is there. The mail a check, the address is there, telephone number is there, Cash App is there, truthforyouth.org or gofundme.com. Please give. Please give 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,000, 50,000. Somebody has a check. Somebody out there can help the Truth for Youth organization and save the building. Somebody out there, and we've said it all night long, if we rally together as a community, he will be able to come up with the money to pay this building off. There's just really no excuse if everybody gave $1. Everybody in Pensacola just gave $1. Share the video. Share this. Even if you see this 2 days after this is aired, please donate to Truth for Youth. Save the building. If you're still not sure what Truth for Youth is and you're just tuning in, you can watch this. Watch the replay. Share it with your friends, share it with your family, share the GoFundMe page, share the truthforyouth.org page, and be a part of a change. Who is it? Was that Gandhi? If you want to see a change, be the change. So I'm in Montgomery, Alabama, trying to do my part to help save this building that is so beneficial to the Pensacola community, so beneficial to children, underprivileged children, at-risk children who need us. We are the village. Doesn't matter where you live, Mississippi, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, Louisiana. Truth for Youth is a beneficial cause, and they are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. It's tax deductible. So please share. If this comes up in your news feed, if you're watching on YouTube, please share it. Share it with someone. Everybody knows somebody that can give something. Something. Vernon, you said it earlier, we'll spend $20 on fast food. We'll spend $20 buying something that we don't need. Give it to a cause. Give because giving is a good thing to do, and you'll feel good about it. I have never solicited funds like I'm doing before, and this is because I believe in Truth for Youth. I believe in the man behind Truth for Youth, and it was just an honor that I had the privilege of actually meeting him and getting to know him in person. But tonight, I met him a little more. I got to see the man behind Truth for Youth. And a man of character, a man who has a passion for children that I've never seen before. There is no way I would want to be in a building with 4,000 children, but in 1993, that is what you did. And the orderly, you had their attention. And you said earlier, children know when someone loves them. Children can feel the love, and they know the difference in loving from the heart and loving for something other, like money, or doing it out of obligation. You know, a lot of people volunteer. I know the military is good for this. We'll volunteer just to get that on our evaluations. But can you volunteer because you love? And it takes special people to want to deal with at-risk children and save a child's life. So the whole community, the entire community can benefit. So please, if you're watching, we're just asking you to please share this video, share the video, and go to the website and donate. Truthforyou.org. If you're saying, well, where do I donate? Go to truthforyou.org and it'll list the various ways that you can donate. PayPal, Cash App, truthforyou.org, mail a check, go to gofundme.com, type in Truth for Youth. It'll come up and you click donate, simple as that. And I believe if you missed it earlier, if you go to gofundme.com, everyone who donates $50 will get a t-shirt created by the artist. Let me see if I have her phone number. I think I just deleted it. But Deborah Shedrick, who's the creator of the Fundraiser image, she has offered to give a free t-shirt to anyone who donates through GoFundMe $50, or to go to her site, Deborah Shedrick, or you can leave it in the comments as someone else has done. And she will be having an art fundraiser for Truth for Youth on the 5th of February. So if you're interested in getting a token of appreciation in the form of art, you can do that. On the 5th, there will be an art auction, and a portion of the proceeds will go to Truth for Youth. So we're asking you, pleading, to please give. Please give. Vernon, you up?
You ain't. You don't have me mute, do you?
You know what?
You must have thought. You must have got tired of that snoring I was doing. That's why you muted me. Huh? I didn't know I was snoring.
I muted you because you were smacking whatever you were chewing.
It's been a long 6 hours. I started early this morning now. I have to get up early.
You've been
It's been a long show. I did my show on the radio station, and it's been a long 6 hours. But you know what? Guess what? It might be, but we're on the downhill side of it.
We are.
We have done 5 hours and 21 minutes. Reverend Powell, before you came on, we have dedicated ourselves. We're going to get this money to pay off this mortgage. And every year, we're going to hold a Jerry Lewis type telethon on TV to continue to raise money to fund the build out of the Belmont Cultural Center. Okay. So every year about this time, let's start next year, we're going to have if we want to go 24 hours, we can go 24 hours. We're going to do that Jerry Lewis type telethon to raise money for Truth for Youth to continue its efforts into funding out the building and everything. So are y'all on board with that?
That's on board. Sounds good to me.
Okay, we're gonna do it, and this time next year, we did this on the fly. Next year we're gonna do it the Jerry Lewis style. We're gonna have other folks involved, entertainers, I wanted to get Sue on with me, but I was too late. It was just too late for me to schedule her on. We were lucky enough to get help me out.
Robin Richard. Robin
Richard.
Yeah,
She did it.
Dr. Sandra.
Yeah, she
Dr.
did it on
Sandra Winborn.
Dr. Winborn.
And
Terry
Robinson, Vice President of Truth for Youth, was on. Yes.
Yeah, we had Terry
and
on.
the artist, Deborah Shedrick, she was on
Yeah,
also.
Deborah. Yeah, Deborah is
All
on.
right, all right.
Hmm. So we got a lot of good interest, and I have people to call me in and say they donated. And but one of the things we decided to do is that uh, they print. You know that they Deborah donated Truth for Youth the original painting of the what we got the shirts on. I know you got that, but there's original painting. But she retained the right to sell the prints on them, and every print she's gonna have a special auction to sell these prints. You're gonna sell 300 of those prints, okay?
Oh,
And
that's good. That's good.
don't the proceeds gonna go to Truth for Youth, and I believe, but you still have the original. You still will have the original uh,
Yes,
painting
he will have
painting
the
itself.
original.
But
Yeah.
yeah, and then what she decided to do in addition to all of that, anybody that's on tonight that donated to the GoFundMe page, okay, would get a T-shirt with that print on it, with that Truth for Youth print on it. And so, man, I can't wait to see how many folks decide they're going to donate $50 or more towards that and get a free T-shirt. Now you can donate anything less, and certainly anything more if you would love to, because we need every penny that we can get in order to make this happen. Okay, and a lot of folks, we got a lot of money buying power in the black community. I think they said that the buying power of the black community equals out to the third largest economy in the world.
Yes.
So that's a lot of buying power, and we spend a lot of money. We spend a lot of money, and maybe it's a spending power too. We spend a lot of money, but and unfortunately, it don't we don't it don't stay in our community, but dollar run around in our community about one time, but it goes out. And but what we want to do is to try to keep that dollar in the community, let it circulate in our community as many times as possible. And this is one way that we can get that to help circulate our money into our community as well. So I certainly want to encourage people to go ahead and donate for this worthy cause. I have
Mhm.
seen nothing any more worthier than donating to, because I'm talking about large corporations, small corporations. I'm talking about individuals, talking about organizations, talking about churches. I'm talking about anybody, children even, they can donate. And that little
Mhm.
candy money they got, they want to donate something because they're benefiting from it. And it's not gonna hurt you. It's that's your sacrifice that you're gonna make for this cause, and certainly is a worthy cause. Okay, all right,
I'm
you
glad
can
you
now.
said that about the young. Oh Lord, I'm glad you said that about the young. Saturday night, not Wednesday. I mentioned about the young people giving. We haven't received a date yet, but DJ Ziggy is going to do his part to help save the building and draw his
Oh,
peers, the young people,
really?
do a drive-by donation and have him out there in the parking lot DJing, Facebook Live, and just getting the young people to come out and donate. That has got to be the busiest young person I have ever met in my life. But DJ Ziggy has agreed to help to raise funds. So we are looking forward to that. If he can give me a date, if I have to pin him down, but he has agreed to help and he's excited about it. Though young people know who DJ Ziggy is, he's probably one of the most popular. He's a traveling DJ now. He's moved out of Pensacola and traveling and DJing and hanging with the big wigs and the big rappers, but he has not forgotten home, and he has offered his services to help save the building. So again, you all who are just tuning in, please share this. If I sound like I'm big and I am, please share, just share, just share. Please share this. Someone you know may know someone who can help save the building, the Truth for Youth building, help at-risk children. That building serves at-risk children and the community benefits. I can't say that enough. It's about the community. So that was the whole thing with the image. It shows community. It's
Hmm.
the building and community. So wherever you are, whatever city, whatever state, community united can make a difference. Isn't that your quote, Reverend Powell?
Yes, sir.
Together, we
Together,
can make a
we
difference.
make a
And
difference.
this is make a difference. We just have to come together. So this image, Reverend Powell has the original was given to him, but the prints and jacquees will be offered at the art auction, and a portion of proceeds will go to Truth for Youth, and that is next Saturday. Is that next Saturday, February the 5th?
Yeah.
February the 5th, art
Yeah.
auction for Truth for Youth. And go to truthforyouth.org, 850-393-0332. You can call Reverend Powell. GoFundMe, several ways. PayPal, go to truthforyouth.org and you see the several ways where you can um, donate. Donate. Reverend Powell, we didn't mean to hold you for so long, but
Oh,
I
let's
believe it was beneficial for the people to hear you, to see you, to meet you, and to feel your passion through the words that you speak. I know I was definitely inspired and enlightened to a little bit more of what Truth for Youth offers and your vision. And thank you. We appreciate the time that you've given us. We know you're a busy man, but we thank you for joining us tonight.
Laverne, I just want to throw in this that I love the analogy that Rem Powell used earlier about the people that just don't have the vision or don't have the faith. I guess you got the what the Bible say. Rem Powell got to have the faith of a what mustard seed.
Mustard seed.
Just a mustard. Oh, you know that, Laverne? I'm impressed.
You know what,
But anyway,
Vernon? You know what?
but anyway, but at any rate, but the folks that can't see the vision, but the analogy you use about a drip of water dripping into a jar. Okay, that one drop of water eventually gonna fill up that jar. And I know people can't see it because one drop of water, Lord have mercy. I ain't know if the spigot can't pour over.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. But it eventually, in other words, every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. And
Yes.
eventually,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
jar gonna get full. And then the next jar, and you let it continue to drip, you're gonna fill up many jars. And you're gonna go from a pint to a quart to a gallon to a 5 gallons to a swimming pool full. So just continue. Don't be dissuaded. Don't be judgmental because some folks look at it and say it will never happen. I heard that so many times, Ron Powell. I just want to upchuck when I hear people saying that. Don't worry about that end. Just worry about your end. Okay, with $32, $10, $50,
Or
$100,
$100,
would that make a
$5,000.
would that make a difference in your life? Probably not. You donate your whatever you're going to donate and leave the rest to us. Don't worry about whether or not my money is being wasted. It's never going to be wasted. Okay, you're going for a cause, and with your money and my money and Lavenda's big money, I mean, and everybody else's money, we can do miracles with that. And but I like your tenacity. I like your faith, Reverend Powell. And again, we talked earlier about if people didn't have the vision, didn't have the dream, that you had. And I know we all don't share the same vision, share the same dream because they can't see it. It wasn't meant for them to see it. But they can. The only thing they need to do is just support it. Don't be the naysayer on it. I used to hear Robert Hill say all the time how people find a million ways not to do something. Just find one way to do it. You don't have to think of a million ways not to do it. Just one way to do it. Okay. And it's just if it ain't nothing but dropping $5 in the bucket, so be it. Okay. Do what you can do on your end, and then you can be proud to say, at least when it's all said and done, my $5 went to help build this magnificent structure here, and your children can feel good about the same thing. That my parents, or I even took my candy money and I donated for this magnificent structure here. That what they can tell their children. Okay, if it wasn't for me, it probably wouldn't be here. Okay, so I want folks to take that attitude. Don't take a naysayer's attitude. Let's to have a can-do attitude. It can happen. it can happen, and it will happen. Okay, it will happen. So that's what I want you to do. Just go ahead and donate, and don't worry, and leave the rest to us. Okay. You mute me now, Lavender.
Oh Lord, you see how he keeps talking about that mute, Reverend Powell. He's gonna be crying about that for the next 3 days. You mute me. You mute me. Anyway.
Ah, but sweet revenge.
All right.
Anyway, do you have any closing remarks? I know you feel like you have talked all night and probably talked too much, but you haven't.
We got 20. He can't close for 27 minutes. We got
Well, does he
27
want to
minutes
be
to
on
go.
to the end?
Yeah, he got to be on to the end. He ain't got no choice at this point. He got to see it. He got to see it through. And he will see it through. I can look at his face. He wasn't going nowhere.
No.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just so glad that we've been putting the flyers out all over the place, and a lot of the churches. And
Hold up that flyer. Hold up the flyer, Reverend Powell. Hold up the flyer.
Flyer that we've
Closer
been
to the camera. Hold it closer to the camera so we can see it. Okay. Not that close.
Okay.
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 That's
How about
good.
that?
Okay. All right. Now, Reverend Powell, I'm glad you do that. Some folks, your $1 million campaign, which is a little bit aside from what we're doing here, because this is in addition to what you're doing. Explain to them about the $1 million campaign.
The $1 million campaign was designed to be a million-month march to raise $1 million, and
In 1 month.
in 1 month's time. And our philosophy came from, we did a little multiplication and said that if we could find 31,250 people to donate $32, that would equal $1 million. But then we also took under the consideration that what if we had people that donate 1,000, 2,000, 500? Then that makes the number of 31,000 drastically start to decrease.
Right.
So every time we get $1,000 person or a $2,000 person, or someone decides that they want to make, instead of paying the $32, they want to do 64, or they want to do 120 or something, then that makes that 31,000 now go down even more. Just keep dropping. It keep dropping until you get to 21,000 people donating.
Mm-hmm.
So we've just been trying to deal with the positive aspect of the giving, where we have people like the lady that came from Birmingham today, and she donated $500. She said, "If I want to donate $500," so that helped out those. That want to help the ones that can't afford it, that maybe gave 10, or maybe gave 5. And I've had people that gave the 5 and the 10, and I am so thankful for them, because the look on their face was, "Hey, I'm giving you what I got, but it's from the heart,"
Right.
And they said, "I just want to play a part." So when it's all said and done, they want to be able to say, "I gave, I helped out. It was my penny that leveled the level." Okay, so that philosophy, the $1 million that we're trying to raise in 30 days, and we're rapidly approaching the 30-day process. But there's a phase 1 and a phase 2. And someone said to me, "Well, what are you going to do, Reverend Powell, if you don't get the $1 million in the 30 days?" I said, "We're going to just keep right on moving, because we know within the month of February or whatever, we're going to raise that amount of money. And some of it is delayed. Blessings delayed or not, blessings denied." Okay? So people need to understand, just because the blessings is delayed don't mean it's been denied. When Daniel prayed in the Bible 21 days, he waited. After he started his prayer, 21 days it took for him to get an answer. What if he had to stop and walked away and said, "Well, it ain't coming," on that first week, 7 days? On the 14th day, what if he had to stop? On the 20th day, almost 3 weeks in the wind, what if he had stopped? On the 21st day, the angel Gabriel broke through and said, "God heard you on your first day." And it took me those 21 days to get through all that mess that was going on. So God has the blessing. The blessing is coming. We know it. We know that building is going be finalized. We're going to renew it. We're going to restore it, and it's going to be remodeled. And it's going to be the picture place of the community. It's going to boost the Belmont Villa area up tremendously, where we have an auditorium, restaurant, and an event center, and a place where we can do training and movies on the outside and things that we're going to have going on. Just to look at the futuristic drawing of the work that's going to be that has been planned for, it's just overwhelming when you look at it. So, but it takes the funding, it takes the money, it takes the mechanism. And so we're hoping and we're believing, because it says, "My hope is built on nothing less than Jesus Christ and His righteousness." So my hope is built on knowing that, hey, faith is stepping out on nothing and landing on something. Okay, so all you gotta do is just make that step out. You don't have to see what you're gonna land on. Just believe that something is going to be there. So I believe that you and those of you that have called somebody already and said, "Oh man, I've been looking at this, man. I started when it first started. I saw the wonderful speakers. I heard people talking about it, and now I want to be activated and do something." So on tomorrow or tonight, when I check my email, or when I check the GoFundMe site, or when I check to see about the PayPal, I'm going to see that, or I get an email, ding, 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 on the PayPal thing, or I get an email on Venmo that says, "Hey, look here," or I get something else coming in that says the money's been given this way, Cash App or whatever. Then we'll know that things are still. It's been moving from day one, Mr. Watson, Mr. Lavender. Day one, we started moving with the concept. So I got a young man in Tennessee, another young man up in Maine, somebody else in Missouri. They're all calling, so we're going to do like it. I keep getting these phone calls from people saying that all is not lost, Reverend. We got our money coming. We got our donation coming here on Sunday. Some said we got it on Monday. Some said I'll be here on Tuesday. Some said Wednesday. So whenever we get here, it's going to be here at the right time. And it's going to help us to get higher and higher and go deeper. Like Mr. Watson was saying, that drip. And every time somebody drips something over in there, something else over in there, we're going to get to where it's going to be overflowing after a while. And we'll be able to let all of Pensacola know, hey, dreams do come true, young people. Miracles do come true, young people. And we have not God is a promise keeper. He never made a promise he did not keep. So we're depending and believing that this is going to work out for us in a much, much positive way, and I'm believing it.
Absolutely.
I'm excited about it.
I know, Reverend Powell. I hope you can hear me. Let me get back here for a minute. Can you hear me? Okay. All right.
I can hear you.
I know it will work out. Okay. It's no if and buts about it. It will definitely work out, and we just want people to, kind of feel, just work with us for a minute and just kind of understand where we're going with this. They can't see it, but we can do it. We can do it. I was sitting there talking, and the part of the problem, I think, that people were a little bit hesitant to donate because they don't believe it can happen. They don't believe it can happen. I was just thinking just a few minutes ago about when Elon Musk and all those folks talking about going into space and taking people up into space, and I heard people saying, "Well, NASA been doing that for 50 years, and they got astronauts. They can't make that happen." The rest is history. Not only he done it, two or three other folks done it already.
Right.
They didn't go through all of the processes that NASA went through and all that kind of stuff. NASA just set the ground for it. But it happened. You got to be able to see like I said, you don't have to see the vision. You really don't have to see the vision. Just support the vision. Okay? Just support it. Nothing ever happened in this world because you know what? People cannot fathom what they cannot see, and they cannot dream. Nothing significant in this country and this world ever happened because folks that if they die. Just think about if what's his name that invented electricity? Help me out.
I can't think of
Thomas Edison.
Edison.
Edison, just think about it. Nobody couldn't visualize electricity, that kind of stuff. And he stopped, and he had a lot of ups and downs because people couldn't see this vision. But he made it happen, along with many other great things in this world that people wasn't able to see or share the vision, but they had the resources enough to make it happen. And I always use Dr. King as one of the examples, and one of the examples, and I think he talked about in 19, on August 28, 1963, when he talked about the dream. Okay, he had a dream. Okay, that one day and this dream is going to come to fruition. I don't think it's fully at fruition right now, but it will.
It
And
will.
but it had come a long ways. But if we hadn't dreamed about it and talked about it, we wouldn't be as far as we are today in civil rights. So
Right.
that's all I'm asking people to do is if you can't see the dream, you can't see the vision, don't worry about it. We can. Okay. You just support it. Okay. You just support it. And again, we're not asking you for money that if it don't, we know it will. Even if it don't come to fruition, nothing you got to go jump off a bridge about. Okay.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
just money. It's just money you would have spent otherwise on foolish stuff. You could have took it to the casino. You could have took it to drugs. You could have took it to the club. You could have take it somewhere else. But this is just a few dollars that we're asking people to do something that's gonna be good for our community, not today, but all all into the future. And so something that we can do for our generation, our children, and you make the perfect example about. I know. Remember the day that we had one venue. You could have all the black venues down at the city municipal auditorium. You remember those days?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so this could replace the city municipal auditorium. Now when they got rid of that auditorium, we scrambling all over the place to find a venue to do what we need to do. Well,
That's
we
right.
had our own venue. We know where to go. Okay.
That's right.
No questions about it. We know
Nope.
exactly where to go. So help, folks. Please help. If you hadn't helped, if you hadn't helped any time before, you hadn't donated anything ever in your life before, donate to this cause because I can promise you, your money is going to be well spent. Don't worry about what is, okay? Because we are going to make it happen one way or the other. But all the thing we need is your help. And please, there are many ways that you can help. You can go to Cash App, you can
That's
go to
right.
Venmo, you can
Mm-hmm.
send checks, you can send cash, you can send money order. I know you still take cash, like a lot of folks don't take cash anymore, but we still take cash here. Go fund me, go fundme.com and just click on the search engine and go to Truth for Youth. It's there. You can pay by PayPal. You can pay by direct deposit. Debit card. Many different ways that you can contribute. Okay, so please do that. Okay,
Please.
am I unmuted yet?
You know
You
what,
can
Danny?
unmute, you can
You
unmute me
know
now.
what? You keep saying that. I'm going to mute you indefinitely.
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah.
This is put that back up there, Lavender. Okay, we want folks. Okay, and that's the website. If you have any questions, go to truthforyouth.org, www.truthforyouth.org, and donate. If you have any questions about the organization, I doubt very few people in Pensacola, now maybe outside of Pensacola, will not know anything about Reverend Powell and what this works has been all about. And so, helping children, not only at-risk children, but all children. He didn't discriminate. Okay.
Families.
Yes, family.
Families.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay.
Yes. So the last plea, we have 12 minutes less.
Oh my
Left.
my.
12 minutes.
Time just slips away.
I
It
wonder how much
really
money
does.
can we collect in 12 minutes? Come on, Lavender. I know you
Well,
got some ideas. How much money can we collect? And let's challenge is how much money we can collect. Y'all donate. Go ahead and text it to us. Go to Lavenda's page and YouTube,
All right.
Facebook, and tell us that you contributed.
She is
Okay.
doing an outstanding job.
Yep.
Outstanding job.
Yep.
Oh, we'll see it in GoFundMe. We see
That's right.
the
We go for
numbers
it
change.
shows up. It shows up exactly where it
Yeah.
can be. Okay.
So you all decide where. Truthforyou.org. Um, Let me put that up again. We got 10
Yeah.
minutes. That's all we're going to do is plea. Truthforyou.org. You can go to their website and it will list the various ways that you can donate,
Mm-hmm.
cash app, mail a check.
Woo!
Um, yeah, the address is there, phone numbers are there.
The P.O. box is there. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of that is there. Ways to donate. Ways to donate. Please donate. Whatever you can.
Call somebody. Tell somebody.
Yes,
Phone,
share
it's
this.
early. Give them a call. Leave a message. You know.
Yes,
Text
yes,
them.
yes.
Use the phone and text them. Say, oh yes.
You
So
never know.
just
You
make it
never know who
good
might
now.
want to help. Yes, you
Right.
never know what sharing this will do. You never know who might see it.
Oh
So we're
yeah.
just asking you to please share, tell somebody, share the Truth for Youth website, the link, share the GoFundMe page. You may know somebody who may be in a position to help more than you. What do you say, Reverend Powell? Help somebody, help somebody. Tell
Help somebody,
somebody.
help somebody like you.
Everybody knows somebody.
You know, and I like this. I like this T-shirt now. Like the Renee was saying, let us know about the T-shirt. Let us know about the T-shirt that she's wearing. And $50 to get you one of those collector's
Yeah,
items. You want
yeah,
to get it and hang on to it. So
yes,
it's gonna
yes.
be fantastic. Be wear it when we had the grand opening. Boy,
Oh, there you go. Oh, that sounds good. The grand
man,
opening. Grand
man,
opening.
when the grand opening, we have something set aside. When you have that T-shirt on, you get a free walk in or something.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Yeah.
get your
Sounds
T-shirt
good.
and then
Yeah.
it'll benefit you right on all through the year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I'm
tune
on
in
the.
next Saturday for part
Hey,
two
Lavenda,
of this telethon. Huh?
I'm on the GoFundMe page. Caesar Carter donated. You got people anonymous donated. Tammy Hawkins donated. Orr Davis donated.
All right.
Sammy Lewis donated. Charles Lawson donated. Sally Austin donated. And
Woo.
anonymous, they donated. And so you can donate. Okay. Just go to just go to GoFundMe.org and make your donations. And every little bit helps, y'all. Every little bit helps.
Yes,
Okay.
if you're watching, you can pick up the telephone. Reverend Powell has his phone right with him. 850-393-0332. 850-393-0332.
I didn't hear the
Call,
I didn't hear the
call him.
phone ring.
Yeah, somebody let us hear the phone ring one time tonight. Let him hear the phone ring. Reverend Powell is
Yeah,
with us, the
let's hear the
founder
phone ring.
of Truth for You. Please call and donate.
Yes.
850-393-0332, whatever amount you can. We appreciate you guys for watching. We also like you to share. Share this post, share the live, share the website, share the GoFundMe. When you go to the GoFundMe page, if you donate at least $50, you get a free T-shirt, or a shirt that I'm wearing. Yes, free.
Excellent.
Everybody likes free. Free. They say, well, it ain't free for $50, but think about the cause. Think about the cause. And then we have the Truth for Youth T-shirts. Truth for Youth T-shirt. So the fundraiser doesn't end tonight. So if you see this in your news feed on social media, 2 days from now, 3 days from now, you can still pick up the phone and call 393-0332, 850-393-0332. Go to truthforyouth.org. You can donate there. Go to gofundme.com. Truth for Youth. You can donate there. Truthforyouth.org has the Cash App address. It has the, what is it, Venmo, that
Venmo.
you can donate. Yeah, PayPal. So there are always, you can write a check if you don't do electronic payments. You can write a check. All that information is on their website. And we have it here. Not sure if you all can see it, but all the information is there also. Phone numbers, post office box, Cash App, truthforyouth.org, GoFundMe.com. Help us save the building that saves the children that will ultimately save the community. You're in the Pensacola area, you're familiar with Truth for Youth. I am in Montgomery, Alabama, just doing my part to assist Truth for Youth. So it doesn't matter what city or state you are in, we appreciate your donations. We thank you in advance for your donations. Truthforyouth.org. If you're not familiar with Truth for Youth, go to their website, truthforyouth.org, and you can find the different ways to donate. This is Reverend Powell, the founder of Truth for Youth. His passion for children, been in this passion for since 1993. Truth for Youth has been there, and he has just done above and beyond. Veteran, military, Marine veteran. If you're a veteran, support veteran-owned nonprofits. Give them a call, 850-393-0332. Please share. Help somebody, help somebody. Please share this live. We thank you for your participation. Thank you for your donation. And the telethon continues next weekend, Saturday, with an art auction, Name Your Price auction. She has never done this before. Name Your Price auction, and portion of the proceeds goes to Truth for Youth. Portion of the proceeds go to Truth for Youth. Hey, and if you have a business, you want to do a little short fundraiser or something to help Truth for Youth, we encourage you to do that. We encourage you to do that. Shedrick Studio has done that for many nonprofit organizations where she's chosen Truth for Youth to help them out. Her passion is also fundraising for children. So we ask you, if you're familiar with Shedrick Studio, she's done nonprofits for Tom Joyner Foundation, Deltas, AKA sororities, and many more. So go to her Facebook page, Shedrick Studio, and you can see some of the art that will be up for auction on next weekend. Portion of the proceeds, y'all, I'm getting sleepy. Proceeds go to.
Doing good. Doing good.
Go to Truth for Youth. Truth for Youth. Help us save.
Okay.
our
Lavenda,
building.
we
Yes.
got 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Reverend Powell, that's
So
you.
we off the air. So we give Reverend Powell and let him. Can you wrap it up in? Can you put 10-pound and 5-pound bag in 30 seconds or more?
We'll put 10 pounds of chicken in a 5-pound bag. We want to thank all of you for listening and observing and praying for us and praying with us. We need your commitment. We need your support. Please tell somebody that I seen it, we heard it, we know it's true. So come on, give. We can sure use it. God bless you, and pray that my high seat will be at Jesus' feet and we'll be the one that God's calling. God bless you, Pensacola. God bless you, all of the viewers that are listening and observing right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Reverend Powell. Yes, sir. Lavenda, we got 40 seconds for you. Can you handle it?
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your donations. I've never solicited money before, but I'm doing it for the first time to save the building, the Truth for Youth building. It's all about the children. It's all about the children.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody. Lavenda, thank you most of all for organizing this event here, and hopefully it will make a difference in the future here. And Rem Powell, thank you for coming on. We're going to thank all of the guests that came on to support this. And with that, I'm going to have to go ahead and wrap it up. Folks, please donate to Truth for Youth, and thank you for your precious time.
Husband and father.
So we got to get out of here, Lavenda. We got
Yes,
5
we're going to
seconds.
say good night, and I'm
Good
going to leave this
night.
video playing, but you guys can sign out. Good night, you guys.
Talk with my wife that I was complaining about how many problems kids was having, and there was very few fathers and young boys and girls were growing up. She said, well, stop complaining and do something.
In 1993, Reverend John Powell stopped complaining and did something. He started the Truth for Youth organization. Having worked 15 years for a residential facility for troubled youth, he knew the problems and was ready to tackle them.
And that's the problem, young people. There's somebody missing from the family, and we need to fill in that gap.
Powell committed his life to being a consistent force in the lives of children all over Escambia County. He takes them on by the hundreds, even thousands. His community-wide rallies are famous, like this Christmas overnight lock-in where each of 2,000 children left with a gift. He sponsors events to celebrate milestones and talents and to encourage success. There have been trips to places these children would never have dreamed of going. He's constantly planning, thinking of ways to reach the children, like treating entire neighborhoods to free movies to promote family time. You'll find him making the rounds at area community centers, bringing a little extra to the programs.
He's a nice guy that give kids free cotton candy and stuff, or have moonwalks, what they can jump or stuff to play with.
Reverend Powell always has encouraging words and praise to lift the children beyond their current circumstances.
All kids are good. They've just been exposed to bad situations. Sometimes our area, our environment can dictate our behavior. And guess what? We can rise above it, and we can be somebody.
He wants his life and works to be an example. While he wears the title of Reverend, there's one thing these children won't hear.
And you never will observe me preaching to them.
A lot of the kids don't really get to see ministers outside of the church doing work, and he bring it into them. And he kind of mix it along with fun, and the kids don't see that in a lot of the preachers.
He is loving, he cares about children. He will never let us down.
Seeing the smiles on their faces and seeing the respect in their heart and the belief that this person is consistent, this person really believes in me, this person really is there for me. I'm just trying to do something to help somebody like Jesus did.
Angels in Our Midst. Brought to you by Sacred Heart Children's Hospital.
I want all these children to just stand up for a minute so I can just see. Let's keep it up. We've got some real talent here, and there's much more out there in the neighborhoods. So let's bring some more next year as well. But thanks. You've done a real good job.
To the Mistress of Order and to the sponsor of this great Masters and Mistresses of Music, Reverend Powell, to the youth and to all the parents, and greetings to the children. Indeed, as Councilwoman Jones has stated, you all have done an outstanding job. I just want to tell Councilwoman Jones something. I used to play drums.
They would come forward, just stand along front here. Give them a big hand. Come on. Give them a big hand. You did a marvelous job today. Fantastic. Fantastic. And parents, again, we are proud of you for bringing these wonderful children out. You did not send them to us. You brought them over here. And I'd like for us to give them a big hand. We send our children to many places for you to come with them. And you did that today. Thank you.
I want you to pay strict attention to your television set right now, and we're going to show you something that you've probably never seen before. Hopefully, you'll see it again. Take a look at this. Pump it up, buddy. That's what it's all about. I remember my good old high school days and things. We had a good time.
Now, one innovative approach that you have tried has been to sponsor and to pay for on your own, as I understand, lock-ins where you invite children to come at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night and stay through Sunday morning at a specific location. How successful has it been, and how do the children respond?
They respond excellently. And correction on that, we used to do it on a Friday night at 10, and we get out on that Saturday morning about 6 o'clock. Excellent. Young people have had an opportunity to get praise, an opportunity to play and have a good time. That's all they want to do, is have a good time and enjoy being a child.
Reverend Powell take care of 4,000 youngins. He didn't need us at all, did he?
No, sir. I tell you what, and that food smelled so good.
Oh,
Chicken
yeah.
from churches and Popeyes.
Oh, he is definitely hands-on, and of course he's gotten so organized with this thing now, it just clicks on. I saw some good people down there. Dr. Bell was down there, and so he has every angle covered. For those that missed this year's lock-in and report card rally, next year is just around the corner, so make sure you get on the list. They can only put 4,000.
Human Relations Commission, City Council, County Commission, we get involved. We want our young people to know that they soon will be involved in the makings of our government. You're looking at the 1997 Civic Center lock-in. Over 4,000 children attended. It was a great event, outstanding endeavor by all of our young people. We want you to get involved with it. True for You is a nonprofit organization founded to take care of our young people. Please, in your giving, make your checks, your tax-deductible checks donated to True for Youth. We like working with children. We need volunteers. We need them from every walk of life. And as you look at all the young people that came out to the Civic Center on December the 19th of 1997, had a great time that night. Not one fight took place. We're thankful for some of our contributors like the Waterfront Mission and some of our banks. Oh yeah, I sometimes stomp my foot and ramp a little bit to let them know that we really love them. It's all about caring. It's all about caring. We care about them. Volunteers are highly sought with this mission. We need someone to help. Somebody to help somebody to help somebody like Jesus did. Belmont building that we purchased was purchased in June of 2010. We purchased it formerly known as the Window Factory, and before that it was known as the Smith Bakery. We purchased this building with the sole intent in mind that we would change this facility to a learning center and empower the community, those nonprofits, to come out and get involved. If they couldn't afford a building, at least they could afford office space. We wanted to transform the building into a big conference room and support the many endeavors that Pensacola has to offer. The location is fantastic because it's located in the historical Belmont and the Villa area. It is 43,000 square feet of building that we're excited about. The problem that we face with the roof, it leaks quite severely. The cost for the roof repairs are estimated to run somewhere close to $150,000. Providing if we get the support from the community, and which we believe we will, that damage could drop tremendously to well under $150,000. We've been blessed with contractors coming in and overseeing and observing the situation and knowing where we have the severe leaks and where the leaks have been minimized. The ministry that the Lord has given me, far beyond me, long after True for Youth, continue to flourish in this community and I'm gone. I wanted to be known that it's not about me. It's always been about the youth of our community. I am my brother's keeper. It is important that all of us become true humanitarians. Jesus was a true humanitarian. He loved everybody, he loved all people. So if you can remember one thing that I said today, True for Youth is in need of your support. We're in need of your commitment to the love of people and the love of Jesus Christ.